Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, day 2 or day 4, day 5, maybe month number 5 of the debt ceiling freakout, depending on how you want to look at it, you had a lot less optimistic headlines overnight. You had more bad data out of Europe. The UK CPI actually came in and surprised a lot of the luxury retailers. They started going down again. Copper fell below $8,000. People are doubting the China recovery. And then you got commodities doing a bunch of things in anticipation for the OPEC meeting. So it's getting interesting. I'm sure we're going to have another day very similar to the other ones, but maybe we get a surpriser here. We know what we're watching, and then we have the Fed minutes at 2 p.m., and there could be some clues there. It should be a non-event. We really shouldn't get much, but given the scope of the last meeting, we probably should get some good info. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, it's already Wednesday, baby, but we are here bright and early, middle of the week. Good morning, Chattadonia. How you living? What's up, baby? Good morning, Rob Irwin, Isaac, DEF. We will make it, baby. Laker, Jay. Oh, good morning, Cassius, Tony. Oh, Laurie. Good morning. Oh, Tim Whitman. Carissa Hines, baby. Good morning. Shane McBride, Smars, T. Grider, Arena of Racing. Oh, my gosh. Good morning. Inverse King. What's up, baby? AR Trace, how you living? Dan Kingsley came to play. Oh, Max Snoke, baby. Good morning. Riley Mack, Carthago, Dave Roussel, Sleepy Software, Lamborito, CG Trays, Wild Style, Jay Samuels, baby. Good morning. El Chapato, Yusuf, Giovanni, Q, Riley Mack, baby. Edward, good morning. Oh, Mr. Pizza, how you living? Complex One, Lateral, Ports, Mahab. Oh, my gosh. Pickle Pickler, good morning. Josh Jacobs, oh, my gosh, Chad. That's what I'm talking about. What's up, Derek? Forever Young, ready to play. Christina's in the game. Timmy D, he knows what's up, man. Open face, he ready, bright and early. Oh, Jay back. Bradley Frizzle. Wow, we love Bradley Frizzle, too. Battleboard, good morning. What's up? Let's go. What's up with the Twitch, man? What's up, 8012? What's up, Match? JG, Pingo, V-Croc, Picky Audi. Oh, good morning. What's up, Risco? What's up, Dr. Suede? Glen Coco? Charlie in the tree. Good morning, Chattadonia. That's what I'm talking about. Middle of the week, bonds, gold, everything. Oh, man. Again, yesterday was a lot of fun. It was, I don't know, it's kind of stressful too, but just don't have stress. Have fun, okay? But Chattadonia, good morning. I hope you're feeling good. Let's see what today holds. I did buy MPW. I bought 1,000 shares pre-market too. They had some news. We're going to talk about it. It's kind of interesting, actually. I have one piece of tinfoil, then the rest is just responding to the news. So we will see what happens. But in the meantime, let us get into the news. Buenos dias. What's up, Najee Wolf? Good morning. I did it for a trade, not for the long term. Not for the long term. So we already have the long term. I did shares to trade. Oh! And we got Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Are you kidding me? Good morning. Horn. Peach Nation, wake up. Wake up. It's 6 a.m. Wake up. The peach is here. Bradley Frizzle, oh my gosh, this is an honor. It's an early peach. Bro, early peach on the day of the minutes. Oh, you're blessed. You're blessed you get to witness that. Oh, good morning. Bradley Frizzle, thank you, my friend. Oh, breathe it in. Just take it all in. Take it all in. Oh, wow, it's a beautiful morning. It's a beautiful morning. Early Peach Nation. Let's go. Let's go. And now for your news. No debt ceiling debt just yet. And one of the GOP negotiators suggested that the two sides are at a standoff. They will meet again this morning, according to a person familiar. Opinions John Author points to the damage, even if a deal is reached, which may well compromise growth and leave the markets to take an even worse beating after the X date. Okay, so like I said, the People talked a lot more negative than the last couple days so far. Jupiter is shorting 2-year treasuries, what it calls the most dangerous U.S. bonds, in a bet that markets are wrong in predicting that the Fed will cut interest rates this year. Officials need to whack inflation expectations on the front end, and policy is still not tight enough, Mark Nash said. He is also ramping up investments in cash-like securities such as 1 to 2 month bills to a record. Futures fell with benchmark treasuries amid the debt ceiling impasse. Oil gained, gold edged higher, and the dollar struggled for direction. Elsewhere, Chinese stocks erased all of their gains for the year as a weaker yuan and developer debt woes added to the persistent worries over growth in geopolitics, and the QE fell after the RBNZ said that they are done hiking beyond today's move. Traders at 5 major banks colluded to swap sensitive info on UK bonds. Britain's antitrust agency said in a provisional filing it alleged that Morgan Stanley, Citi, RBC, Deutsche Bank, and HSBC shared info in chat rooms between 2009 and 2013. Penalties may be issued once a financial conclusion is reached, but Deutsche won't be fined and Citi would get a discount after they admitted their involvement. I wonder who snitched. Citi abandoned its attempt to sell Banamex and will instead hold an IPO for their Mexican unit in 2025. The decision allows them to restart stock buybacks this quarter. UBS will decide on the future of Credit Suisse's domestic Swiss business in the third quarter. HSBC is reviewing possible exit from 12-country it operates to focus on expanding in Asia. Banks' preferred shares are coming back from the hit they suffered when a handful of regionals imploded, with some investors starting to scope out the market's price discounts. An index has climbed more than 4% this month since falling over 3-year low on May 4th, and analysts at Barclays now recommend preferred over junk bonds. FOMC minutes will be due today, and they will probably reveal the concern over credit conditions, convinced most Fed officials to signal an impending rate pause, even as some see sticky prices pushing higher for longer. Speaking of stubborn inflation, traders added to the Bank of England rate hike bets today after UK CPI, though slowing, topped all economist estimates last month. That sent gilt yields to the levels last seen during the Liz Truss administration. I'm telling you, we're telling you this, Chad. It's so you won in the gilts. So fascinating. Goldman admitted they were wrong about their forecast for major gains in commodities this year, but they still expect prices will come roaring back if recession fears prove to be misplaced. The probable explanation for the miss is an unprecedented destocking. Analysts, including Jeffrey Curry, a Bloomberg commodity gauge, fell 10% to hit the lowest since 2021 this week. Honestly, that's a crazy point if you think about it, because we were talking about people pushing back recession to like 2024, but the commodities have not said any. The commodities have already died. That one's interesting. The U.S. and China Cold War may get colder after the latest G7 summit, Nouriel Roubini said in a Bloomberg interview at the Qatar Economic Forum. He warned that the standoff may eventually ripple through markets by slowing growth and boosting commodity prices. Also at the event, IMF Kristalina Georgieva expressed confidence that the U.S. will reach a debt deal and urged central banks around the world to keep monetary policy tight. Chart of the day is that the U.S. faces a moment of truth this decade that may see it lapsing into a meltdown in asset prices and meager growth, or breaking through to accelerated productivity, according to McKinsey. It laid out 4 scenarios for the future, saying that boosting productivity is most desirable as it's the only option that'll grow both income and wealth while also improving balance sheet health. So there's either return to secular stagnation, higher inflation era, balance sheet meltdown, or a productivity boom. And then today's schedule, 9 a.m., Bank of England Bailey speaks, 10:30 EIA crude oil inventories, 11:30 $22 billion of 2-year FRNs and $42 billion of 17-week bills, 12:10 Fed Waller is speaking, 1 p.m. $43 billion of 5-year notes, 1:45 ECB Lagarde is speaking, and then 2 p.m. Fed publishes their May meeting minutes. Earnings include Nvidia, Snowflake, and Splunk. WSJ CEO Council Summit in London is happening, and then the Qatar Economic Forum through Thursday. Ron DeSantis will announce his 2024 presidential campaign in a Twitter Spaces live stream with Elon Musk this evening. People familiar said the announcement is scheduled for 6 p.m. Eastern. Wall Street is having flashbacks to 2015, the last time a debt limit standoff caused the Treasury to postpone one of their regular monthly auctions of long-term debt. While it's still too soon to predict the disruption, the sales that appear most at risk are those slated to take place June 12th through June 13th. U.S. mortgage rates rose more than the 2-month high, reducing home purchase and refinance activity. The contract rate on a 30-year fixed increased 12 basis points to 6.69, according to the Mortgage Bankers Association. The feud between Brazil's president, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, and his central bank governor is shining light on the growing risk across the global economy. Calls for an end to rate hikes are mounting from Nairobi to New Delhi, threatening to undermine central bank autonomy. That is the big take on today. Britain's stickier than expected CPI print of 8.7 last month and jump in core prices means 25 basis point hike in June is all but certain, said Capital Economics. Traders now see the key rate peaking around 5.5. Two-year gilt yields surged when the pound erased an initial jump. German's business outlook deteriorated for the first time since October as the manufacturing sector lags. The IFO gauge of expectations slipped more than expected to 88.6 in May. The mood in the economy has taken a significant hit, IFO said. Meanwhile, some German business leaders are pushing back on Olaf Scholz's plea to shift away from China. And Greek stocks are the hottest bet in emerging markets after election results signaled support for PM Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Economic reforms, Morgan Stanley said that Greece's benchmark index has advanced 30% this year, while the MSCI Emerging Market Index is up just 2.3%. Australia's recession risk edged higher in May to 38% from 35% in April, according to a Bloomberg survey. A separate poll suggested that the RBA will begin easing in the second quarter of 2024. The RBNZ increased their key rate 25 basis points to 5.5 in line with consensus, and then surprised traders by saying they expect official cash rates to go higher than that. Pictet, Pinebridge, and BNP Paribas are among a shrinking minority of global investors betting that patience will reward investors in China. Pakistan may ban Imran Khan's political party, according to Defense Minister Khawaja Asif. He said a ban may be considered because of the May 9th attacks on military offices and buildings conducted by supporters of the party. Xi seeks closer ties with Russia on trade and energy. The U.S. energy market is flashing a bullish signal with API data to indicate falling supplies of crude and refined products. Gasoline stockpiles tumbled 6.4 million barrels last week. That would be the biggest drop since September 2021 if confirmed by the EIA. Copper plunged below 8,000 a ton as investors increasingly write off the prospects for a decisive economic recovery in China this year. The disappointing April macro data acted as a wake-up call, Citi said. Goldman expects metal will return to 10,000 by this time next year. Other base metals also declined. Oil extended gains following Saudi Arabia's warning to short sellers. ICE's Houston crude futures hit a record level of open interest. Raw sugar fell to the lowest in a week on prospects of higher output, and the top exporter, Brazil. Earnings, Bank of Montreal posted a surprise drop in quarterly profits. Scotiabank missed as they failed to capitalize on rising interest rates. Xiaomi's quarterly revenue slid amid crumbling demand from electronics and internet services. LVMH and Kering fell, extending a rout that wiped out $56 billion from the luxury sector over the past 2 days, with sentiment starting to turn after a brisk rally this year. PacWest jumped after agreeing to sell their Civic Financial Service unit to Rock 360. Lenovo sank the most since 2021 after their quarterly income and revenue missed. Target will remove some products related to Pride Month from stores after the backlash of customers caused employees to feel unsafe, the Wall Street Journal reported. That's another one. I mean, Target Budweiser drama. CICC this week told some senior bankers that their compensation for 2022 will be slashed by more than 40%, People Familiar said. Dali and Wanda is weighing the sale of as many as 20 shopping malls in wealthy areas of China. People Familiar said the indebted conglomerate is seeking a valuation of $99 million for each mall. AXA Venture Partners will raise 1.5 billion euros to invest in late-stage U.S. and European tech startups. PG&E withdrew a planned 2.67 billion term loan amend and extend transaction, People Familiar said. No top stories. Martin Shkreli, the former CEO who served almost 7 years in prison for securities fraud, is earning $2,500 a month consulting for a law firm and living with his sister in Queens. According to the U.S. probation officer, Shkreli, 40, has had mostly a positive adjustment since being released from prison last year. That's what, man. Bloomberg with the Martin Shkreli hit piece. That's it. They just did that to throw shade at him. That's it. He's living on $2,500 a month. Blah, 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 blah. Damn, Bloomberg. That's cold, bro. That's cold, Bloomberg. You gonna ban me? Then, I guess he was considered the most hated man at one point in 2017, but still. After more than 3 years, the global COVID emergency is officially over, yet it's still killing at least one person every 4 minutes. Now, the question is how to handle a virus that's become less threatening to most but remains wildly dangerous to a slice of the population, a slice that is much bigger than many realize. Summer is almost here. Are you ready? We've looked at which hotel loyalty program may work best for your needs and the best carry-on suitcases, or even examining how to steer clear of the scary chemicals in sunscreen. And Giorgio Gospodinov won the International Booker Prize for his novel Time Shelter, The Guardian reported. It's the first book written by a Bulgarian to win the award. Chair of the judges, Leila Slimani, described it as a very profound work. The latest climbing season on Mount Everest is set to become one of the deadliest ever, raising questions about whether Nepal is issuing too many permits to maximize tourist dollars. Over the past 11 weeks, 11 mountaineers died trying to summit Everest after the Nepali government issued a record 478 permits. 5 local climbing guides known as Sherpas also perished. What? Bro, do you hear that? In the last quarter, 11 people died trying to climb Mount Everest? That's insane. What? I've never heard about this till right now, man. That's nuts. And then on this day in history, the first Eurovision Song Contest took place in Lugano, Switzerland in 1956. 7 countries took part, with each allowed 2 entries. The winner was the host country, with the song refrain performed by Liz Asia. During her reprised performance of the winning tune, Asia became over-emotional and forgot the lyrics. I feel, wow. Man, let's go. Don't climb Mount Everest. Don't climb Mount Everest. No, that's not an average number. It just said over the last 12 weeks, 11 mountaineers have died. That's like 1 person a week or something in Mount Everest. That's insane out here. But Chad, don't worry. I doubt any of you are going to be climbing Mount Everest. But we do have Nepal in the Chad, so I don't know if that counts. But we'll see. Got some pre-market movers. Abercrombie, A&F, Urban Outfitters, and Kohl's are climbing in pre-market after the retailer reported better than expected earnings. That's for Urban, and I think for Abercrombie. Shares are up 16, 14, and 13. Agilent sinks 8% after the life service company cut their adjusted earnings per share guidance for the year to a level below average analyst estimate. Google analysts are positive on the company following the Google Marketing Live event, which they said reinforced the progress they're making in AI as well as the revenue opportunity represented by the technology. Despite this, shares are down 0.9 pre-market. Amazon's price target raised to 160 from 145 at Mizuho, which also named the e-commerce and cloud computing company the top pick for the second half of the year. Shares are up 0.8. Analog Devices shares are down 6% after the semiconductor device company gave a forecast that underlined macroeconomic headwinds. Camping Worldwide, CWH, gains 0.5 after BMO raises the recreational vehicle retailer to outperform. Children's Place, PLCE, sinks 18% after the retailer cut their year forecast amid a worse than expected first quarter. Intuit shares are down 5.5 after the tax preparation software company reported third quarter revenue that was weaker than expected. Microsoft analysts are bullish on the software giant in the wake of their Build Developer Conference, where updates have reinforced the strong position with AI. Shares are still down 0.5. Ocugen shares fall 15% after the clinical stage biotech company said that they have commenced an underwritten public offering of their common stock. PTC Therapeutics shares plunged 20% after the company said that the experimental treatment of rare neuromuscular disorder failed to meet the main goal of the trial and that it will discontinue preclinical trial and early research in gene therapy as part of a strategic portfolio prioritization. This one's big because you could watch PTCT, but also watch Rita. So Rita was able to benefit off of them failing. So keep that in mind. PacWest shares rose 3% after the troubled U.S. regional lender agreed to sell their Civic Financial Service unit to real estate lending firm Rock 360 as an effort to boost liquidity. Somehow that's positive. Palo Alto Networks shares are up 4% after the network security company reported third quarter results that beat expectations on key metrics. It also raised the low end of full-year revenue forecast. Range Resources was upgraded to net neutral from sell, while Southeastern was downgraded to sell from neutral. U.S.-listed stocks of Shopify fell 1.7 after BNB Paribas cut the recommendation on the Canadian e-commerce company to underperform from neutral. VFC Corp rises 4% after the owner of North Face and Vans brand reported fourth quarter adjusted operating earnings that beat estimates. And then XPEV falls 5.6 after the Chinese EV maker gave weaker than expected guidance on revenue and deliveries for the second quarter. Piers Lee Auto and NIO also declined after XPeng's update. Wow. So not bad, Chad. Not bad at all. So there you go. We got a little bit. I think we're right on schedule. I think we're doing decent. I'm going to go to the potty real quick. When we're going to come back, review some of the plays. I'm going to hear the plays from you, and then before you know it, the market goes ding-ding, and then you're going to get a bunch of debt ceiling headlines. So that should be a lot of fun. But I will be right back. Zealand today signaling it's ready to pause. They think they have done enough
to get inflation down, and they're a bit worried about the consumer as well. Here's what they had to say. The committee is confident with interest rates remaining at a restrictive level for some time, consumer price inflation will return to within its target range of 1 to 3% per annum. Now, we do see signs of consumers cracking around the world. If you look at retail sales in China and retail sales in Europe, China's the orange one there, and you can see after they came out of lockups, there were big jumps higher in spending, but they came out of this lockup and the jump isn't as high, and it has started to come back down. Meanwhile, retail sales have been tepid in Europe. They're barely moving, and they have fallen as well. Why? Well, it seems to come down to inflation and the shift in consumer preferences. Take a look at what happened in the UK in April. Their inflation rose on a core basis much more than anybody anticipated, but you can see it was all services spending. Goods spending actually saw some deflation. And so that's the problem for central banks everywhere, is that we have shifted our spending away from retail sales, away from goods to services, and that doesn't show yet any type of slippage. So while we're watching people like the European luxury retailers see sales drop, we're still seeing strong sales elsewhere that are pushing up on inflation and keeping most central banks still active.
Mike McKee, thank you, sir. Cameron Dawson, I wanted to come straight to you on all of this. Are you seeing signs of the enthusiasm for the...
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, Chadadonia, what time we got? We got 10 minutes. 10 minutes till the bell. So let's see what we have in store. The question I asked you today was what they were saying. Again, I gave it to you as tinfoil, but I didn't know there was a legitimate, serious discussion on that. My question is, do you think Janet Yellen's X date is incorrect? And 60% of you voted yes. That's actually very surprising. So this is just another piece of the story that we have been dealing with lately. So we'll see what happens. But Abraham Lincoln, Pfizer is the new security. Even if the X date is incorrect, something still needs to be passed. Amen. Zeus trades. Main focus, McCarthy now, is how his decision will impact the market. I'm still puts on SPX. If she says June 1st, it's probably pretty accurate. It's her job to know. Probably just cutting losses tomorrow. Yelling out here selling wolf tickets, short and SPY and QQQ. Godspeed to the Chad. Thinking DRV shares and short the real estate index. Thoughts? Watch Toll Brothers. The only thing I could like about shorting real estate index and builders is that they're up like 30% comparatively to everything. So that would be the only one. I would watch Toll Brothers. Again, they reported it was good, but now they are actually going negative. So we will see. Price action and volume. If the chart you're looking at doesn't make sense, go further out. Puts at 15% under anything is cheap. ASX 6.2 annual ex-dividend date fast approaching. Shorts on the Qs. Chips are not bullish. No deal is no bueno. Bonds won't lie today. So listen to Josh. All right, let's see, baby. ELF earnings focused on the final score. I don't care about the leaderboard, baby. Tell them. Looking at MCL to the upside, then possible short later. A lot of people are doing that. Pretty much thinking 2 weeks of positive effect on Saudis guaranteeing pain for the shorts. UNP calls. Wait for stupidity. Rip of the day and then short. Watching. Oh, Danny showed up. Watching Fed futures, got alerts from BBG on the downside buyer. December 2024 trade, size 5,000 at 96.75. June trade, 5,000 at 96.25. In March, 96.88. Also watching ZT and GC. Interesting. So let's see if people are buying up those futures. Again, that's what I was saying today with the minutes, not necessarily the Fed futures. So this is a great contribution. And then we'll see. And then Pfizer calls. But watch for the minutes today. That's going to mess with the bonds a little bit. But Chad, talk about a post. We only got 2 minutes. Man. So let's go. Let it be heard, Chad. You're here live right now. What is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. Let's go. We got a little bit of time. Oh, I forgot. Minutes at 2 p.m. Selling Pfizer calls. Pfizer long. MPW calls. I bought the shares. TOT calls. Pfizer long. QQQ puts on everything. Going insane if we do. Under God. One Nation, baby. Watching this week. SPY puts. NEO. SPY 14. 414 puts. Shorting. Sitting on SQQ. PNC is buying numb. Copper already down 1.5. VIX June calls. Apple puts. Netflix puts. Sun W long. SOX S puts on everything. Microsoft puts. 200 gold short. SQ calls. UVXY calls. AMD calls. MPW shares. TSM. ASML. V long. Pfizer 40 calls. Google puts. puts. Leverage, MCL futures, 412 puts after 10 minutes. Long on pickleball, GLD puts. Cemex long holding 415 puts. Exxon Mobil, no poll anymore. Nvidia puts. Decision on FOMC. Josh spreads, Polestar stock, toll puts. Cemex long again. SOXL, PSFE shares, Nvidia puts. Bible calls, Nvidia calls. SOX S, SQQ calls. UVXY shares, Tesla calls. Make back my Robinhood with SPY. Letting my UVXY insurance ride. SQQQ, we ride. Still holding SQQ and SOXX. Holding UVXY, VIX, and SQQ. Cash out of the 401k. Tesla calls. Holding for the gap filled in puts. Pfizer leaps. Push-ups. Pally. Josh calls. Josh in the long term. And then the final play. Palantir put. Wow. I never thought I'd see that over the last couple days. That's amazing. So I got a couple of plays. I think I got I'll tell you after. I got 2 seconds. I got 2 seconds. It's game time. So Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. And ladies and gentlemen, here what we do at the Colt before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves and deal with the daily drama of the markets and the politics, before we do any of that, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, the families, anybody who has served this country and made a sacrifice. For real, God bless you and thank you. I hope you know you're appreciated, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to those who deserve it. And speaking of which, that's another big shout out to all the other people helping out their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, volunteering with the nonprofit, coaching the team. I could go down the list, man, but if you giving back to your community, I hope you know you are appreciated as well too, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Dutz! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Let's go. Oh, good morning. Let's go. It's already middle of the week. It's Wednesday. Oh, my goodness. Oh, real fried rice showing some love, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Game time. ENVB has been running like every day. So we are going to see. We still got 2 minutes. Shout out to the vets, baby, and good morning. I didn't go over my play, so I'm watching MPW. I added 1,000 shares this morning to trade, not for the long term. So like I said, they had news that their troubled lender, here's the simple logic for it. Remember, there was a report that their troubled tenant needed refinancing. Well, the market took that very negatively and sold the stock off 15%. And now that was off of no confirmation. And now pretty much they got the refinancing. So I'm assuming at least 846. And then I have another reason that I will share with you later. But watching MPW, Adobe as well. Again, keep in mind any of the AI stuff. They were talking yesterday about what they're doing with the Creative Cloud. Palo Alto, they had a drop in pop post earnings. I'd watch out for that. Again, Target, they're getting a little bit of that news on the Target thing. What's it called? Comparing it to the Bud Light situation. So watch out for that. PTCT and Rita, that's a fire sympathy. Pretty much the worse PTCT does, the better Rita should do. And then again, Urban and all of those went crazy. Urban, Abercrombie, they're all going up on good earnings. And then Toll Brothers, post earnings with real estate. I probably won't play it, but I do want to keep an eye on it. And then gold and bonds, baby. Gold and bonds. No, the Target thing is picking up. It's actually it's weird because it was their bad earnings, but this little Target drama, it's just, I think after the Bud Light consumers are empowered, and now they're like, oh yeah, you saw what we did to Bud Light. I dare you. Put something I don't agree with. Put something. So it's kind of like reverse canceling, or I guess it's just switching sides now. So now it's kind of like the conservative cancellation. So we're going to see how that one plays out. But again, it's getting headlines on there. We already sold out of the puts though yesterday, but that could be a situation that you see develop. All right, Chad, less than 10 seconds. Like that video, post any plays. You need any help, let me know. And get locked and loaded. Here it is. Round 1. Fight. Okay, yellow. All right, there's still a couple of earnings there. Again, Pfizer did just wake up there. I know Tesla was down. NASDAQ's down 0.6 right now. So if anything, you're going to watch tech move a lot. It's either they're all going to match up together or the SPY and Dow is going to match up with all of it. So Tesla's already down 1.4. Again, there's good news on a lot of, what's it called? I think like Amazon got an upgrade. I think they're the only one holding, but Microsoft and Google got upgrades and they didn't move up. So we will see. AMD 1.8. Again, Toll Brothers is still green. They sold off a little bit. Actually, where are we price-wise? There's MP Dubs. Damn, 41.27? Yo, that's actually crazy. So you have 20 points to fill the gap, and that's it now. We are 20 points away. You're firmly below the – that's it. You're back to the cuck zone, like, directly. So, again, just watch out for 4,100. I believe 4,119, 4,117. Those will be the two levels you want to watch out for. That's weird. Gold came down. Gold just dumped that open. So gold dumped, and then bonds were also bonds had a baby dump, but gold was the one outpacing earlier today. So just watch out for that. Again, McCarthy said earlier they're going to be getting into the morning meeting. So we'll see how that plays out. Square popping. Nvidia is still at the low. Again, SPY's at the low, and I'd be mindful now. So SPY caught up a little bit to the NASDAQ. The Dow Jones is looking to be the best performer right now. Square is up, but they are red on the day. Again, I don't know if we have that much green here. And then watch out for energy, too. XOM is popping right now, so you might see some of those go up. Uber is down 1.34, but they're trying to go up. SPY hitting another low. And again, be mindful of the levels here. Yeah, 41.23, so pretty much like 41.21 to 41.19. You might get a little bounce or watch for the flush. I think MPW is climbing still. Again, like I was saying, that's just the news from the reversal of the bad news that brought them down 10-15%. Bank of England Bailey, we are determined to bring UK inflation to 2%. Good morning. XLE is moving. Again, oil, a lot of people are liking the whole Saudi stuff from yesterday. I sold the target debit spread. I'm mad. You would have been in the money right now. So that one's moving. Nvidia is selling. Again, Nvidia earnings are today, and now Nvidia is back to 300. So that's crazy. It's another $6 lower. So that's short. Even if we held it a little longer, would have been good. PayPal popping a little bit. Baba, bro, the China names got murdered, or at least bad China data was big. Urban's on the high. That was one of those retailers, Urban and Abercrombie. Again, Urban had good results. Walmart dump, 0.87. Target's even at the low. Even Costco, too. Meta's only down a quarter. It's actually not that bad. Again, Google, good updates on their meeting, and that was it. I don't know if Yellen is speaking today. I wouldn't be surprised. If anything, though, I'd say the minutes. The minutes are your biggest thing to be watching besides any debt ceiling updates. Twilio pop again? No way. That thing's been going crazy. Tesla kind of pop in. I think JPM on the high. Banks are still down, though. Toll Brothers. The only thing green right now is energy and utilities. Again, energy is the only thing up by 0.92. Discretionaries are only down 0.8. Apple is green now. So, again, the last couple days when we were kind of holding up, Apple would not move, so or it would underperform. So today, market's down 0.5%. Apple is the first one to go green. The only news that can move us today is them saying they have a deal or not. I don't know. I don't think that anything could make us move. Just like we said, equities will probably be more sensitive to anything, but at this point, the last couple days kind of highlighted, don't try to pin the market to when it should move or like, oh, this is bad, it should react. Because I'm saying yesterday was a trip. Yesterday, news wasn't that bad. We dropped more than the Monday where the news was awful. So I don't think it has to make you move, but that will be the most important. And then today, the rhetoric or the tone of a lot of the talks, they came off a lot more negative than any other time prior. So bonds are going lower now. Again, they still got a little bit of green, but honestly, man, even bonds and gold, they just gave up all of that morning move. So you might get something big here throughout the day. It's actually kind of crazy. Again, you just unwound all of the pre-market bonds and gold move for the most part. Again, TLT was up, it gapped down. Gold was up above the fake pop on Monday, and now it's all coming down. So watch everything else, though, but you're getting an interesting cash open. Pretty much sell the hedges, buy the equities, but even then the equities aren't even getting bought up like that. But that might change by the end of the day. Watch Upstart again. NASDAQ pop big. Yeah, it's 0.42. That's about 0.25% in the last 2 minutes. Nvidia is coming up again. Remember, they have earnings today after the bell. Apple's the one. Apple and Amazon. So now Amazon's going. Meta is now in the green. So watch out if all of your tech goes. Even Netflix in the green too. AMD's on the high. Marvel. So right now, are you ready for this? So it makes sense. You're down right now, but not that much. But there's only 96 names on the S&P that are green. 402 names are red. Palo Alto above. Oh, yeah. That 200 level is big for them. Bro, gold is dying on this. I don't know. So be careful. You might get a weird pop on any of this. They're killing gold in them. Honestly, I think I might even trade it. Might as well balance it out a little bit. Bud down 2.1. Amazon vertical. Yeah, Amazon, Netflix, all that. Again, most things are red. NASDAQ, 700 names green, 1,900 names red. All your big ticker or all of your big tech is on the high ticker right now. A couple of them. Qualcomm's even on the high too. Roblo's on the high. They're selling banks. Again, it's weird. PACW keeps selling assets, and the market's like, we love it. XLF is on the low. Regionals are even down 1% too. But yeah, Meta, Google, Amazon, I think those are the ones. And then even Apple too, though. Like I was saying, the last couple of days, Apple has been prone to not really do anything. And then what level is this? 41.22. Palo Alto's on the high. All right, I did one MES to the long side. Just the baby one, 41.35.75. We'll see it. Then that's just off of bonds and gold unwinding in the morning. I want to see if that has any effect, but I'm saying we're getting a lot of movement. The question is, does that reflect into equities? But equities are the sensitive one. So we will see. Netflix pop. Yeah, Netflix was green. Bank of America dying. Tesla's on the low. Yeah, Bank of America, the other days, those were the ones that were leading like 1-2%. Trader Helpline. Welcome, baby. Yeah, XLE is, and consumer discretionaries. So discretionaries are actually in the green. Netflix is running now back to 3. Again, remember yesterday was the password sharing news. So I think that's going to go back and forth. Zura Bio shares jump 47%, triggering halt. There's Dollar Tree. MPW came back after hitting 828. KRE big flip. It's just down 1.4. It's still holding a 4 handle, though. Just watch if it goes below 40 again. Remember, we were trying to wait till it got back to like 41.50. And then Apple's still running here. Again, you only have a handful of tech names. It's like 1 to 5 names advancing versus declining. So keep that in mind. Pfizer even came down. Yeah, Pfizer's down. It did this yesterday, but we'll see if one of the sell-offs actually hold. Tesla is there. Spotify's on the high. Toll. Walmart, Target. Target's still lower. Yeah, Spotify just started popping right now. They're right back to break even. Even the bonds are trying to pop here as we are hitting the low of the day. So watch if this is where we inverse. Maybe if market goes lower and bonds get a bid, just like yesterday. Remember, it was like halfway or really early in the day. You just started watching the inverse tick for tick. So keep that in mind. We got J Alt after prison. You're shorted NQ at 13.65. But yeah, we got J Alt out. Futu's on the high. Walmart, again, it's weird. I think staples are only down 0.4, but discretionaries are the closest thing to going green. I'm still in the Tesla yet. ENTB on the high, and then ENVB. That one was running in the morning. New low on the market now, or at least new low for the day. Or no, not really. It looked like it. You were about to. You're like half a point away from it though now. So be prepared. Let's see. No data. Let's see. Did you? No, you didn't even hit a low off of that. Ironically enough. QQQ on the high. Jaguar Land Rover to pick UK over Spain for battery plant. Roku's up 1.6. Pinterest. Even Snap is in the green. That's weird. And then again, little bounce there. You didn't hit a new low on that candle, believe it or not. But this is the level pretty much, 41.21. You actually stopped out right before that. Target, yeah. Again, the Target drama is spreading. We'll see, but I'm so mad we sold that out yesterday now. But shares will set you free. Kohl's, I think, is up because of the, what's it called? Kohl's is up on the Abercrombie and Urban Outfitters news, believe it or not. Team is on the high again. They were going a little lower. Again, Twilio was running in tandem. Yeah, Twilio and Team are back up. Palo Alto going. Yeah, above 200. Damn it. I didn't get that time to look back at that. Above 200 is a big level. SPY, again, that little bounce is not working, and bonds are going lower. So we'll see. The Target drama is that pretty much people are getting mad about the Pride segments that they have set up in their store. So, like, pretty much people from the South and some places in California, they're posting videos of the Pride displays in the stores. And now Target, they called a meeting yesterday to change around all the displays because they're worried that they will get Bud Light, the same thing that happened to them, where just you outrage the audience and then people will react. And then you lose your market share. But they said it actually, here's the real definition of what they're saying is, or like the real thing they said they're in their meeting. They're not trying to blame it on that. They're trying to say they're trying to improve. They said they're trying to improve bathing suit sales. That's the professional explanation for the pivot. They're trying to say, oh, it has nothing to do with that. We just figure it'd be better to put up displays of bathing. We need to push bathing suits, so move all that stuff in the back. That's literally what they're saying, so they don't get canceled. They're handling it a little better than Budweiser, but that's kind of their play on that. So we'll see. But there's definitely talks of that going around now. Damn, MPW came back to the price I bought it at now this morning. Didn't it last? With all the backlash, why are they still pushing it? Well, they're responding immediately. It's not even. I'm telling you, it's interesting. You haven't seen this. I just think after the Budweiser thing now, consumers are consumers are empowered to boycott because now there's evidence that people will boycott something. So I think that's just what people are worried about. But they pivoted quick. The minute people started complaining about it, they moved things around real fast. Again, Budweiser has placed a lot of fear in the minds of any other companies. Like we said, it's kind of a case study. You mean Bud Light? Yeah, I don't know what I said. Imagine if people start boycotting Netflix. See, that's why I say, like, you've seen this stuff before. That's why it's interesting that now there's actually been a response. Whereas, like, again, Netflix shows shit like that all the time. You didn't have a swath of people looking to boycott them. I mean, people got mad, but it wasn't it's just the recency of the Bud Light thing is now causing people to these companies are just getting a little shocked. Again, Target's already 144 now. SPY's still hitting a little bit lower. You did hit a low now, 41.21. This is a baby level, but then it's like 41.19, a little soft level at 41.6. I can't believe I'm saying these levels again. I hate this. Because you guys remember, you honestly should have every level memorized at this range. If you don't know what the levels are at this point, I mean, we spent a good month and a half probably at this range, even at least all of May for the most part. Or this was April 3rd till today, so hopefully you're familiar with it all. Good morning, Chatadonia. Disney's selling off pretty hard. Again, you're still dumping. I mean, it's not, you're back down to the 0.6 we opened up at, but again, just look at the levels now, 41.19, now 41.16 to like 41.13, and then 4100 or then the 4107s too. But it's kind of moving slow, but this is now an additional like 10, 12 points from the open, which was another 20 points gap down. And the gold is trying to climb, but still kind of clapped. I'm down $20 on the MES. Pfizer's coming down, and then the Qs are up. Oh, the short 1365. Boom, baby. Run it. That's pretty. Pretty. Tesla's getting a candle now to the low. Crowd is on the high. Again, he still got some names up, but a majority of names are down right now. And then Amazon's still holding on to some gains. Apple's being pretty strong. Tesla testing 180. The SQQ, it's up. It's up a couple of percent. I mean, you got almost $1 a share on the SQQ. And then another low. Look at the bonds, though, from right here. So bonds bottomed out, and then right after here, this is where they started going inverse. So just watch. But it's still very early, so we don't know yet. Again, you're down 0.6 on the NASDAQ, 0.6 on the SPY. Actually, what this just allowed the Dow to catch up and sell off. That's all I'm seeing from that, because now everything's now has a 0.5, 0.6. It was a pretty big gap in the beginning. Any more news on the Target thing? And my optimism is unattractive towards the Target. Well, listen, the Target thing is filled with fucking political fuel and just craziness. So, I'm here to give you the news. I'll give you my take on it. You may like it, you may not, but I don't give a shit about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just either, again, the Budweiser thing, we told you when we saw it happening. A lot of you guys brought it up. We talked about watch for July. I mean, again, I read my Bible and I invest in cigarette stocks. I read my Bible. I don't care what you do. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, just when it's all said and done, I mean, I'm here to give you the info, and hopefully you could apply it financially and be able to do something with it. If not, I apologize if it does bother you, but I'm just reading you what they had in their meeting yesterday. Again, they had that, what's it called? They literally had an emergency meeting yesterday with the company to address this situation. And I would take a look at the stock too and compare it to Budweiser and then other competitors. Emo's coming down. Nvidia is popping. What do you think more and more about the Satan groups funded by corporations? I don't think about it. I pray for the world. I pray for people. And I just, as long as I do good for my community and I hold myself to a high standard, that's all I can do. And I pray for people. I don't complain about it on the internet, or I don't throw stones at people if they disagree with me. That's it. Just pray. Y'all don't forget the first lesson, man. Don't forget the first lesson. He is in control. Palo Alto 207. I'm mad. Remember last earnings? We were talking about that thing getting above 200. So it actually did it. Adobe on the low. So see, if they give up the last 4-day gains, I'd want to play on that. If they could go back to last week's levels, Adobe. But then again, after we held that Adobe after that earnings, that was a long time. But SPY's still climbing lower. Again, bonds have been going inverse tick for tick right now. Good morning, my friends. But SPY's down 0.64 right now, NASDAQ 0.63, and Dow Jones caught up with all of them. So maybe this could be the effect. Gold is climbing up a little bit, but it's just at the early morning levels now. MPW 793 now. All the other went down too. Where's real estate? Real estate's the fourth worst on the day right now. Tesla's going lower now. Tesla's about to break 180. That's sad. It was just at 190. And then Nvidia, I don't have any earnings plays. We're going to see SPY going lower. Surprisingly, too, you haven't had any debt ceiling headlines. And then, again, minutes are in a couple of hours. It's only been 30 minutes here now. A little less. You're going lower. 7.8 million in volume. Again, 0.67 SPY and NASDAQ. 4117 now. So, remember, it's like 4115 to like 4107. That's the stubborn zone. So, there you go. You flush right to 4115 now. And then you're back to the gulag. Bonds are back at the high. Like I told you, watch the bond premiums and see if those options go up in value. I'm down $45 on the MES. Bitcoin flushing. Microsoft went green. AMD starting to react. Yeah, Microsoft is green. Microsoft's going up on this as we're going lower. That's a small gain. 4115. SQQ. XLF, no bids at all since open. Microsoft is running now. Again, I'm not seeing any news on Microsoft. Let's see. Bonds at the high. I want to see if this trend continues. So it's right here. Like what? 943? So up until then, right now, the bonds just caught a magic bid and then SPYs started dumping. And then where's energy at? Energy actually went red. That's crazy. So energy is even red now. And that was your only thing green, 1% in the morning. They sold out all of that. So everything's starting to sell. So anything that was up pre-market, oil, bonds, gold, they sold off pre-market with the right at the bell, and now any of the gains have now flipped red. Everything is red today. So that's unique, but we'll see if energy, utilities, or staples picks up from here. The markets followed bonds. It depends what year you look at them. So again, prior to the last 2 years, stocks and bonds used to move opposite. So now that's why hopefully we'll see if that returns. But as of late, if you've been paying attention, pretty much since Powell, the bond correlation has kind of been returning, where it's an inverse correlation. Quickly, get to the bonds, Eddie. Get to the yield. No. Republican reps say no progress on debt ceiling, new on TOS. We had some of, I think that could be from the morning, but I haven't seen any fresh headlines there. You're getting a little bounce off the bottom. Is that 41.16, 41.15? But see, though, if it doesn't get back to like 41.20 or above there, you might chill out here for a little bit. Mike, dude, what just happened with Microsoft? So Microsoft, again, they had that upgrade in the morning. They acted like they didn't care. And then now they're up 0.3. Yeah, I don't see anything on Microsoft. Again, the only thing was from the morning. Phototronics rallies with results outlook seen as strong. Bond premium still low. What is a Pfizer? Bitcoin. Yeah, even Pfizer's down 1.3. Again, just 90% of names now are down today. And then bond uptick to be faded as last slog of supply hits pre-holiday. They need to plow through more supply on Friday. Rallies and treasuries are likely to be faded today. Interesting. We'll see. Again, there's still apparently big bond supply, but factor that in with everything. Again, because today bonds are going to deal with issuances, the Fed minutes, and then the debt ceiling. So it's a nice one. Tesla, a little bit off the bottom. At least it's back above 180. We'll see what that does. ENVB, this is up another 95%. Again, this was moving a couple 100% the last couple of days. Weekly dollar calls. I would rather go with the bonds or gold if you were, and just make sure it has a little bit more than a couple of weeks to go for the debt ceiling. But if you're going to go for any weekly lotto, I would tie it to bonds or gold just because of the debt ceiling. You think DeSantis and Twitter will affect anything? Not anything meaningful or with a price. If that makes sense. I think it has a lot of implications for Twitter and the partisanship of Twitter, and people are talking about, Elon as a conservative media. Like, those will be the effects, but I don't think it's going to move the stock market if DeSantis announces he's running. Okay, so take a look here now. We're still at the lows, but I just gave you that headline on bond supply. Bonds just faded that, but the SPY was not able to go up off of that. If we hit a new low, then the correlation is going to be looking a little weird. What are the odds the Fed minute pump is above 410 right at support? I wouldn't doubt it if the market wanted to hold at least 4,100. I mean, I think it's crazy we're back to 4,100. I think all of this is crazy. I think it's crazy that we actually moved last week and moved above it, and then it's crazy that we're right back to this level. And now, I mean, you're theoretically one headline away from going below 4,100 now. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we held 4,100 for a little bit because we've done that a lot. But it's all of this back and forth. Again, the equities are getting a little wild. The only play today is MPW. We were green on that. That one went down. I'm honestly waiting till I drop more. I'm going to buy more. Again, I just think the market really had that news wrong. And then I'll give you the tinfoil on it. So MPW, did you guys like the video? Hold on, y'all like the video? And again, I'm biased on this play. I bought 1,000 shares today to flip, and I own 1,000 in my long term as well. Yeah, we need like 1,000 likes though. You're almost there. I'll tell you. I got two. Is this real? Uh-oh. This is either really good or bad. The vice president of CNBC just emailed me. What's up, man? I love you. Good morning. But y'all like the video? Okay, you guys are a little shy on the likes. The minutes are at 2 p.m. Bonds are hitting a new low right now. He wants you on Cartoon Network. Hey man, my contract is open. That's it. Bloomberg's banning me. So I might take my talents to Miami. All right, so here it is. Here's my tinfoil. It's crazy tinfoil. Please do not trade on this. You deserve to lose if you do. Because again, I'm willing to put the only money I'm willing to put behind this logic is simple. When the news came out on May 12th that MPW's tenants were seeking refinancing, the market took it as bad news. And I'm assuming because the last time Prospect had refinancing, it fell through and people didn't think they would get financing because they thought that the Prospect was so dog shit that it was the value would have came up. You see what I'm saying? So that's where I'm coming to this idea that them getting the refinancing and confirming it alleviates a lot of the problems. I think the stock should go to at least 840 where it was at that news. Because, again, some people are saying even the news doesn't mean anything, but if the news today meant nothing, then why did the stock sell off on the report of it? So you just had way better than expected compared to a last week or so. So my target is ride that thing to 840-ish, get it back there on the flip trades, and then now the tinfoil. Are you ready? I told you guys I have something called Bloomberg, and I noticed yesterday when I search MPW, there's a little slider I have. So pretty much, here's what I'm showing you. This is pretty much what my theory is that algos don't know how to read the fucking news when it comes down to some of this MPW stuff, and I think they wait for sentiment to drive it. Because there's this little thing here when you search a stock, you could select the AI's level of importance. So it will tell you if it's important or not, right? So take a look. I go to important, no news shows up on MPW. I go to less important news, every single important headline shows up that is actually actionable. So again, that means in my book, I think the AI is writing down all of the news as not important, even if it is. Again, to close your hospital thing, you already knew that, but the other thing is there. Yeah, I've seen Hedgeye. Again, they said the same. Hedgeye and the people who shorted this stock on the same day of this financial news, they said short this shit and everything go down on this because the refinancing and people doubted it. So you're telling me you got the refinancing now, you have payments returning in September. And again, management could be lying. Maybe they burned the cash by then, but the whole logic is the same thing people were short on. It doesn't make sense that you would short it again today. And if anything, you would assume it would come back to the price on a better than expected one. So that's my theory, but I'm going to flip that and ride that. Again, I think I have a month to play it though. Worst case scenario, I'll make 4% on the dividend. But that's kind of how I'm still holding long term. This is just a temporary flip play. My position, I grabbed 1,000 shares today at 798 to flip, and then I have 1,000 shares in the long term that I will never sell unless I'm forced to. Why straight down? I mean, today was, I think, the biggest change. I mean, keep in mind, this is the second day now of poor European data. So that's one part about it. But then another factor is that just like the wording today, a lot of how people were talking about the debt ceiling, it was very, very negative. It wasn't, again, they called it today an impasse. They're saying it's almost becoming impossible to get something done. And that's just completely different language than what you've gotten over the last couple of days. So I'd be watching out for that. But I think that's what's factoring in here, and then we're waiting for the minutes, and I think that's moving around bonds a lot too, and you're probably going to get a decent-sized move. We'll see at least. We going right to October lows. I just think it's funny if we hit highs. Like, imagine if we hit October lows, like 4 days after hitting 52-week highs, But that does actually happen. All right, hitting another low. Was that sarcasm or does that? No, it actually does happen, but it's usually, at that point, it's usually extreme volatility. I think it kind of highlights the nature of things. Just pretty much when we're doing nothing, nobody says anything about, what I'm saying? And then it's like right when you hit the highs, now it's like, oh, yeah, now it has to happen. 410.64. So again, we're dropping. I'm down $70 on one future. So that's actually pretty big for one. This is 20 points from the morning, and we're looking at another 30 points from the close right there. Anyone know why a big drop on Arovi? Thoughts on housing market? Debt ceiling got me scared. No, I wouldn't. Honestly, in a weird way, buying a house is like the rich man's hedge to the debt ceiling. So if you're really worried, if you could buy a house in cash right now and you're worried about the debt ceiling, I would buy a house. Again, even then, if there is a debt default, interest rates would go a lot higher. That would bring down the prices a little bit. But what I'm talking about is to preserve your value or to get your money not into anything that's not the Treasury or a United States bank account. The land is the only other place you could put it. But I wouldn't be too scared, but I would be cautious. Again, my pretty much as we've entered into the last year with real estate, a new approach has been necessary in the sense that you just got to, really focus on making your money on the buy and, taking account for what it costs to buy a property. If you're using debt, how does it cash flow, so on and so forth. All right. What time is it? Nvidia. Oh, they're talking Nvidia. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. It's only been 39 minutes. Follow me on Instagram. We are down almost 1%, 0.8 on the NASDAQ, 0.83 on the SPY, and then 0.69 on the Dow. I will be right back.
A little bit to the sell-off. However, you can't discount any debt ceiling overhang also.
So we are getting a decent sell-off in Europe, certainly one of the biggest sell-offs we've had in recent memory. We'll talk about that a little bit later. We're going to talk about the debt ceiling a little bit later as well. There's clearly an emphasis on the macro. But I think one of the biggest events in this market is about to happen, and that's Nvidia reporting after the bell today. This is the stock that has been at the center of this year's rally. It has been at the center of this ever-inflating AI. Can we call it a bubble? Should we call it a bubble, Alex? I think this is a really pivotal moment.
Yeah, and you have to wonder how much AI actually played into the move into tech. Like, was that a safety trade because that's not going to get dinged by the debt ceiling, or is it truly just fueled by that? And bubbles can go bigger. It's not like just because you're in one, it automatically bursts.
And the other thing is, does it make the tech sector less rate sensitive? If there's another narrative, the narrative was that lower yields, good for long duration assets, tech fitted the bill beautifully, it was a growth story. Does the AI story kind of make it more structural again? Does it change the narrative around this whole story? And as rates go higher, does it mean that tech can continue to power ahead, sort of regardless of what is happening in the rates market? Anyway, our question of the day, as Alex points out, is are we in an AI bubble? And can that bubble get bigger? Joining us now, Jess Menton and Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. Jess, let me start with you. How important is Nvidia to this market? How important is the signal that we're going to get? How big a role has it played in the rally that we've seen in tech this year?
Well, it's pretty crucial given that Nvidia is the best performing stock, not only in the S&P 500, but the NASDAQ 100 as well. So this is a $400 billion test here with this rally. I mean, this stock is up over 100%. So what's going to be really in focus here is also its data center businesses, what that looks like in its earnings report, because that's a key driver when you look at those chips that go into this, because we did see and hear from Microsoft as well as Alphabet recently as far as reining in a little bit of that spending, but some of that is more geared toward going toward hardware, towards AI. So that's going to be a key component when we hear from Nvidia after the bell today.
Yeah, Mandeep, but I'm looking at Nvidia trading at 61 times profits that expected over the next 12 months. That's a lot. That's really high. How do we know if it's justified based on the numbers that we're going to get?
Yeah, look, I think you could argue a lot is already baked into the expectations, and the company is growing. You know, the data center business is growing almost 30-40%, so it will grow into its valuation. But I think you bring up a great point. When you see a stock like Nvidia trading, the market cap of it is the sum total of Intel, AMD, Broadcom, and Qualcomm combined. And so there is this recognition that Nvidia is the scale player when it comes to GPUs, and clearly it stands to benefit the most from generative AI and large language models. But again, how much that translates into the growth over the next 3-4 years, and how can the competitors catch up? Because I don't think semiconductor is a space where...
All right, little Nvidia talk, no bounce at all in anything, and you are dangerously close to 4,100. Yesterday, I mean, we had, a couple of 10-point moves in a couple of minutes, so that's where you are to the level, 4,100, 30 points to fill the gap. And bonds are at the low. So, again, bonds are thankfully holding the green, but they pretty much now the correlation kind of flipped positive. We were watching the inverse up until here, but now it's there. I think gold is sold off. Yeah, gold is now lower on the day. That's actually wild. And then your stocks are down too. And then this is on pretty much no headlines here since the morning in terms of what we're dealing with the debt ceiling. And then we're waiting on the Fed minutes here now. Everybody going back to cash. Well, you could look at Bill. The volume on Bill's been going up. And, I mean, fun fact, Bill right now, like a T-bill, like below 6 months, pays out 6%. Yellen speaks to Wall Street Journal sponsored event. She said, highly likely to run out of sufficient cash early June. She's kind of changing the language. Sufficient cash, so we will still have some cash. Again, Yellen reiterates Treasury may run out of cash as soon as June 1st. So, yeah, Yellen, that comment, there was a sponsored Wall Street Journal event. All right, new low on bonds and then SPY coming up. Let's see what this creates. Yellen flip-flop. Again, that candle was pretty big. I mean, that candle to the downside would have brought you halfway to the 4,100. So that's a 5-point pop there off the bottom. Kind of looks small in the context of the day, but, you know, it's actually shaping up to be somewhat of a bigger move. The news for today, I mean, the real actionable or like the big thing I would argue would be Europe. Again, Europe, UK CPI came in hot. They had bad news. Copper below 8,000. China recovery stalling. And then the overall language of the debt ceiling today was framed a lot more pessimistic than we've seen in the last couple of days. Again, they were referring to it last night, even today. They're saying McCarthy and McHenry, they're viewing it as an impasse. So if you go Google the word impasse, that means an impossible to move or something impossible to get around. And that is pretty much language we have not used or seen as the main headline. Usually we'd get bad news and then the headline would read optimism, or it would read they're feeling progress, or you know what I'm saying? So it just seems like today we woke up with a little bit more negative than not. However, we still got a pretty big event here. Yellen to update Congress soon with more precision on timeline. So Yellen, again, market might take that positively because that could be Yellen addressing the doubts that her math is wrong. Big pop, we'll see. We could dance and you could do a flush, a pop, a flush, and a pop. You could do whatever you want as long as we get towards the minutes. You have until 2 p.m. Yellen says debt limit deal is possible. So there you go. All right, these could be our first comments. So Yellen coming in, saying we're going to run out of money. I'm going to give you an update on a more precise timeline, and I still think a deal is possible. So again, and then bonds, I mean, good luck for today right now. Bonds are literally break even. Gold sold off before all of this too. So it's going to be an interesting one to see here correlation-wise. Yellen says work continues on deal to get bipartisan support. So there it is. That's your first one. Like your first set of comments today that are following up. She says Yellen says work continues on deal to get bipartisan support. Squeeze them, Yellen. It's working for now. We'll just see if it maintains. And then bonds still going a little lower. There's MP Dub. Where's Amazon? Amazon's green. Apple barely green, 0.1. There's no updated timeline. I mean, she's just saying she'll give an update on the X date. She said she will come out with a more precise date to when we'll run out of money. Because again, remember yesterday people were doubting it. That's not a good sign at all. Because I'm telling you that it should highlight where you are at in the negotiations. Imagine if we are still even like, it's like saying someone's going to die. We need to figure out what to do before they die. And then somebody walks in the room is like, you ain't dying. Cap. That's crazy if you really think about it. We were like, oh my gosh, we have 1 week to get a deal. We're going to run it. It's so bad. And then you have now the same people who are supposed to be coming up with a deal. They're like, yo, we don't even think the deadline is real. So if you're still arguing about the deadline, wow, you have only 1 week to get a solution. That's crazy. That's like literally, that's like telling your teacher like, nah, it's not due. You're a liar. It's not due on Friday. Nah, hold on. Yellen declines to specify what is possible and not post X date. Interesting. Okay, bonds lower. First 5-minute bounce all day today. No bounce has lasted longer than 2 or 3 minutes. So let's see where this takes us for now. The average interest rate on homes right now is 6.63, according to the MBA mortgage data this morning. However, based on if you are experienced in the mortgage industry, you're not getting it at that price. I would add about 0.5% to 1% to a real life rate, if that makes sense. So that's the rate that it says is average, but usually I would add a 0.5 basis point or 1%. Yeah, you got quotes at 730. Yeah, so that's like the base model rate. Everything else is they sell it to you. So that's where it starts. Would I be dumb to buy my first home in this market? If you did it emotionally, I would say so, because I still see it all the time. I mean, I'm selling my houses, like, I'm not all of them, but I'm selling a couple of houses because I've also bought a couple more. But I see people do it all the time. If you're emotional, if you're like, I have to live here, I need this house, it's the best house I've ever seen, I don't want to wait for anything else. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, if you really, it's expensive, the comps don't really like help you out, but you're like, oh, look at the cabinets, I need these cabinets. And that right there, that's the only way I think it's dumb. But I think if you do your diligence, if you're wise about it, and you actually look for a deal, and you find even the right seller, and you find someone who's as motivated as you are, kind of, I think you'll get a really good deal. Again, I've in this last 6 months alone, I've snagged some wild deals that I was scared of. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I was making deals, and I was cautious, but I used my criteria. I made sure I was conservative with everything, but I didn't think they were going to sell like they did in the last year or two. And I came up fat on some of these deals this year by just, going through, looking, searching, and actually acting on it. But like I'm saying, you just stick to the criteria, make your money off the buy, you know what I'm saying? And don't get swayed by the emotions for finding your first property. And I think you'll wind up with a good deal. Yellen wants to avoid any type of damage suffered in 2011. She's seeing just the beginnings of potential market stresses. So again, Yellen is saying she's starting to see the market respond or market stress now, and then she's saying she wants to avoid 2011. So right here now, the biggest bounce and the biggest action we're getting is all on Yellen comments right now. That part sounded negative, yeah. Or I think, again, or it's acknowledgement of what we've been saying. Just wait till the stock market gets involved. I think Yellen is acknowledging now the market is in fact getting involved. Thought gold was good. It just sold off in the morning. That's again, the gold overnight. Gold was showing exactly what it was. Same thing with bonds, and then they all just dumped here. It's kind of like all throughout the day. Pre-market will show one thing, and then right at cash open, America does its own thing. I'd wait till Euro close, though. We might see a bigger move off of Euro close, given some of these things we've seen this morning. So home sales are basically almost all-time high in interest rates, 7.3. No to all of that, except for the interest rates. So home activity has actually declined heavily. So even on the Redfin report, and then house prices finally came down year over year, 4%. But then activity, that's on 25% less houses sold. So people are selling and buying less houses. The number has declined, but the prices are still elevated, but they are a discount to some of the extremes you've seen. And then the rates are at 7.3. For a real buyer, they say 6.6, but unless you are Jamie Dimon, you're probably not getting that on your mortgage. Yellen said not involved in planning for market stress post X date. Huh? Oh, no. That's an interesting headline. I want to see how the market takes that. Bro, Yellen just said stress post X date. We've been talking about stress following the X date. Nobody in the government has. But now Yellen has just brought up the stress following the X date. But I don't know if she's talking about the refunding or if she's saying if we actually fuck this up and have to think about it. But again now, so Yellen's positive comments are fading. You could interpret some of what she's saying now negatively. But we're going lower now, so get ready. That means 4,100 is firmly in sight. You're 9 points away. This is the stubborn level. So 4,109 to 4,106 we have seen a ton of dancing queen, aka the stock will just get pinned at that level, the market. So let's see what happens. Why is Euro close significant? You should watch the video we have on it. It's called Why Euro Close is So Significant. And it's simply just related to, it's like a relay race. And then pretty much people can focus more in one area or not. And then and then all the money getting affected, pretty much think about with nowadays in modern technology, a lot of things are correlated. One asset goes up, it could affect another asset, make it go up or go down. So when other countries close, it allows the market to kind of focus, and it's like a relay race, all day, whether you realize it or not. I mean, this is why we cover so much content here. The market is running 24 hours a day. So it starts with China at nighttime. They're at like 6 p.m. all the way to like the early morning. And then as China's closing, Europe is opening up. And then Europe starts taking the baton, and then they open up. And then as Europe's getting ready to close, we are already opened up, and then they're handing the baton to us. So when you take a step back, you realize assets are moving 24 hours a day. There's a market somewhere in the world. As one market closes, another one's open. So they're all kind of feeding off of each other, and there's certain periods where the markets overlap with each other. So again, Europe is open the same time while China's closing, and then while Europe is closing, America's already open for an hour or two. So there's that overlap. They pass the baton, and then they go from there. So it's just easier to focus and have less correlations overseas. Say 10%, baby. I bet. So again, hit another low. We're at the stubborn level, which you have dealt with a lot over the last month or so. Let's see. What would happen if the debt ceiling doesn't come to an agreement and we get downgraded? You already know. I feel like everybody already knows what will happen if that was the case. Again, it still shouldn't happen, but I don't even think that's a topic of question now. All right. Another low. Tesla's flushing. 522. All right, where's Nvidia? Honestly, let's see if we get any more headlines out of there. Yellen literally, we had a pretty big move, but it was just straight down. But Yellen caused the most consistent 5-minute move so far. French antitrust authorizes EDF GE steam power deal. And then Target pulls LGBTQ themed goods after threats to employees. So they're saying it's employees getting threatened too now. So, quote, for more than a decade, Target has offered an assortment of products aimed at celebrating Pride Month. The company said in a statement on Wednesday, since introducing this year's collection, we've experienced threats impacting our team members' sense of safety and well-being at work. The threats in the company's reactions are thrusting Target into U.S. culture wars around same-sex relationships and transgender people, which have roiled social media, websites, and corporation boardrooms. Anheuser-Busch brand has lost sales after engaging with the transgender influencer to promote the beer. Walt Disney is locked in a feud with Florida governor after opposing legislation barring discussion of sexual identity in state schools. Target didn't say which items they'll remove. One product that generated criticism on social media was a tuck-friendly swimsuit with extra crotch coverage that could be used by transgender people, the AP reported. While some posts on social media said the bathing suit was for kids, Target said it is only available in adult sizes. So there you go. But now they're bringing in the threats to employees segment of it. Crude, oh my gosh, oil. Crude oil inventories fell 12 million barrels. Yo, oil might rocket off of that. I feel like, yeah, that's already an algo move. It's already up, too. That's crazy. It was supposed to drop like 6 or something. Wow. Crude inventory fell 12.4, but that's going to be very bullish for oil right there. See what that does with any of the companies. I'd play the futures, but that's it. It just popped up, and you're already up 2% on oil futures right now. So that's crazy. Again, that could affect the SPY. That was the Saudi. No, the Saudis, because we have an OPEC meeting. So the Saudi effect hasn't. It'll hold up for a little bit, but that's a little bit of a surprise there. Because, again, people knew the number was going to be lower. It was supposed to be the lowest number since 2021, but that was almost double the expectation. Oxy Popper. Yeah, they're all going to rip off of that. For now. We'll see if it holds, though, because, again, oil's already up 2%. Jana prepares proxy fight at Freshpet. FRPT. Proxy fight with Freshpet. They're down. They just popped 1% right now. And then they came down. Freshpet, Jana, proxy war. Prepares proxy fight. TLT green, Target near VWAP. Tesla dropping fast. They really are. Again, they were just at 190. IDEX Biometrics contemplated private placement. And then AMLO Mexico says real deal with G Mexico will be over concessions. Freshpet briefly turns positive. Jana to nominate 4 directors to Freshpet board, letter says. And then Nvidia is down 2.4. Square's down. PayPal. MP. Again, the Jana news keeps hitting here. And then U.S. distillate inventories dropped to the lowest since May 2022. Is oil still running? Again, 41.15. You notice, ever since we got below 41.21, we did this the first time we went below it, but we haven't been able to go up there. Yeah, crude could keep going. Crude is just up a lot. I would be playing this if oil wasn't up 2.5, because remember, we were playing oil at $71 last week. We made good money on it, but it moves big. So, and then you literally just had a $0.50 pop there. Janet said a lot of things. Janet was saying we're going to get a deal. She's going to give an update on the X date so that we could be more precise. She still thinks a deal is possible. And then she was saying stuff about not preparing for any stress after the X date. And then she said one more thing that came off as negative, but I'm not remembering. But right here, this is just the Janet Yellen block of her comments. And then bonds and gold are kind of in no man's land. Gold's trying to pop up here. Kind of with oil, but we'll see. And then NASDAQ has slowly been dropping a little bit more. I don't know if you guys realize that, though, because the SQQ keeps going up. Freshpet's moving up higher off that news. But NASDAQ is now 0.25% lower than the S&P and Dow. So remember, everything was like, it started off with Dow being the best on the day. and then everything caught up. SPY and NASDAQ were split apart, but then they kind of matched up. And now Dow and SPY are closer together, and then NASDAQ is a little further off. Apple near low. Yeah, Apple is green today. Again, they were holding up good. XOM, yeah. Watch Oxy too. Shopify's on the high. And again, you had good oil news. Again, I think that oil, I want to see if it actually holds, though, because a lot of the oil news, it just goes up and then comes down. I mean, the market's very finicky with it, but, I mean, that's a big drawdown in barrels that was not really expected. Mm-hmm. Target really answered back. Yeah, Target, again, it's weird. Again, ever since the Budweiser thing, you didn't have to respond. So again, the Netflix and a lot of companies showed you that. So it's again, I think they just got a little bit more shocked by the response. When you add money to your stock at different prices, does that affect your overall? Like, should I always buy low? Yeah, it changes the average. So, like, if you buy a stock at $100 and then go and buy it at $50 the second time, your average is 75. So, because you lose on one of them, you're making money on the other. But that's why they call it dollar cost averaging. So, by buying and you buy it as it goes lower and lower, it kind of naturally, your price starts to adjust lower if you pick it up lower. Average down. Shop green. Upstart green. Still. Microsoft keeps selling off. Yeah, Baba hammered. Again, China, copper. That was some of the bad news this morning. Gold started chilling out. Pfizer. Zim is on the high. And then Spotify, we watched that go red to green, or it's about to. PayPal almost green. PayPal. Nvidia going lower. Coca-Cola on the low. Actually, how are all the other dividend plays? Dude, everything is red today. Altria went up. That's actually funny. But again, like most of the setup, I haven't checked yet. But in the morning, pretty much 90% of everything was down. So, yeah, NASDAQ has only 655 names green, and then 2,200 names are down. So again, that's on the NASDAQ. S&P, 92 names up, 411 down. Same setup as the morning. So again, everything is pointing down, and then the bonds and the stock and the gold move were very, very weird. Second largest crude draw in the past 3 years. Yeah, it was huge. It was even supposed to be like 6 billion or 6 million barrels, and it came in at 12. First Citizens cut about 500 SVB employees. That's coming out now. I don't think that has an effect. MDB going, PayPal. PayPal is waking up. They were just red there. I don't think Square's lagging a little bit behind it. Just stagflation. I mean, stagflation, again, that's why like it was the day number 2, but you know, you should look into the what's it called? The Europe stuff. Again, UK CPI came in at like 8.3 on core. That was wild. Again, and actually, you guys want something funny? So in Europe, do you know what they use for, you know how like our core is like excluding food and energy? Like, you know how we have like headline CPI and that's everything. And then we do core CPI, which is excluding energy and food, right? Because we use it a lot. Are you following? So here's the deal. In the UK, their core metric, it also excludes cigarettes. So just think about that for a second. That means cigarettes are such an active purchase, cigarettes and tobacco, for the UK people, that it is even part of their core metric where they exclude cigarettes just because everybody smokes. It's pretty wild. So their core is literally excluding food, energy, and tobacco and cigarettes. But that came in at a new high. That's why, again, today, headline CPI is lower than double digits, but UK CPI, even core CPI went up, excluding tobacco. Oh, lucky soldier, baby. Oh, Arna. Bless the Chad. Amen. What's up, baby? Good morning, my friend. God bless you. I hope you're living good, Lucky. You getting out there. You enjoying life. Spending time with the fam, too. You know you got that long term also. Hey, man. Yeah. And we're still holding this level. Again, we have yet to bounce. It's been like an hour, 15 minutes now, hour and 10. So not bad. Volume at 18 million. Could be worse. Netflix still popping. SPY trying to make a move towards VWAP. And then where is it? Futures are at what? 41.26. Defensive names keep popping higher. LMT, RTX. Yeah, remember we saw that yesterday too? And that's interesting considering like stock market defensives aren't going up. But let's see again. You got a little pop. VWAP's moving weird. Google's flushing right now. So Google's going into the low. They're down 1.9. What do you think of recurring deposits to ETFs and managed funds? I'm not against it. I personally don't do it. I think it slows down the process when you have that much diversification. So I haven't added ETFs, but I don't think if you want to emphasize safety, it's not a bad thing to do. Netflix new high. So Netflix up, Google down. ENVP or ENVB, that one's still running up. And then bonds are back to break even. And gold is still tweaking out. They both suck. Yeah, the First Citizens news, again, who bought them? It was a FCNCA. But I don't think they moved. And then where are regionals? Bonds break even again. Microsoft selling now, so is Coca-Cola and CVS. And Roblo's on the high. What a weird mix today. out of 99 names that are green, Roblox is like, I got you, bro. I'll do that today. Okay, still kind of holding there. Again, we're near the lows. You're at like 41 and change. Oil came down a little bit. It ran another quarter after the pop. But we're still below 41.16, 41.17, yet to get above 41.20 since breaking, and then another 35 points from filling the gap. I like PayPal. I added it to the long term around these prices, just with one deposit, but, you know, I think it's decent. I think it's cheap. I do think there's still risk, and it's in the bargain bin, but that's what I like. You Nat. What's up, you Matt? Shout out Call Real Estate. It's Wednesday. So again, too, if we're gonna have real estate talks today and you're gonna ask me real estate questions, today is your day to join the Call Real Estate call. Okay? That's it. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it a couple times today. Habibi is ek. DraftKings, Fed. I mean, we may stay, honestly, until we get a government headline about the debt ceiling, we may do nothing until the minutes. So we'll see. Because, again, it's weirdly calm already, but the slow move, like, it turned into something big. NASDAQ's the one that's almost 1%, but it's still a pretty big move down. A real estate calls on YouTube. Yeah, it's a Colt Real Estate channel. It's in the description, 6 p.m. Pacific time. And again, if like, just especially for a lot of people who are like, they want to be agents and like, I'm about to get my license. I don't know what to do. What should I do with this? Like, you really got to go talk to Tyler and Trey, and they'll hook you up with it. But we'll talk about it here in a little. But like I was after today, though, that's it. You all, it's always on Thursday. Everybody gets inspired for real estate on Thursday. And I'm like, you should have went to the call on Wednesday. That's what I'm trying to stress. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Just don't ask me real estate tomorrow. And if you're going to ask me today, just like, I hope you take the initiative to arrive at the call there. And there's definitely, and what I'm telling you is they are more helpful than me when it comes down to it. You know, I could help you a lot more with the investing stuff and the flipping stuff here and there. But then again, I would even argue they could still probably help you better just because I'm telling you, Tyler and Trey, the rest of the team, guys like you, Matt. I know we got Richard in there too. You got a lot of people, and it's very, very helpful. So I just think if you're looking for that like hand-holding element and like real direct communication and direction on real estate, that is exactly where you want to be. And I'm sure you will not be disappointed. Flip that energy news. I want to flip oil, I'm telling you, but like I'm saying, it's many, many times we've seen pop on data, and then by the end of the day, this thing's down, and I just do not feel confident with it up 2%. That would be a very, very big move. And Netflix 364 all day. They're up 2.5 now. Citizen CEO Bruce Von Saun speaks on Bloomberg. What a name. Bruce Von Saun. Yeah, Netflix still gassing. SPY getting a little red. Van Saun says he is optimistic on debt ceiling. Again, no headlines on that, but you're getting a little Clifford after trying to do this little bounce. But again, I don't think it was able to get above the 40.17. Yeah, you stopped out at 41.16. Yeah, VFC had good earnings today. That's why they're up. Citizen CEO says banks are making sure it has liquidity, or their bank has liquidity. Again, that's the other one, too. You guys realize this last week you've had 2 pieces of news on PacWest that they're selling assets, and the market took that positively. That's a little fun fact for you. Aside from networking, is there a benefit from becoming an agent early? What do you mean? Like in life? Like, are you saying like getting your real estate license early in life? I mean, at any base level, the number one logic I always have is like, even if you plan to flip or do a deal, if you have the time to get your real estate license, it's going to save you 3%. So I think you could wait on it, but usually if you wait, but you'll probably run into your first deal before, you could do it. It's a nice little project. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be intimidated by it and just knock it out and just have it. It'll probably provide you that value. Again, like I'm saying, if you want to flip or do something down the road, even if you don't use it to be an agent, it's a good tool to have. Nvidia to 240, Meta. I forgot. Nvidia earnings today will be big. Meta is starting to slip now. New highs on dollar. It's so weird because, so this is what happened today. And maybe that's why gold and bonds are doing that, because pre-market, bonds were up, gold was up. Right at cash open, bonds sell, gold sells. And then the dollar pre-market was break even. And then right at open, dollar catches a fat bid. So, I mean, you're kind of seeing some of that effect here today. And what I mean by that is the dollar kind of showing himself. Well, we'll see. And then you're right near the lows again. You just failed the 417. No inventory in SD. Should I buy it in another state as long as it has cash flow and rent? You can, or if you live in San Diego and you want one, I understand there is no inventory and all of that, but just keep looking and take a mentality that I will continue to find something versus kind of thinking it's hopeless. But it just depends too. But there's nothing wrong with, again, if you could rent SD and buy somewhere else. It just depends on what goal you're trying to accomplish, your job, all of that. Another day of the stock market hates you. All right, you're coming down here. We might hit a low. The UVXY is starting to climb up here now. Again, the Qs are going up. That play from yesterday is actually working. 4108.77, your 10th of a point. There it is. Brand new low. Google is flushing. Remember, this is still the stubborn level, 4109-ish to 4106. So unless we get a big flush, I think it's going to move down slower from here. But let's see what happens. AMLO says Citi is still an opportunity for Mexico to own a bank. Citizen CEO says he wants to rein in real estate lending. Oh, yeah, the SQs I meant. Sorry. The SQQQ. Intuit live on CNBC. We got Intuit and then First Republic or First Citizen CEO. Bloomberg and CNBC. Again, Microsoft and Google, even Nvidia, a lot of things took lows right there. And like we were saying, just even from the morning, even till now, a majority of names, they are in the red. Again, one out of every 5 names on the S&P is green. And then energy did go green again. It's back up to where it was at in the morning, 0.8. But then utilities down 0.07. The worst on the day is real estate and financials, 1.3 and 1.2. Citizen CEO says bank is being careful on commercial real estate. And then that's right at the low. 4108. Bond futures are red on the day. Oh, but the yen is down a lot more, so. Okay, that's decent then. And again, the last 3 days, bonds ain't move at all. And then the yen is actually even hitting another low. I can't believe we're back here now. We're back to the November levels on the yen. 7.2. Why, Roku? They were running earlier. I haven't seen anything on them, though. And then you're right at the low. You just actually hit one, 41.08.29. You hit a new low on that wick. McCarthy will provide update on negotiations at 11:45 Eastern. McCarthy. 11:45, so literally in an hour. McCarthy saying he has an update on the negotiations here in the next 45 minutes, an hour. Wait a minute, 11:45? Eastern? Okay, it's before the minutes. I'm like, well, these guys are crazy. I was like, is he really about to, because the minutes are 11 a.m. Pacific, so, but he said Eastern. I was like, are they really about to drop the debt ceiling negotiations at the same time? Yeah, so he's setting up something. I don't know. This is interesting. This is it, though. So here's the tweet. McCarthy just said, I'll provide an update on negotiations for a responsible debt limit this morning. I don't like the word responsible debt limit. I feel like that's some negative. Again, I'm reading into the tea leaves very, very deep now at this stage. But morning at 11:45, tune in here. So he's setting it up. Oh, fuck off. I like seeing people's replies. Dude, Twitter's crazy. I don't think they agreed to anything. I don't think they agreed to anything today. Just because, again, yesterday, the fact that they're just like yelling, you're lying. I think that's the funniest development out of all of it. Because, again, that single-handedly changes it. You're negotiating with people who think you don't even have a real deadline. So I don't know if we're going to get any good news today. Maybe tomorrow. But I don't know about today if that was the latest headline. The update will be why it's all the Dems' fault. It's probably good. That's why I think he put the word responsible. He's probably just going to blame the Democrats, and then he's going to say, but we still have talks, and I think we could still get it done. He's going to say a bunch of negative things and then reassure that they still have time to get something done. We could get good news before the long weekend, but the problem is the long weekend makes this a problem. Again, like I've been telling you guys, I put it on the watch list. I said it a lot yesterday. Any deal that has an agreement today requires 72 hours. So there's a holiday for Memorial Day, and I don't know if that's going to I don't know if that'll inspire more confidence or not if there's an extra day off. What's the 11th hour? The 11th hour would be, or like, the wire, it would be the day of. This thing's messing up. So it would be the day of the X date. So June 1st would technically be the 11th hour, or you get it done the day before. History suggests it'll be dragged until the day of. Not necessarily. And that's what we were talking about on the watch list 2 days ago when we brought up this chart. This is the debt ceiling history. If you guys have never seen it, we could go through it if you would like. I think I'm a nerd. So, it's kind of cool to see, but it's like the closest thing we are to right now, we are either in 2011 or 2013. It's very hard to tell. Maybe even 1979. But here are your fast facts. In 1917, Congress established limits on the amount of debts that could be accumulated on individual forms. There were separate caps on bonds and bills. And then in 1939, Congress consolidated the limits on specific forms of debt into one aggregate debt limit, setting the first federal debt limit at $45 billion. Since then, the debt limit has increased 89 times, 54 times under Republican presidents, and 35 times under Democratic presidents. Over this period, the debt limit has been rising. It doesn't say that's, I'm assuming rising. So here it is. Your first debt ceiling, 1946, Congress lowers the debt limit to 275 following the end of World War II. It remained unchanged for the next 8 years. 1957, during a delay raising the debt limit, the U.S. Air Force ceased to pay its bills for a short period of time. So this is what, again, this is, this timeline kind of highlights the, how you've heard the phrase America has never not paid back their debt on time? Well, that's not necessarily true. So that's what this kind of shows, because there was 2 instances, 1957 again, this is one portion of the government. The Air Force was not able to pay their bills based on a debt ceiling, debt limit issue. So then again, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter. Surprisingly, with that lineup, you had no debt ceiling issues. Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter. Are you kidding me? Not one little history blurb. But then April 1979, Carter, which has famously been referenced with Mr. Biden. 1979, a delay in raising the debt limit compounded by processing errors led to the Treasury to miss timely payments on maturing bills. So this would be your technical default. In 1979, they delayed. They were very slow on the debt limit, just like they are today. And then they had a computer issue where they technically missed the payment. They were able to get the payment in, but they missed the timing simply because of a computer issue and not leaving enough time. Speaking of paying bills, ad. I mean, you got to pay the bills, man. I hope you watch the ad. You ain't even got the membership badge on there. If I see how long you've been watching, what do they call it? A negative externality. So you've probably taken more than you've given back then. I better see a news play soon from you. I better get some news or something, okay? And then I need to go pee now that you reminded me. But let's finish this. Let me see. Wait, you guys can't see it too much. All right, so I'm going to take away these charts. But again, we're going lower right now. But again, 1979 was your technical first default, then nothing under Reagan. And then September 1985, Treasury uses extraordinary measures for the first time to allow the government to continue meeting their federal obligations after the U.S. reaches the debt limit. So again, 1985 was the first time that they ever used extraordinary measures. They never. So before 1985, once they got to the debt limit, that's it. So after 1985, they started using accounting tricks. And then 1995, so 10 years later, debt ceiling dispute leads to non-passage of the federal budget, sparking a lengthy government shutdown. And then 2011, during the most disruptive debt limit episode of history, S&P downgrades the U.S. credit rating from AAA to AA+, citing political brinksmanship and fiscal trajectory as the reasons for the downgrade. And then February 2013, for the first time, policymakers addressed the debt limit by passing a temporary suspension instead of a numerical increase. So isn't that funny? I'm telling you, my base case is this, that they have a temporary suspension. The first time they ever did that was 2013. Isn't that crazy? That's a modern phenomena. So this idea of temporarily pausing the debt limit instead of agreeing to a number, that has only happened in the last 10 years. That's the baby trend, if any. That's history that has just started. And then now January, U.S. hits debt limit and begins extraordinary measures. That was January. We are in May right now. So, but what I'm saying is I think we correlate with 2013 the most. Because again, 2013, 2011 came down to the wire. 2013, we had the X date at the beginning of the year, and then we paused it till October somehow, and then the day of the X date running out in October, that's when they came to this agreement. They didn't have an agreement. They just agreed to pause it once they finally got to the X date. So other than that, though, like, again, there's not too many times where we've came this close. And any other time you've came this close, you usually get a little history blurb. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's either going to be you miss a payment, you get a government shutdown, there's another delay, or it leads to something, or they come up with something new. So I thought this was pretty cool. I hope it helps you out there. But like I'm saying is the history of this, the easy way to tell you is that it's truly unique. I mean, I'm sure you're tired of hearing that, but I think it's true. But it's just right now, I think we're living in our own little time of it. And there's just not too many instances now, even throughout history, where this gets like this. Now it's just, sadly, the outcome is based on people. I don't even know if you could, you can weigh it against history, and history says it should get done. So we could go with that. But then again, it's just all in the hands of how people want to act. And who knows, maybe someone gets on. In the last year, I watched the biggest fraud go down in flames because of a emotional tweet. So we'll see what happens this time around. But again, you should be aware of base case. It shouldn't happen. And my base case is that they do a temporary suspension. Temporary pause would be good for the bonds, unless they refund the Treasury with the temporary suspension. What do you think of Nvidia to 260 after earnings? I think that anything is possible for Nvidia. I think Nvidia could go to $500. I could also think it could go back to 120. Like I said yesterday, Nvidia does not respect anything. And it has proven that it will trade well beyond above its value, and it could go lower and higher however it wants. So honestly, what I would tell you is I would wait for the earnings, see what the earnings actually say, and maybe respond to that with a little dash of watch out that people do not respect the value on there, and it will get either bid up or sold off after how high it got bid up. So, but I just think Nvidia, trying to figure out what price that thing should be at, that seems like it's going to be a very violent game if you want to play that. So I'm not trying to play that game with Nvidia. We may make a couple of plays here and there, but just, again, I've even seen Qualcomm. Like, Qualcomm was supposed to go down a lot. It took 9 months for them to finally reflect even their bad earnings. But, just don't underestimate the timing it would take. So I think Nvidia could go to any price, but how long it takes to go there, that is the real, that's the money right there, is what I would say. You saw WorldCom crash. A lot of things crashed during then. WorldCom, Paycom, Enron. A is on the high. Agilent, damn, they're down 7.3 still. And then Google kind of bouncing from the bottom. The CME Group Agriculture estimated volumes at 11. Codelco is looking to increase Chile lithium production. Codelco. You could watch SQM. That could be a sympathy. Thoughts on San Fran real estate? Am I going to get clapped since I own some? Not if you bought it cheap, unless you just bought it at high interest, high price, and even then, I would have you define clap, but I think it should be good. It just all depends who's playing Nvidia earnings. Did we go over the earnings preview? I don't know if we did, but we should, but we'll do that later in the day. But I'm not playing it yet. I might want to, or I might just wait afterwards. 297. We're kind of bouncing here. Again, off of 4106.99. Just literally, this is the stubborn zone. The stubborn. Damn, that little green shoot just got rejected. But see if it could come back. Otherwise, watch if that quickly turns into a new low. I don't know what Nvidia is pricing in. I mean, again, you could always check on TD Ameritrade. Just run it up here. $19 or 21 bucks. So they're pricing just under 10%. Probably like 8.9. PHILO, I just think it's kind of like Team and any of the other 5 to 6% outperformers in the last week. Google. SQM didn't move on the Chile mining. HSBC names Ian Dorrington, leveraged acquisition and finance head. CMP Dubs. Tesla. PayPal. Walgreens on the low. Walgreens down 2. Even 3M gave up their ex-dividend defensive gains. And then bonds catching a bid here, but so is stocks. Uber flipped. Okay, see what bonds do. Gold is dropping, or at least gold is near the low of the day on the futures, even from the morning. Pop or drop? I don't know. I'm going to watch bonds. I think bonds could go up. Maybe gold comes up on euro close, but there was a lot of weird moves. Again, I mean, the pre-market, we continued the pre-market trend, but everything else flipped. So the dollar, bonds, gold, even oil, they all flipped from pre-market, but then the market continued its direction, which made it that much more interesting, especially after such a big gap down, because it was about a 0.5% gap. There's Tesla. That's the 1 minute. Newer on the high. Bitcoin slaughtered. Yeah, back to 26,000. It's still up, but it has to come back here below. Again, their high was crazy comparative to everything else. But even then, even Bitcoin looks the same after a year. Square wants green. Added O to the long term. And then real estate's down today. Again, the mortgage rates came up, or that was the report from the mortgage application data. Qualcomm approaching 52-week lows. Excuse. All right, SPY trying to work up. Google, Meta with some candles. Again, who was it? Amazon? Amazon's been green all day. SQQ, I mean, not supposed to be held for long, but I mean, I think you could push it out to a quarter square, but I wouldn't get in the habit of trying to hold it too long. And Palo Alto's still up. Again, that was positive earnings. Potty Alti. Who was the other one? Toll Brothers. I feel like there was one more earnings. Abercrombie. Abercrombie and Urban killed it. You're in the money on what? The Tesla? We sold out of the Teslas yesterday, or the Target. And SPY going lower there. Again, none of these bounces are materializing. The bonds are trying to move, but they're not giving clear direction. Again, equities have moved more. Santander targets dozen more Credit Suisse hires in M&A push. Disney bond trading jumps to more than 3 times average. So that's what happened even with MPW yesterday. So before they dropped all that news, their high yield bonds were trading 3 times average. I think those headlines are weird. So today, Disney bonds have traded over $50 million today. The average for this time of day is $14 million. But there was net sellers. Tesla. Copper. Are you playing copper futures? McCarthy to meet negotiators at White House today. That's coming out from Punchbowl. Are we going to have a mega rally once they have the deal? No. So again, that was one of the negative statements that came out today, is that some analysts are saying that, and then even Janet Yellen was hinting at it, but it's like the longer, remember, we were supposed to have an outline on Sunday. So if we make it through this week without an outline, pretty much they're saying that the economy is pretty much the longer it takes to even get the deal, and the closer we push it to a limit, the more likely that you're going to have more of a sell-off after the deal than not. What was I forgot what it said in the morning. There was it. What they say? They said even if a deal is reached, which may well compromise growth, it'll leave the market to take a even worse beating after the X date. So pretty much people are saying the longer it takes to leave a deal, the more damage it will leave after a deal, which is an interesting statement. But my theory, I boil it down to whatever the Treasury does. I think that is the key. Push it to the limit. Yeah, hey. The bond market's crazy. Shopify's on the high. Yeah, hey. 1.28, Shopify. And then McKesson's going too. Again, I think Shopify was downgraded and they were negative today. And then they flipped green. Square is about to go green. They're actually doing nice. Again, PayPal was leading first. Now Square's the leader. And SPY's still kind of holding here. But again, this is the stubborn zone. So we'll see. But it's trying to fight out of here. 41.12. I mean, it's the highest you've been in like 30 minutes, if that means anything to you. But again, we still got to get above like 41.17, 41.20. And these are very small levels. That's why it's kind of weird you're not above there yet. But we'll find out. Play both ways. A correct debt negotiators to meet at White House. There's an update to that last statement. And again, 11:45. So what? Damn, that's already been almost an hour. We have 20 minutes. You got 20 minutes. McCarthy says McCarthy's gonna go live actually in 20 minutes. So we'll see. Again, this was Yellen actually. So right here, even then, this little range after doing the morning sell-off, we didn't really have much info. But this right here, this is where Yellen started talking. And then almost an hour ago, we heard McCarthy. He's setting up that live meeting here at 11:45 Eastern. And then we are still waiting for the minutes, the minutos, you know? OPEC watchers see steady output even as Saudis warn speculators. Are they talking down oil right now? Yeah, again, oil's down now, so it's still up 1.7, but it's lower now, or it's getting to where it was at the oil data pop. And then again, I think the yen is messing with bonds even more, because bonds should be dead right now because the yen is down 0.43, but then there's also all the bond supply too. $41111. What you aren't seeing is how subdued Fed futures are because of the debt ceiling fears. We should be pricing in 3 more hikes, only pricing in 2 because a cut would likely happen in the face of a default. Fed futures will spike after the deal. and the market would end up down. Yeah, even all the bonds. Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. But then it's also, though, too, I would take what you just said, but I wouldn't give too much weight towards people pricing in the Fed futures because of the debt ceiling. So that's the irony about this, and that's what makes it so confusing, because prior to the debt ceiling, mother effers were already pricing in a decline. They thought the Fed was going to cut rates because of everything else. You see what I'm saying? So that's where I think it's interesting, because I don't know if they're pricing that in because of the lows, or if they were pricing that in because they think inflation is coming down. So that's where it gets a little sticky. But that's why, too, today is going to be weird, because the minutes. If the minutes don't give us anything, great. But if the minutes provide something new, it's going to distort the shit out of this. Because now, if there's anything new in the minutes, people will respond on the monetary policy front on the bonds, but then it will distort what we're seeing with the debt ceiling and everything else. So kind of moving up here, or at least holding. Germany's considering banning domestic flights. Where are you seeing that from? For what reason? Push it to the limit. That's a great song. Wait, I think I saw something about France. France has banned short-haul domestic flights to get tougher on emissions. Oh, wow. So I don't see it on Germany, but literally this morning, France bans domestic flights that could be covered by train in under 2.5 hours. So it seems environmental related. Debt limit negotiators to meet at noon today. Another headline. This headline's hit 3 times in the last 10 minutes. So, and they keep correcting it, but that's hitting now as breaking news. Breaking news. Debt limit negotiators are to meet at noon today. Find out how they made no progress, but will tell you they are progressing. Well, listen, we have a responsible bill. This isn't about spending right now. This isn't about revenue, and we really think we could get it done for the people, but it's all fucked. Nothing is going to happen, but we're going to have a lot of progress. They said they were working on it. We're working really hard every single day. They spent months. It's been about 6 months. We have no progress, but we're working every day. There's no progress, but there's going to be progress. The market believed them. Find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. McCarthy tells you 5 times he's coming in to meet with negotiators. Yeah, come on. What about me? I don't get to. How do I get on the trailer? Come on, let me in the trailer. How do I get in on this, Josh? Come on, I'm the president, huh? Come on, seriously. I mean it. I'm not joking around. Let me get in the trade. Come on, tell them what I did. I told you, the debt ceiling, the default's off the table. No default. I told you. Come on. It's like declare the bankruptcy. No bankrupt. Boom. It's out there. Come on. We could all work. What's wrong? You don't got to put a work requirement. Just let me get out there. He was the president. Yeah, let's go. We're going to get a deal. He was the leader. I'm sorry. I'm getting way too into this right now. That's what we're bouncing, though. Again, debt ceiling updates, 11:45 to 12 p.m. That's what we were looking for. But that little update there got you moving. That's your first 7-minute bounce Again, I told you the first 5-minute bounce, and now you're here. We're flying. They literally hit the same news 3 times, and then they're like listed as breaking news, and then the market's like, okay, we'll respond now. Literally, that news, I read that out to you every single time I saw it on the screen, and then now that last one as breaking news has people excited a little bit, but then again, it's hard to say today. There's a lot of a shit show happening, so we will see. Again, you're going to get so whatever move you get here now, I mean, just look at it. You have 20 minutes till you get McCarthy live. So if this holds up or if it turns down, just prepare for an opposite move by McCarthy. This is the cushion. So essentially, if we're up by McCarthy and McCarthy's bad, we come back down. If we're up by McCarthy, McCarthy's good, then you'll probably chill up at that top there unless it's really good. What agency runs the budget? Well, I think the government, they come up with a budget, but then anything I think budget related would be the Treasury. I don't think HUD or FHA would do it. I think it's either Treasury or Congress agreeing to a budget. Exec and House set budgets and debate about it. And then I think the actual execution and management of the government money is the Treasury. That was the best one you've heard? Wow, thank you. I'm glad you like it. That means a lot. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, come on now, get out there and vote. And don't worry about debt ceiling. We're gonna solve it. All right? All right, buddy. I feel like Biden would call me buddy if I met him. You know what I'm saying? So we could blame them for the issue, mismanagement like SVB. I mean, you could blame them. I mean, if you really wanted to blame somebody and like totally just like and have it make a lot of sense, you just blame Donald Trump. Other than that, everybody gets the blame. So obviously the first one, when in doubt, blame Donald. But now it doesn't matter. Treasury's at fault, government, Congress. If they don't get this done, they all lose. So no matter what, that's again, even yesterday, people are trying to say that like Ted Cruz was talking a lot of smack. He was saying the Democrats think they could get the media to blame this on Republicans, but I firmly stand by my initial take. Everybody pays for it. So I don't think it's everybody holds exact set of blame equally, and it's a heavy, it's a deep cup of suffering to be holding. All right, man, debt ceiling negotiations 11:45 got mother effers woken up. It only took 3 drops of the headline, like literally. That was actually crazy. And then again, McCarthy in like 13 minutes or so, a little longer. That took forever. It did. Wait a minute. I'm still down on the MES? That's stupid. Damn, that MES, I got that early. I was like, wait a minute, am I up on that? I'm like, no, I'm still down. So, I mean, you're still at the morning lows right now for the most part, but we'll see how this plays out. So that one's interesting. That move was, I think it's just all off. Maybe people and algos are taking more negotiations as positive, considering how dire the situation looked this morning. Okay, little cheek lay. After that, again, about 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. SoFi, I'm not a fan of SoFi, believe it or not. I don't know. I feel like if you want to invest in something finance-wise, and I don't like, what's his name? I don't like Chamath. Again, the guy like robbed everybody of billions on SPACs. But I think I'd rather get JP Morgan than SoFi any day. I would just take, if you want something finance, I know it's good fintech. I do think SoFi has growth. I can't deny that. I think SoFi has a lot of upside if they can accomplish what they're doing. However, I'd rather buy JP Morgan. I'd just rather get a big bank and get me that financial exposure with the dividend, a little bit more safety, and then that's it. JPM go hard. Yeah, I like JPM a lot. Have you experienced circuit breakers? Did they happen in COVID? Yeah, we experienced the circuit breaker live. We were here live and we watched the whole entire market get halted multiple times. So I have seen other circuit breakers. Like 2015, there was a limit down for a little bit, even in like 2011. So I've seen it a couple of times in my life, but granted, I did start my trading career at one of the most tumultuous times in history. So it's all led into up until today. What did CNBC say? I don't know. I think they're either going to give me an offer or they're going to try to get me in trouble. See, that's how I view things. I'm like, oh shit. But I don't know. They just said the vice president, he said he wants to set up a meeting and he sent me his contact info. And I said, what's up, man? I said, what are you looking to discuss? I said, what's going on? What's going on? Priority technology in stalking horse pact with plastic? What the hell is it? What is a stalking horse pact? PRTHU. Priority, dude, I have no idea what this is. Stalking horse pact. Bruh. As the stalking horse bidder to acquire all the assets of Plastic Inc. Oh, so they're like the second bidder. You're either doing something so right they want you or doing something so right they want to silence you. Yeah, I think that's... it's about, I think you're kind of on point with that. We'll see. You making moves. They want to make money with you. Well, we'll see, because I have to bring everybody I've ever talked to. I always tell them I have to bring my friend. So if you want Josh, Chad comes with it, and I tell him the terms and conditions. Not everybody gets behind it. So we'll see. I say, if I'm going, my friend Chad's coming with me. That's all I'm saying. If you ain't going to hook up Chad, I don't want to be a part of it. That's what I tell him every single time. That's what I say. And if it ain't about them, that's it. FTX was trying to give me a shit ton of money, dog. Oh, I could have, bro. Oh, man. The God is good. You know that? But still, that's it. I'm just saying. I was like, hey, man, y'all better hook him up. But if it don't sound like Chad getting hooked up, I got to go. I got to go. That's it, man. It's honestly crazy. 5 years, no sponsorships, no nothing. It's pretty good. But we'll find out. I don't know. I have zero idea why they reached out, though. Very, very weird. It's a setup. They want to expose the face. That's fine. That's it. Irrevocable. $15 million guaranteed contract. I'll give you the face on television. That's what you need. Irrevocable guaranteed payment. That's fine. I'll be like one of those basketball players. That's it. Just give me my guarantee on the contract. Fine with me, bro. Fine with me. The devil knows your weakness. Nah, because I looked up the CNBC guy. He was not he was not a cute girl with offering me a ton of money. He only had money, so we're good for now, I think. That's it. So this one, I don't think this is the devil. The devil could have presented that one way different. Like, have you seen my girlfriend? Never mind. That's why. I think she's a spy. I told her, I was like, you're a spy. I don't trust you. Any tin today? My tin was on MPW. I legitimately think MPW, I think the algorithms are confused. Even Bloomberg's algorithms don't know how to interpret the info. And I think everybody is just so bearish about it. They're getting blinded by it in the sense that, again, the reason that brought this stock 15% down has now turned into good news. So we'll see. But after I showed the little thing on the news, like on the algo, pretty much the algos are interpreting really big pieces of news as it doesn't show up when you see it on the news. So that's why I think the market is misinterpreting. But I'm biased. I have money behind that. So take that with a grain of salt. How likely that MPW could file for Chapter 11? Pretty low, unless all of this stuff is fake. That's it. At this point, it's getting to the point with MPW that the only way this thing is going to zero is if the people who think that management, like if they're frauds. That's it. The only way this thing gets clapped is if it's like straight up nefarious activity, and we come to find out that these guys, like, it's straight lies. That's it. Otherwise, based on the maturities, and then like I honestly, I'll tell you another piece of tinfoil with MPW. My thing with MPW, I just think it's a tax fraud. Like, it's not, I wouldn't call it a fraud, but I think what they're doing is part of their tax strategy. So like everyone's like, why are they paying for these like, because what they do is like they bought these buildings for so expensive, and then they sell them, and then the tenant gives it back to them, and it's like, it's super weird. That's what people try to call them out on. But then I'm like, dude, this is just lowering their cost basis on everything. So then that way they're writing off the purchase at the higher price, then they're depreciating it once the tenant is going that, and then they get first lien on the mortgage. They're walking away with these properties as the number one lien holder, and then they get to write off all of everything else. So that's definitely something I thought was interesting with it. But there's also another factor with it, with again, this little like plan they're doing, like the Australia sale. So that's another thing. They even announced that today. They've closed the first part of the funds with Australia. But like, why did they do that? So like people were thinking that they sold it to get money, and that's what I originally thought. And I think that was the main thing, is that I think they wanted to have a little bit more money. But guess what they just did by selling Australia? It's super, like, again, I think a lot of what they're doing is just it's a lot of strategy that I think is getting overlooked in the sense of that there could be potential nefarious activity. But again, that's on you to judge. But like, think about it. What did they do by selling the Australia property? They did something very specific happen beyond just giving them a bunch of cash. Let's see. Again, I want to see if anybody knows this, because I think everyone is, and this is my point. There's so much to this story that gets ignored, and then the bad news gets sold off 20%. The good news does not go back up to even the same value. That's where I'm like there. But by selling your Australian properties, you just did something. Does anybody know? I might let you sit on this one for a little bit. transfer pricing, FX, cash on hand. So that's what I originally thought. Cash on hand. They're not going to buy anything else. No. It's not international tax law. They actually even made a $20 billion gain by hedging that deal for the currency, believe it too. So they hedged because it was in Australian dollars. They made an additional 20%. So they profited off the AUD dollar trade on that. They're house hacking. The smaller portfolio, that stuff's good. Smaller, that's the guys, or that's the initial reaction we all had to it. Remember, when that news came out, the stock went up 10, 15% because everyone's like, okay, they're going to be able to pay their dividend. They're going to have all of that, right? So they could be a tax loss, but no, think about it. It's not a depreciation. You're getting closer now. You just said depreciation write-off, but guess what? They sold the property at a gain. So again, maybe some of the other stuff could help offset that gain, but that's not the main reason though, but you're close with that. They sold a property at a gain. Think about it. They're not pumping earnings, not EPS. 5 minutes till McCarthy. There it is, Patrick. There it is, Patrick. Bro, they just set a high-ass comp for one of their hospitals. So if you were doubting the value of their property in the last 30 to 45 days, they have just sent a comp at a 5 to 8% cap rate. And that's where everyone's like, oh, these properties aren't worth that much. Then how did they just sell one for $5.5 billion or whatever it was? So now, and that's what they're pretty much, it kind of shows evidence that the rest of their balance sheet has a little bit more value than you would assume, or that, again, or at least it's not struggling like you would assume, where you're saying, oh, you spent billions on these properties, they're worth a fraction of that now, but it's like they literally just sold one at a sizable gain and at a positive cap rate. So it sets the comp now, and it kind of just it shows a little bit of evidence to their portfolio. Obviously, it's a different geography, but I mean, there's still buyers there, and that's what I'm saying. Just I think the market is focusing on the negative side of it, and granted, I mean, I'm trying to take advantage of it. That's why I'm buying it, because I'm putting my money where my mouth is. But to me, this just doesn't seem like the mark. It seems too one-sided to the downside, and then that just doesn't make sense when I'm seeing some of this stuff here. And we'll find out. Like I said, my base case for MPW is that it's going to take a year to find out. So I'm making the trade today. I want to see it just, again, 840 is my short-term target. But other than that, I think it's going to take over a year to resolve. But like I'm saying there, though, like some of these recent moves, again, they announced prospect payments return on September, partial payments, and then by March 2024, all payments will return. So we'll see. We could watch. Yeah, McCarthy's supposed to be on. Oh, is this it? Yo, this is live.
Just to open up, I'm sending our negotiation team down to the White House to try to finish up the negotiations with the White House. There's a number of places that we are still far apart. I mean, it didn't seem like it'd be this hard. I remember even talking to the incoming Democratic leader before I was even Speaker about ways that we could work together on a debt ceiling. Hakeem told me he was going to follow the president's lead. I went down to meet with the president right after becoming Speaker, as you all know, on February 1st. I said, let's sit down, let's work together. The Democrats, they could have lifted the debt ceiling prior to me becoming Speaker. They knew the outcome of the election already. They knew we were taking power. They passed an omnibus bill, but they decided not to do the rising of the debt ceiling, even though they thought people should just raise it cleanly. Speaking with the president, I told him two things. We'll not raise taxes. Why? Because we got more revenue coming in.
He said
to our
still
coffers
far apart on a
time,
number of things.
in American history.
Back down.
The problem
that
is
was the
Democrats
cushion.
had been in power, and they increased the amount of spending to the highest level we've ever had at any time in American history, especially to GDP. And now we have the highest debt at any time to American history. So I just think it's common sense, it's reasonable, and it's rational that we spend less next year than we spend this year. Every household would do this. We have money that sits out there, COVID, that's been appropriate, that hasn't been used.
Dan, you're about to hit a new low on this. Boeing on the low,
Democrats
too.
have done in the majority when they spent that extra $6 trillion. It brought us inflation, harming every single family, made us more dependent upon China. It created 3 of the largest 4 bank failures in American history in the last couple months. We cannot continue down this path. But the president waited 97 days, not even to talk to me.
This is all bad.
He could have spoken to me and said we were wrong on other angles, but he didn't. And now we're 8 days away from Biden having to default. I don't want that to happen. That's why the Republicans in the House in April lifted the debt ceiling with common sense, sensible things. They're pulling the COVID money back. Work requirements, they let people go back to work, help our supply chain, make us less dependent on China, and more importantly, people working, then they're paying into Social Security and Medicare, making those 2 entities stronger. And then making us stronger in our energy field where we're cutting the red tape, where we could build things in America again, putting people back to work. That's reasonable, that's rational. But it sits in the Senate. But if the president waits too long, he can always take that up.
Press 1, bro. Press 1. Again, this is all bad. He keeps talking about the Democrat. He just
look. There's differences. We know where it's at. You have to spend less than you spent last year. That's not that difficult to do. But in Washington, somehow, that is a problem. They have increased spending with the Democrats in the majority on discretionary spending by more than 33%.
I don't think it's
household's been
optimistic.
able to afford to
I
do
don't think
that.
so.
We can find
And
ways
even the
we
market's
can eliminate
responding,
that.
not optimistic,
The president
which is
eliminated a
weird.
lot of places that we can't talk about, so I got a short area to do it, but we found a reasonable way to do it. So it's not that, look, I think we can make progress today.
Again,
I'm hoping
he
that we
said
can.
reasonable. These are the good ones.
What do you say
but-
to those who believe you can't get to yes because so
hold
many
on.
members of
We
your
gotta keep
conference
listening.
won't accept anything less than the bill you've already passed?
They're wrong. You know, you underestimated me the whole time. The one thing you should learn from me, I will never give up for the American people. Those are the people I'm looking at. Can we get to yes? Yes. We passed the bill.
With no Democrats. You need a bipartisan bill now. Can you get to yes on a deal that will take Democrats?
Thank you, because you just identified the problem. No Democrats. So every Democrat voted against raising the debt ceiling. Nothing has happened in the Senate. I'm not a senator. I don't control the Senate. Why didn't they pass something? The president, he didn't talk to us for 97 days. So don't blame me for reaching out to the Democrats, for begging the president to meet with me or trying to find it. And don't blame us, Republicans, when we put a reasonable bill together that we actually took Democrats'
the key
ideas.
word is
So
reasonable.
when we put spending
Remind me
for
of that
government
after this. Reasonable.
and increase it 1% each year to cap it, so the slow of growth of government, so the economy can catch up, that was a Democrat idea. When we put work requirements in to help people get a job, that's something Senator Biden voted for and President Clinton signed into law. That was a Democrat-supported idea too. So it's not my fault that the Democrats today have become so extreme, so far to the socialist wing, that they are now opposed to work requirements, that they are now opposed to saving $1 less than you spent the year before. That, to me, really seems that the problem are the Democrats.
Mr. Speaker, but the White House says they're trying to meet you halfway. So, I mean, at this stage of the game, since you are at loggerheads, what is the off-ramp here?
Look, the off-ramp here is to solve the problem, to spend less than we spent last year. That's not that difficult.
Headline,
they
Democrats
still
are the
more.
problem on
You
state
cannot
debt
do
talk,
that.
says McCarthy.
No household would do that. Look, I explained this before.
Plan is unreasonable.
Well, they don't have a plan. They never passed anything. So, and you can't spend more money the next year than you spent this year. Look, I've explained this before.
Bonds lower and market kind of bouncing, but still near the lows.
You raised and you hit the limit. So year after year, you just kept raising the limit. So you're paying more interest. So now in America, 17 cents out of every dollar that comes in just goes to interest. But now you owe so much on your credit card. You have to pay it. but you owe more than you make in an entire year. So now for America, we owe more on our debt than our whole economy is worth, 20% more. So should you just raise the debt limit, or should you literally think, let's eliminate some waste?
JP Morgan
if we had spent
just
money,
said the
billions
odds
of
of
dollars
running out of
for
money
a
are
pandemic
25%
that
now
money
and
has sat
rising.
there for 2 years, pull it back. If we can have a provision to help people find jobs, let's do that. If we can find a way that cut red tape to let people go back and build things in America and make us energy independent and not beholden to China, let's do that. That's all we're asking. We're being reasonable.
That's a lot of stuff. Reasonable is the key word. I'm going to explain it after. This is funny.
In the White House. Why not offer a single concession beyond saying we're not going to default?
We've offered a lot of concessions. The cap on the spending is a Democrat idea. The work requirement was a Democrat idea. The time, I can't help it if the Democrats have become so extreme and now is a party of Bernie Sanders than the party where Joe Biden was elected. Joe Biden is the president of the United States. He is the head Democrat. But if AOC and Bernie Sanders is going to run their party, that's not my fault. I'm not even sure Bernie Sanders is a registered Democrat.
If the president does not agree to exactly what you want, are you willing to blow past this?
Okay.
He's not even a real Democrat.
Your premise of your question is all wrong. When have I ever said you have to agree to 100% of what I want? All I've ever said to the president from February 1st, let's talk. There's only a couple things I will not do, Mr. President. I will not raise taxes. Why? Because we are bringing more revenue in, even to the GDP, not just to the 50-year average, but the history of America. Only 2 other times have we brought in 20% of the GDP, 1944 and 2000. I will not put a clean
McCarthy
debt ceiling
says still far apart, but
floor.
can get
Why?
to yes.
Because we've spent more than we've
They're
ever
just
spent
wording
before.
what
We
he's
have the
saying
highest
into a
debt than we
breaking
ever had before.
headline. That
I just
sounds
don't think
positive.
that's right. But no, let me finish the question. And then I said to the president, but everything else is on the table. For 97 days, he wouldn't talk to me. So we passed the bill. We're not getting everything in our bill. I'm negotiating with the president. We passed a bill that raised the debt ceiling. If I did what you're saying, we wouldn't be talking. But I sit and I'm sitting and sending our negotiation team down with theirs, their team is highly respected on both sides of the aisle. They know this House and Senate well, and I know together. And maybe you discounted me too. I didn't win Speaker on the first vote. It took 15 rounds. And you know what? I think we're stronger for it. And it's probably we didn't solve this problem on the first negotiation, but it took us 97 days. I firmly believe that we'll be able to get there. Yes, sir.
I firmly believe we'll get there. That's the positive. After all of that negative, you hit them with that.
So within the room there, what concession are you willing to give in order to save the economy?
I'm willing to make America stronger, to curb inflation, less dependency on China, and spend less than we spent
What
the
are
year
you willing
before.
to do? Make America great again.
We're elected. The power is loaned to us from the American public. Who's representing them? It's not my responsibility to represent the socialist wing of the Democratic Party. If the Democrat socialist wing and Bernie Sanders cared so much, they would have passed the bill. They would have done something on the border. It is not my fault they won't take action. It is not my fault that the president would not meet with me for 97 days. I'm sorry, but the moment he was willing to meet with me, I've been there each and every day. And I firmly believe we will get and solve this problem.
Mr. Speaker, how much time will you give your conference to read the debt ceiling bill once an agreement is reached?
That's the 72-hour thing. Yeah, there it is. He's not hesitating on it. 72 hours. Next question.
Can I ask you a couple questions on popcorn to my colleague Melina from our sister outlet, NCD?
Okay, ask your question.
What the fuck are you saying? Yeah.
So, are you afraid that voters will blame Republicans for this crisis and any possible default? And what gives you hope that a deal can still be reached?
Well, first of all, I don't think there'll be a default, and I don't see how you would blame Republicans. If there's any blame Republicans have, we're the only ones who acted. So if If the American public didn't want if they get rewarded for not taking an action and ignoring a problem, the Democrats are going to win that award every day. They did that with Title 42 on the border. They've done that with inflation. They lied to us and told us it was transitory. They did that with the debt ceiling. They told us we shouldn't talk. So I'm sorry. If you want to blame Republicans for solving problems, we'll take that blame.
We'll take that blame every day.
Look, I'm not. The only thing I look at.
Again, the little words coming out of this is him saying we're not going to default.
They control the White House.
So I keep getting headlines
and they wouldn't
on
even do a bill, and they wouldn't even communicate. I don't think I have to say who's to blame. If the Republicans have passed a bill that raised the debt ceiling, did it in a responsible, sensible way, I think the American public understand that. But first of all, let me tell the American public,
the bonds
I am
are crashing
not going to give
this.
up.
That's
We're
the ironic part.
We're going to solve this problem.
And gold is crashing
I will
too,
stay
bro.
with it until we can
This
get it done.
isn't-
But
So equities are
let's be
not
honest about
responding. They
this.
could be waiting till the
We
minutes.
have to spend less
But
than
something's
we spent
gonna
last
happen.
year. It is
But, dude,
not
gold
my
and bonds are
fault
getting
that the
killed.
Democrats cannot give up on their spending. And you would think, if you have the most revenue in the history of coming in, but when the Democrats were in power, they spent the most money. So we have the most expenses going out, the expenditures. It's not a revenue problem, it's a spending problem. And then you have the highest amount of debt. Don't you think that would finally wake them up to be sensible? Now look, I don't want to point things out, but we have a new here with CNN. I just heard on your news station that 60% of Americans believe the debt ceiling should only be raised after you found savings. So to your question, I think we're representing the American public, and that's what we'll continue to do. Look, I apologize. I got to open up the House. I appreciate spending time with you. We'll continue to keep you updated as we go.
Open the
and I look forward to the days. Thank you all very much.
Interesting. All right, yeah. I think the key word is reasonable. I think this is just a game of word confusion, and it kind of makes sense here, I think, with the algos. Because every time he's like, yo, we're going to make progress, he's referring to this thing that they refer to as reasonable. Does that make sense? So they're saying pretty much when they say we have progress, they're referring to this idea of a reasonable raise that they've already passed, whereas I don't think everybody else agrees. So only thing they're saying there's progress on is on a reasonable bill. If the bill is not reasonable, I don't think we've had any updates on that. But really, I think it's a confusing word, if that makes sense. In context, we think they're talking about one thing. I think they're talking about something completely different. And what I'm saying is that I think they're trying to hold on to the reasonable element of it, because then they're trying to say, well, we have a reasonable bill, and I think the idea of reasonable encompasses all the stuff they don't want to do, and they're saying anything else is unreasonable, and that's where they're getting it at. So I think every time we hear progress, I think they're talking about this reasonable bill, but maybe the other side doesn't see it like that, is kind of what I'm assuming. But very weird. Again, not only are we lower, that was the cushion in the morning, but what I'm telling you is what I just said right before we turned it off. You legitimately have bonds and gold and everything dropping. So stocks, equities, bonds, commodities, I think even oil started to flip too. But the whole idea here is that you're getting a very interesting sell-off, and even your safe havens, they're not really playing along. So we may have to wait till the minutes, but that could probably bring a bigger move. We have like 2 hours to that, but very interesting day so far. And that, again, all the headlines that came in, I mean, there was a lot of headlines that said we are not going to default, still think we could get a deal, and then the other 80% of it was trashing the Democrats. So we will see. The minutes, I think the minutes will unlock the rest of the day. Maybe, I don't know, but there's a fat divergence going on is all I'm trying to tell you. Is that it's either everything is going to sell off today, or somebody is, we're going to watch some of the safe havens catch a bid, but it's either every safe haven sold off and stocks will recover, or everything goes down at the same time, or safe havens catch a bid as we start to flush below 4,100. So a couple different scenarios there, but it just kind of depends on the contents of the minutes. I'm only expecting for the minutes, we want to look for anything of why they changed the language. Anything that could support a pause narrative or not. Honestly, I could get you, I think I have a preview for you. Treasuries. Yeah, I know. There's not even a preview on it, but what's it called? The language to why they changed it, and then anything that could confirm the future path of rate hikes, pause, anything of that nature, because that's what everybody wanted. Can you ask your friend in China how bad the COVID wave is there? I can, but like usually he would text me. Bloomberg index gains as yen and Swiss franc drop. But we've heard about it for 2 days. There's been 2 days of 2 days about hearing about a new strain in China that's actually been spreading. So we have some confirmation of it. I have not, gotten deep into it, though. Appreciate the knowledge. Appreciate you being here, baby. I appreciate you living through history with me. Let's see if we make it to the end. Russian year-to-date consumer prices rise 2.19 in May. That's bullshit. That's crazy. Their producer prices fell 12%. Why does Russia have 2% CPI? What the heck? Nobody mentions that, okay? They're like, everywhere in the world had inflation. Why does Russia got 2%? How come they have achieved inflation goal and target? It's bullshit. Granted, their whole economy's cut off from the world, but then again, that's still they got small inflation. But Russia's economy numbers are coming out now. They don't have any jobs there. You're right. They're like, okay, you could work in the army or you work in the army. Which one would you like? What are you talking about? Joshua, make your job decision. Either work in army or work in other part of army. All other jobs are taken. Sorry. Try back next month. In the meantime, what size helmet do you wear? What? I ain't even... The Vatican inflation? I don't know. I haven't looked. All I'm saying, though, the Vatican, like, the Pope is swag, dude. You know that? Like, the Pope has things that I want beyond his close relationship with the Lord, our Savior. But that guy has a Tiffany AP. He got a custom G-Wagon. He got a diamond cross chain. Like, I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying the guy has some style. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying. Oh, yeah, I forgot his shoes, too. Everything, bro. Everything. He's living. All right, bonds, new low. SPY trying to get us out of here, but let's see what happens. Sistema, that's Russian. Strong consumer signals call attention to sticky inflation. The Pope is an antichrist. Be careful. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I didn't tell you I was going to, like, follow the dude and do whatever he said. I'm just saying, if you got swag, like, they say the devil wears Prada. I would recognize that. I would be like, okay, those are cool shoes. I don't want anything else to do with you, but I do know the value of what you are wearing, sir. I'm just trying to tell you the Pope has a $3.5 million watch. That's all. That's all I'm telling you. So I'm assuming they'd have higher inflation. Brent moving again. Any Chads in Denver? We have a couple, but we're not allowed to talk to them since the Lakers lost. So unfortunately, Denver Chads, just a moment of silence for them. until the NBA finals are over. Thank you. I'm just kidding. The Lakers suck. It's okay. It's okay. It's not that. It's fine. Don't worry. It's fine. I accept it. It's okay. Someone's like, wait, Josh, someone's like, can you see this? Hey, can you see my message? I'm in Denver right now. What? MP Dubs. SPY's trying to work its way up. Again, bonds, gold, absolute massacre here. Now it's getting pretty big comparatively. Equity's still moving the most. SPY and Dow within 0.1% of each other. And then NASDAQ kind of bounced a little bit, but still closer to down 1% than not. I think the market pressure is going to start influencing talks. Yeah, we've already saw a little bit of it this week. Even Yellen was talking about that earlier today. So, again, we get through this week, the holiday. 1 week before the X day, if there is no market reaction and things are still undecided heavily, and there's no market reaction the week of, I would be totally surprised, because that would mean it's getting crazy. Do you only buy and sell houses, or have you had any interest in investing in rapid growing areas? Yeah, no. I do that a lot. So even then, I've been buying Inland Empire in California. If you're familiar, I was buying that. I built up a huge position from 2015 till today. So I do a lot of flips and we sell them a lot, but I do have a lot of long-term real estate, and that's actually one of the number one things I love. I love cheap real estate with up and coming, man. If you could see it before it happens and you kind of pay attention to the trends, there's a lot of great opportunities there. So I'm always open to that. But definitely, we do a lot of real estate. So there's a lot of flips in between, but find a good area, get a good property. That's enough to build the portfolio for life. I like Disney at 88. There was a lot of stocks we liked. Again, I even like Disney, anything below 100. I'm just waiting for the dividend announcement. Very familiar. Yeah, it's pretty much like Temecula all the way up to San Bernardino. But I think I only got one or two in San Bernardino. My cutoff is pretty much like Corona. So, but all the way up there from the bottom of Temecula all the way going up that area. And again, I'm talking 2015 is when we started. I even brought my Chinese homie on board back then, because again, when I was buying some of those houses out there, dude, it was $300,000 for a 3,000 square foot home. And then again, those same houses go for $1 million now, $900,000. It's insane. But now they're relatively cheaper now still, but back it's kind of crazy to think how dirt cheap they were just a couple of years ago, or again, at least in the last decade. Tesla climbed up a decent amount, but they're still down too. I was thinking, dude, Victorville. Bro, Victorville, I tell you, last time I drove to Vegas, I drove through Victorville. Tell me why Victorville is popping now. It's so weird. I remember Victorville had nobody in it. You used to joke about Victorville, but maybe, honestly, I've never really looked into it for real estate. Oh, no, dude, it's popping. I drove through Victorville, and it was popping. Yeah, where you live in the town over, what is it called? Is it Bakersfield, or what's the other one? They got a good gas station and a Chick-fil-A. Is it really popping? Well, maybe I just expected lower, because I used to think Victorville only had 12 citizens. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I swear, I thought Victorville Baker's popping too. But I used to think they only had 12 citizens in their whole city. And then I went there and I was like, what? Bro, they had new shopping places I hadn't seen in years. There was traffic. I was like, yo, this is crazy. Yeah, but no, Victorville, they've had a nice uptick in population in the last decade. So I think they're good. Footballville, baby. Oh, constantly showing the love. Let's go. Oh, man, you've been on a daily streak of that. Herd. Let's go. Amen. Amen. How was the homelessness? Like, listen, man, I didn't like hang out in Victorville, okay? I just drove through. So all I'm saying is that like the prevailing notion like 10, 15 years ago in California was that Victorville was like an abandoned small town. It wasn't abandoned. It was just like nobody went out there. It was literally like when I wanted, like you guys remember, some of you may be too young for this, but you remember the Xbox 360? So if you remember the Xbox 360 when it first came out, it was just like the PS5. They would charge a premium, but this was before supply chain issues. So when the Xbox 360 first came out, it was like a hot item. People would resell it for triple on eBay. So this is what people would do back then. They used to drive to Victorville if you lived in San Diego or LA, because nobody lived in Victorville, and all of the Best Buys would have Xboxes. So it was the same thing with shoes, with cars, anywhere SoCal. If there was a sold out item and it had like a commercial like distribution to a commercial store, you would go to Victorville to see if you could get it because nobody was there to buy it. So yeah, like that's what we used to do. But again, nowadays it's completely different. Fed Waller, whoa. He says incoming data could support raising rates in June. Fed not making enough progress on inflation would support rate hike in June or July. Fed Waller, incoming data for June rate call. Fed likely to continue to raising rates. Good prices are not slowing. And he says, don't halt hikes unless it's clear inflation is tamed, and whether the Fed hikes or skips in June hinges on data. Says job market is tight, inflation is high, and then waiting for credit conditions to impact credit or lending. I don't know if he's live. Again, Waller, very bearish right there. So again, ahead of the meeting, Waller is literally telling you, I'm down to raise rates next month, in next 2 weeks. And I'm pretty sure he's a voter. Oh, wow, he's not even...
of 1.1% in the first 3 months of the year.
This is him.
The consensus
no
private
video,
sector forecast tracked by the Blue Chip Survey is for annualized growth of only 0.1%.
Yeah, he's a he's a voter too.
Above zero.
That's pretty bearish.
Now, by contrast, the Atlanta
minutes
Fed's
and
GDP
hour
now
45.
projection, based on a range of data, is predicting a 2.9% growth rate. So very big differences in terms of what data is telling people it's going to happen. Now, retail sales and industrial production rose in April. Those gains followed 2 months of declining or flat readings. At the same time, April was the second month non-manufacturing businesses expanded modestly, according to respondents of the Institute for Supply Management survey. But despite slowing in activity from last year, we have a very tight labor market and high inflation. We also are at a period of higher than usual uncertainty about how credit conditions are evolving in response to the recent bank failures and stress among some mid-sized banks. So let me talk about each of these three key issues and then conclude with how I see these factors playing out in my June policy decision. The employment report for April showed solid growth again, but previous months were revised downward by a significant amount. The unemployment rate fell slightly to 3.4%, reaching its low in recent years, and is the lowest since 1969. The labor force participation rate held steady in April after several months of increases. Average hourly earnings rose at their fastest pace this year, and over the past 12 months were up 4.4%, slightly higher than the yearly pace we observed in March. These data suggest that the labor market is still powering forward. However, there are some other signs that the labor market may be cooling. Temporary help employment fell for the third straight month and is considerably down from last year. Some see this category as a leading indicator for overall employment, meaning we may see some softening in labor demand going forward. Furthermore, job vacancies declined by 384,000 in March. and the number of job vacancies for every person looking for a job has declined from 1.6 jobs per job seeker, down from a peak of 2 for every job seeker. Now, this reduction is consistent with a softening in labor demand, but it is still far above the 1-to-1 ratio that we observed prior to the pandemic. Finally, the rate at which people are quitting jobs, a sign of confidence in the job market, has fallen and is in hailing distance of the level that persisted for the couple of years before the pandemic recession. Now, as I've argued in some other speeches, a loosening labor market to help our fight against inflation doesn't mean we have to have a recession or big job losses. What we need to do is see more loosening than we have seen to help take the heat off inflation. Now let's talk about where we are on inflation. The latest Consumer Price Index, or CPI report, showed that headline inflation fell from 5% year over year in March to 4.9% in April. And there was a lot of hoopla over that 1/10 of a percentage point drop. But that decline was only due to rounding. The actual decrease was 5/100ths of a percentage point from 4.98, which rounds up to 5, to 4.93, which rounds down to 4.9. So that's almost no progress. The news on core inflation was similar. Core CPI inflation, which excludes food and energy, and we use it as a better guide for the underlying trend in prices. It doesn't mean we don't care about food or energy prices. They're just not helpful for predicting future inflation. Core CPI inflation was up 5.5% in April from a year before and has been more or less steady all through the year so far. It is only a bit below the 6% level it was at a year ago. So we've had basically a year with almost no progress in getting core inflation down. Whether measured on a 3-month, 6-month, or 12-month basis, it is running too high. Likewise, narrower definitions of inflation intended to filter out fluctuations in various prices shows little progress in the past year. 6 of those 7 alternative measures than core CPI, created by different parts of the Federal Reserve System, show inflation running between 4 and more than 5% over the past year or so. The bottom line is I'm concerned about the lack of progress in any and all of these measures. And I have a couple of specific concerns about some important components of inflation. First, core goods prices, which were among the biggest factors that drove the escalation in inflation the past 2 years, aren't slowing down or retreating as fast as we expected in order to get inflation down to our 2% target. We're hoping there will be a continued slowdown in goods price increases, but we aren't seeing a deflation in this category like we had pre-pandemic. A second concern is rent increases, which accounts for most of a category called housing services and is a sizable component of inflation. Lower rent increases from lease renewals last year are slowly making their way into the inflation data. But most recently, a rebound in the housing market is raising questions about how sustained those lower rent increases will be.
I'm pretty sure you've heard the second part of this
While
already.
housing prices actually have less of a short-term effect.
The first part was the only new thing.
This upturn in the housing market has raised questions about whether the benefit from the slowing in rent increases will last as long as we had been expecting. Lastly, as I think of the service category of inflation, I look to how wages are growing, since labor is a large input into the production of services. Though some measures of wage increases have begun to slow, I am concerned that inflation won't be coming down very much unless average hourly earnings decelerate from the most recent level of 4.4% to a pace a lot closer to 3%. On Friday, we'll be getting the April inflation data based on personal consumption expenditures, which we call the PCE inflation index, and then May CPI data on the first day of the FOMC meeting. These are two critical pieces of data I will be looking at between now and the June FOMC to learn more about inflation dynamics and if we are seeing some easing in inflation pressures. Now let me turn to banking conditions. A fair number of bankers, I assume, are in the audience. I want to emphasize that overall, the banking system is sound and resilient with strong capital and liquidity. In response to the recent stress, the Federal Reserve, working with the Treasury Department and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, took decisive action to strengthen confidence in the U.S. banking system. Employing financial stability tools in response to liquidity pressures allows us to continue to focus on setting monetary policy to achieve our dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability. Monetary policy works in large part by setting the target range for the federal funds rate, and this rate transmits to market interest rates and affects household and business spending and saving and investment decisions. So the FOMC has been raising the target range for the federal funds rate over the past year with the goal of slowing demand for goods, services, and labor to bring them into better alignment with supply and put downward pressure on inflation. Now, financial conditions can also tighten from non-monetary policy developments. And there has been a lot of discussion about how the recent banking stresses may tighten credit conditions. If lending does not slow, this can obviate the need for at least some. If lending does slow, sorry, I think I said that wrong. If lending does slow, this can obviate the need for at least some monetary policy tightening. In other words, we'll let the tighter credit conditions do some of the work. So it's important to account for this other form of tightening in setting the stance of monetary policy. If not considered appropriately, the Fed could tighten too much and needlessly raise the risk of a recession. I am monitoring how credit conditions may be changing, both interest rates and non-interest rate conditions
this is
for
Fed
lending.
Waller. He's a
such
voter.
As the number of new loans.
So this is
the
probably
size of loans,
the most
lending
important
terms,
Fed
loan-to-value
speech
ratios,
we've heard all week
these other
besides
parts
Powell,
of lending
but we didn't even hear him.
that aren't reflected directly in the price of a loan.
He's like one of only two
Since
voters
the bank
this
failures
week.
in mid-March, the Fed's survey of bank loan officers in April showed some moderate tightening of lending conditions to firms over the previous 3 months, with somewhat more tightening for lending to smaller firms. Officers for many of the banks in the survey said they expected lending conditions to continue to tighten further in 2023. Now, lending conditions had tightened significantly already since 2021 when we started our tightening of monetary policy. And it's hard to tell whether the actual and expected incremental tightening in standards in this survey was more of the same or was related to the actual banking stress. We knew it was tightening. We just are trying to see if there's some abrupt shift in the amount of tightening we see in credit conditions. Now, in addition to the Fed's survey, a variety of financial market participants over the past few weeks have also reported that credit tightening is expected to continue. Now, they are not suggesting a credit crunch, but are concerned that it could happen. And they say it isn't yet clear how banking terms and conditions will evolve. There are a wide range of estimates trying to map this expected credit tightening into the equivalent of policy rate hikes. As of today, it isn't clear to me what the effect from this credit tightening will be. Now let me turn to the implications of this for monetary policy. There is a lot of discussion about the next step for policy in our upcoming June meeting. There are basically 3 options in my mind. We can hike, we can skip, or we can pause. So let me outline reasons why each of these options may be appropriate. Now, one might lean toward hiking rates again at our June meeting by focusing on the economic data and interpreting it to suggest that inflation and economic activity are not consistent with significant and ongoing progress towards the FOMC's 2% inflation goal. Now, based solely on the data we have in hand as of today, we are not making much progress on inflation. If one doesn't believe the incoming data will be much better, one could advocate for another 25 basis point hike as the appropriate action in June. Alternatively, one might view the current and incoming data as supporting a hike in June, but believe that caution is warranted because there is a high level of uncertainty about how credit conditions are evolving, as I just described. Another hike, combined with an abrupt and unexpected tightening of credit conditions, may push the economy down in a rapid and undesirable manner. This possibility is the downside risk of an additional rate hike in the current economic environment. If one is sufficiently worried about this downside risk, then prudent risk management would suggest skipping a hike at the June meeting, but leaning towards hiking in July based on the incoming inflation data. There's a little over a month between the June and July FOMC
he's giving
meetings,
a very
during that time,
specific set of criteria right now.
Conditions are evolving. Now, over 4 months has passed between the Silicon Valley Bank failure and our July meeting. By then, we'll have a much clearer idea about credit conditions. If banking conditions do not appear to have tightened excessively, then hiking in July could well be the appropriate policy. Now, lastly, one might want to pause hikes at the June meeting. Meaning, the way I'm going to interpret that is that the current policy rate is at its terminal rate. And the current stance of policy is enough to bring inflation down over time. So you don't need to hike rates or think about hiking rates going forward. Between policy lags and possible tightening credit conditions, the current stance of monetary policy may be seen in this view as sufficiently restrictive to move us toward our dual mandate. From this viewpoint, the policy rate is already high enough, and we simply need to hold it there to bring inflation down toward our 2% target. Now, I personally do not expect the data coming in over the next couple of months to make it clear that we have reached the terminal rate. And I do not support stopping rate hikes unless we get clear evidence that inflation is moving down towards our 2% objective. But whether we should hike or skip at the June meeting will depend on how the data come in over the next 3 weeks. We will get additional labor market data. We'll get another jobs report next week with some information about wages and additional inflation numbers in the next few weeks that will continue to shape my view on where we stand relative to the FOMC's dual mandate. During this time, I'll also be reviewing data on credit conditions to evaluate how much potential tightening is actually coming from the banking sector. Fighting inflation continues to be my priority. We worked very hard over the last year to quickly raise the target range for the federal funds rate from near zero to over 5%. While we are seeing some tentative signs of cooling in the labor market, I am determined to continue to use our policy tools as needed to appropriately bring inflation down to our 2% target. Thank you very much.
Oh, I thought he was just going to drop the mic and leave. I was like, what?
Great. Thank you, Chris. Chris will be back. He'll sit in that chair.
Bro, Chris just dropped bombs.
Grill him.
Oh, okay, you're asking him. I was like, are you really about to be like, that was Chris? Thanks, Chris. Peace out.
We'll grill him. So next, I'd like to introduce.
Oh wait, no, they are.
Ted Egan.
Damn it.
I was on a panel with Ted not too long ago, and his story about what's going on in San Francisco is fascinating.
Okay. So you're going to hear from Waller later. So get ready for another round of Waller comments. I think they're going to go through. They're going to go and have all these little speakers here. And then they're going to sit them down for a Q&A and ask them questions. But I don't know if you picked up on, maybe you had a different interpretation from that, but I took that one as very hawkish. Again, the market did react and hit a new low on that speech, but Waller is a voter, and he said it pretty clearly. He said, I do not support raising or stopping rate hikes. He outlined the situation for pause, a cut, or a skip. But he said he's down to even, if anything, he said he could be open to even a rate hike in June or July. And then he just pretty much ended it there by saying, nah, we're not, I don't want to stop raising rates. So he's one of the voters. He's pretty much saying we're not at terminal in a weird way. That's what he said. Because you got to realize the last part he was talking about where he said where we would pause is if we believe terminal rate has been reached and that inflation is going to be coming down to where everything would support inflation coming down. So guess what? The only way terminal isn't reached is if they raise it in June. So keep that in mind. That's going to be floating in the background. But he was pretty adamant on saying that no, he does not want to stop raising rates. And then he pretty much said he's open to raising or not. And he said the only way they don't raise rates, it would be a temporary pause or the skip to see if credit conditions tightening. He said that would be based on uncertainty. So in a weird way, pretty much if we still have bank and debt ceiling uncertainty by Powell, then maybe you get your skip. If not, then probably not. So we'll see. What time is it? It's 9:30. It's still mad early, actually. Raul Pops. Push-ups. We need push-ups. We need a lot. I actually, okay. If you do push-ups, I'll give you really good news for some of you. Some of you are going to like this a lot. But I need you to do your push-ups right now, okay? Because we've been lacking on push-ups, okay? We're live Monday through Friday. That we don't lack on. We are here in the morning till the close. We got the news for you. We got some plays. I hope you get a smile on, maybe even a little bit of PHILO, okay? That's Monday through Friday. But, if you sit down for 7 hours a day, you do need to stand up a little bit because, we've been lacking on that. You got to move around, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away, blink, or blink, 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 blink. Relax a little bit. Relax your eyeballs, stand up, move the body. Get beside your desk, 10 push-ups, 25, 4, 2, 1, don't matter. Just do something, you know what I'm saying? Do something. Get the body moving. Get the body moving, baby. Get the body moving, just like that. You got to add, that's good. That's good. That's to make you focus. You see, ads build character to get you to focus on your push-ups. So do all that, okay? Chest to the sun, flex that core. But do you promise you did push-ups? I need you so I could tell you something. But I need you to like the video too. That's it. That's the only way that you could confirm that you actually like the video or that you did your push-ups is by liking the video. So if you but trust me, I got something good for you. So just run it, baby. Just run it. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. Some of you will love it, I think. I don't know. Some of you might hate it too, now that I think about it. But it just depends. And we're waiting. We did push-ups. Let's go. Let me stand up. Let me move around. I got resistances. Imaginary push-up. I mean, can you just like the video then? Damn, that's shit. I'm not even going to argue with you, bro. Just give me the like. That's okay, I didn't know. I was up against, debt ceiling, negotiation, no negotiation. I'm dealing with the bonds. I didn't know I was up against damn invisible push-ups. So I can't compete with that, man. I can't compete with that. All right, here's your good news. So Chattadonia, I may need your help. I got to confirm this, but your boy reached out to me. Again, a lot of people reached out today. Very interesting day while the debt ceiling talks are falling apart. But your boy Hugh Hendry. Yes, not Jesus. Jesus did not hit me up. That'd be cool if he did, but you know what I'm saying? I sent him a message. I'm waiting on the response, He shows me in the world every day, though, but amen. But yeah, your boy Hugh Hendry, he hit me up, and I think he's ready for part 2. So we don't know. We're kind of trying to figure this out with the schedule now. It's either we bring him on live or we go and we start doing this stuff to over the weekend in a video. But It doesn't matter when we do it. Do you realize why I'm telling you this? I'm telling you this because last time you guys gave some very good questions. And I think there's been a lot of development since we last spoke with you. So if you have a follow-up, if there's anything you want to ask about whatever's going on, I'm sure we're going to talk about the debt ceiling. I'm sure we're going to talk about the tilts and the bonds and all of that. So that would be your time to email me or let me know your question in the chat. But it'd be better if you commented it on a watch list so it doesn't get lost in the chat. So yalla. Yeah, he's talked about a lot. Again, you should go watch the first interview that we had, especially if you don't know who Hugh Hendry is. You should get familiar with him. He's a cool guy. You could definitely learn a lot. His knowledge is pretty deep on the macro end. But you should go watch the first video. We talked about a lot in there. We talked about bonds. We talked about plays. We talked about the Chinese yuan. We talked about all of that stuff. So let's see the follow-ups now. It's actually, ironically enough, debt ceiling never came up on our discussion. So I definitely want to see how we view that. But you know, it's other than that though, I think the real big questions will probably be surrounding bonds. And I definitely think we could talk a little bit about that, and I mean China too. Actually, now that I think about it, even from the last time we spoke with Hugh, the Chinese yuan has weakened again. We were just talking about that, even the gilt situation too. So I'd watch it, get a follow up. You have any questions though? But again, last time I communicated it to Hugh. So if you leave me some good info, if you really want to get into the discussion, we could get that delivered for you. Thank you for listening, Waller. Yeah, so that's what we're coming off of. The market's still lower from when Waller was talking, but that was, I think that was decidedly hawkish. I don't know if the Fed futures or anything else moved, but hopefully the minutes clear up the Fed futures and we get a better idea of what's happening. But even then, those are still low. IEP has contagion. We should look more into it. I don't know. You're gonna get mad at me. You're gonna, again, maybe I'm crazy, maybe I'm weird, but I don't know. I'm also feeling very doubtful about a lot of things. But like, dog, I was looking at IEP and I was thinking, do I buy it finally? It's yielding 30%. I don't know. Maybe I'm an old head. I put money on Icon. I don't know. I feel like trying to beat Icon at his own game is not going to work. That's why and then again, dude, it's paying a 30% yield. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know, but it's weird how in the last 2 years we went from hating short sellers and people, buying everything that gets there to all of a sudden short seller reports are in vogue now. And again, just like MPW, like you're watching a lot of people ignore certain things. So I don't know, but I'd say IEP, I know nothing about it, but at this point, if it pays enough money, I'm kind of betting on ICANN. But like I'm saying, I said that from the beginning. I said it from the very beginning. IEP has been a weird company. Like, I've never understood what Carl was doing with that thing. So I really think the smart answer is you don't touch it, you don't buy it, you don't short it. That, again, none of this is a recommendation, but it's like, you don't buy it, you don't short it, you let that shit play out unless you want to get involved in it. But like I'm saying, I'm just starting to feel like I don't know. I put my money on ICANN though, and looking at it, it's a 30% yield, and it's down a lot. But it's going to be a drama. If you like the drama and you're not afraid of those types of plays, like that's what I'm saying. Like if you're crazy and are either trying to kill a company or find extreme value, I mean, you got something there. And the question is, who do you put your money on? But yeah, 30% yield is sus, 100%. But even then, even before the stock dropped, this thing was already yielding 10% or higher. I remember people before the drop, before any report, anything, people would be like, hey, Josh, what do you think about IEP? And I know who Carl is, but I was like, this is weird. I never understood what or why Carl Icahn was doing with this company, because it makes no sense. You have to think about it. Why? Because look at this, I think from like even 2018 or not. Where was it? But like from 2018 or to now, this stock was paying like 10% or higher yield. Do you realize how stupid that is? Because interest rates were 0. So why would he pay anybody 10% to raise additional funding for anything when your interest rates were at 0? See, but like, listen, what you said is the reason why I would put money on Carl. You said, I don't trust Carl low key. Exactly. And what I mean is I think he's going to win this game. I genuinely think, I hope, I want the underdog to win. I want what's his name? Hindenburg or whoever, but like, I hope he was very well prepared for the long run with Carl. Because it's Carl. Like, you know, like this is his game. Again, there was just a report on Icahn talking about how, like, this is what he has done his whole life. Carl has gone company to company, board to board, just straight saying, you suck, you're doing bad, this sucks, do this, fire this, do that, yibbity bobbity boo. So, it's weird that he's a victim of this now, but that's what I'm saying. Like, he's grimy. I don't like that's all. I feel like if you're gonna have a grimy fight, I mean, I would put my money on Carl. So we'll see. His recent activist one is Illumina. So right now in the middle of this, he's already in an active board dispute with another company, messing with them. Bonds are now matched with the market. The shape intraday, 100%, but now they're all down, but it's still, there's a pretty big gap. We're almost down 1%. Bonds are down 1/4. He's revenge trading. There's a doc on him, but that's the thing. I guess it's a game of who do you trust the least, but we'll see what happens. But I was looking at it again. It's dropping another 11% today. That's why I was like, what is that yielding now? That's 30%. But then again, I mean, why would Carl Icahn be willing to pay so much? Even if you guys are saying it's like a tax scheme, he's been paying out 10% on everything for a long time. So it better saved him more than 10%. But I guess so, if it really sheltered him from 50% taxes. Yeah, the FOMC minutes are today, not the actual FOMC meeting, but the Fed minutes. So we're going to get the text of how they came to their agreement at the last FOMC in May. We are going to get that today at 2 p.m. in like an hour, 15 minutes. So right around the corner. You have an opinion on new constructs, just get a good deal. Try to get an incentive from the lender, and just don't pay too much of a premium. Yeah, it's a word-for-word transcript of the closed-door meeting. I understand the Wall Street legacy, but bear market makes you not trust anyone, 100%. But I'm not saying that I trust him. What I'm saying is that his history is so grimy that I'm saying he will be the dirtier fighter. Does that make sense? So it's not like I trust him and I would put faith in his unfailability or his reputation. I know he has experience, and like I'm saying, I hope the other person is prepared. But I'm saying, like, you're like, I don't trust him, and I'm like, I agree. And that's why I think he's gonna win. It's like the phrase in a fight. In a fight, do you want the guy who's crazy, or do you want the guy who's smart, or do you want the guy who's strong? Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, give me the crazy guy. Like, pretty much, like, Carl Icahn will show up to a knife to a fist fight, is what I'm trying to say. That I think, and I think that guy is gonna walk away with the W somehow. But it's gonna be messy. Carl is an OG, but that's what I'm saying, though. It's not, again, I respect Carl's history and reputation, but I'm not, again, that's part of it, but I'm just saying that's not what's going to make him win in this situation. I think they all fight dirty, and that's it. Like, you know, they're ruthless. They're ruthless. That's the best way I could put it. It's going to be ruthless, and I think in that type of battle, just get ready. And that's, that's like, I'm putting my money on the shady person who is willing to kill and go through and run over anybody and anything. So his lack of trustworthiness makes him a more formidable opponent in this type of scenario. Because, again, I don't understand half of the shit that company does, but that's why I'm saying the smart thing to do, you don't play it, you don't short it. But then again, it's like, we'll see what happens. Yeah, he's not SBF, exactly. It's like, he's a different breed, but like he is your Wall Street ruthless individual, and that says a lot if you know what it is. The little nuggets on the minutes, we're looking for any change up. We want to know why they changed the language and what that means, and honestly, in a weird way, like everything that Waller just said is kind of what we're looking for in the minutes. The pause, the cut, or the pause, the rate, or the skip. Like, we want to see, is there any evidence in their discussion that got there or gives you any insight into the future policy? But there shouldn't be anything in the minutes. Like, that's the thing. In a weird way, we're looking for a surprise. If it does give more clarity, great. But in a weird way, I'm kind of looking to get it out the way and then see if the bonds could kind of hopefully not be restrained from it. Crazy candle. I don't think much is priced in. I think even earlier throughout the day, even yesterday, it was like 0.3 priced in. Carl Icahn and IEP, yeah, that's his company. Halfway point till FOMC, 2 weeks. I think the minutes have the possibility, but I'm leaning towards a dud on the minutes. I think we're just going to go back to whatever headlines and the same kind of price action we've had all day. But I do want to, what's it called? I do want to see if it actually, like, gets some activity. I mean, it could move us, but I am thinking it's a dud. Zoom, I wouldn't buy Zoom. No, I think Zoom is cool, but it's not they don't have any growth, and it's not. I don't know. I feel like it's still kind of expensive. I feel like there's a lot of names, but if you're not getting Zoom at the bargain bin, that's it. Zoom would be like kind of like PayPal. Like, if you gave me that stock cheap enough, I'll buy it. You know what I'm saying? But it's not, like, definitely not my first choice, and it's not like I'm gonna rush to buy it at any sort of premium. Oil dropping again. That's what I wanted to check. See, I'm very glad I didn't play that oil now. But that's, again, it does it every single time. That's the crazy part. So oil gave up 1.5%. That probably could kill the S&P a little. So we'll see. Energy is the only thing that's in the green right now, 0.4. 0.95 on 0.95 on the Nasdaq, 0.86 on the SPY, and then down 0.79 on the or on the Dow. So see, if oil's dumping and if those go down, that's it. The price on target, we would have made like $2,000, I think, because it got in the money. So we would have killed it. So I think we sold out for like $191 a contract. I think they're probably worth like $4. But see what happens here if oil makes that move. If it brings down anything else. But then you said Zoom is at all-time lows. I feel like that's absurd. I feel like it has way lower to go. The IPO, so it could still drop. I think it could. I don't know. I feel like it could be lower. I don't know. They IPO'd at such a moment, but $18 billion for Zoom. I don't know about that. So again, it could be. Again, PayPal is still, even after their slide, still triple the size. But I mean, I've used PayPal and I've used Zoom, but I don't know. Zoom, I still feel like $60 is a lot for some reason. Bill, we're going to look to get rid of it towards the end of the month. And hopefully once we get a solution to this, or, depending on the next couple of days, like, if they have an agreement by next week or by this week, we may not have to sell out of Bill, but otherwise we're going to push it to the wire. So pretty much next week will be when we sell Bill. It'll be last couple days of the month. So I think, you don't have to wait too long if you've been asking that question. Yeah, you only got like 3 or 4 more days. Is the market closed on Memorial Day? Yeah, so no market. Push it to the limit. Yeah. The market's rebound. I forgot I did the MES today. I'm down $70 on that one. And then where's Pfizer? Rita, is PTCT dropping? They came back up, but then Rita's up 15 too. They let everyone know the market's closed Monday. I think it's because that's kind of bad news in this context. Because that means if we get to Friday without an outline or whatever, and then they go into the holiday, we just burned another day. So if you're selling out a bill because the percent will not be high anymore, and just if there's any problems with the debt ceiling, if there's a delay in payment, it's going to cause a lot of volatility in rates. And just last thing you want is those short-term rates to move a lot. And then if you get stuck on one end or the other, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to recover. So the idea is, just out of an abundance of caution, I do not want any government, if we're talking default and this and that, it's like if I could have my money in an account, that's fine. And then again, we've made the money on Bill this month. So it's not like we didn't get paid for it. It's like we legitimately, I have different accounts with Bill. I could pull out all of them with a couple of $100 profit. That's like the dividend. But then just come the debt ceiling day, we just don't have to have any bond exposure in the middle of something pretty historic or has the potential to cause, historic bond moves. So just wait. Again, that's out of an abundance of caution. I would just exit right before. So I'm still confident enough to hold it in between up until the negotiations. But if nothing is progressed on the last day, middle of next week, then, it would just be wise to just take a step back. At least that's what I believe. I'm not holding for the dividend this month on Bill, no. Unless there's an agreement. So that's what I'm saying. It's like they come to an agreement, everything is good, we're good to go. Waller could be speaking now. We heard him earlier, but then based on their little setup, they were doing other intros, and then they were going to have questions. So he might be on right now.
Off this trend. Okay. So let me talk a little bit about what's in the media. Obviously, inflation's a big deal. Chris talked about that.
Yeah, I think
didn't talk too much about recession. I'm going to talk about that.
I think this is questions. I don't know who this
guy's
speaking is.
I have to talk a little bit about the debt ceiling, even though I think it's stupid. I said it's in the media, so what can I do? And then, disgusting, but then I'm going to talk a little bit about AI and Chat GPT. That's going to do. Lots of other things out there I'm not going to get to. I'm not talking about the pandemic, remote work, housing, etc. Lots of stuff. So
this is such
let me
like
start
a
with
choppy
inflation.
way of speaking.
Chris talked a little bit about inflation, what's going on there.
Let him cook.
I know this seems rudimentary, but here's kind of the definition of inflation. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, that's who calculates inflation, the CPI. It is the overall general upward.
This is awful.
The overall general upward movement in the price of goods and services in an economy. That's what it is.
I don't know.
Chris
if it's
also alluded to
not.
There's different measures of inflation. There's the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, which basically is a basket of goods that are consumed in urban centers. There's the core CPI, where they get rid of food and energy. And like Chris mentioned, people say, why is the government lying to us? Why are they getting rid of food and energy? I eat food and I use energy. Why are you taking it out of this bundle? And the reason they take it out is those are very volatile measures. Month to month, they change a lot. So they get rid of it. That's the core CPI, removing food and energy. There's the median CPI. We came up with that when I was at the Cleveland Fed. The median CPI is take all of the thousands and thousands of prices in the economy. Look how they change from one month to the next. Put the one that changed the most over there, the one that went down the most over there. Take the one right in the middle. Why is that? We get rid of these outliers that are really tend to move these things. I'm going to show you a picture in a second of why I think
like
that's
Elon
important.
talking normally.
Okay, there's the PCE. That's what the Fed basically looks at. That's a broader measure of consumption.
Yeah, he's
than the
aggressive,
CPI.
but he doesn't know he's
And then
aggressive.
there's also the core PCE.
It's kind of like my dad on the phone.
So when you read the newspaper, you watch TV, you listen to the radio, they're going to tell you what an inflation number is. I want you to be careful for the following reason. At what frequency should we be measuring inflation? Should it be monthly? Should it be year-over-year inflation? What? Well, here's a picture, ugly as it is.
Some of the chat comments are crazy.
The red line is the monthly
I'm
number.
going to go pee. I'm going to go pee on this. I love you.
So we have a technical term in economics. It's called wiggly.
Though. He's kind of interesting.
It's very wiggly. It moves around a lot because it's very volatile month to month. So you could say, look at this, inflation has really taken off. Oops, inflation has really come down. Inflation's taken off. That's not the way you want to think about what inflation is. It's kind of this general rise, as we go forward. Take year over year. That's this blue line. It moves too slowly. It's because it's based on stuff last year. So that moves very, very slowly. So the measure I like, and I've been working with this measure, is the 3-month. The 3-month is this green line. And you can see the green line, it's not as wiggly as the red line, but more wiggly than the green line, which is smoother. The green line shows us basically that inflation came down a lot, 3-month average. It's kind of been flat and has tend to fallen a little bit in the last 3 months. The 1 month, as you see, you'll get a reading from newspapers, it went up. Again, very, very volatile. So I kind of choose this. Chris actually mentioned the 3 month, 6 month, whatever has been pretty steady. What I also want you to note, this line I put here, this horizontal line here, That's the 2% target of the Fed. They only hit it when they're going way above it or way below it. That's their target. That's an important target because what they're trying to do is anchor expectations, anchor inflation expectations. And if you look at the expectations data that are out there about tip spreads and forward-looking inflation, those numbers are down. So to me, the Fed has done their job in the following way. It's got people to believe that they're going to be serious about inflation. And they are. Does that mean they're ignoring everything else? Of course not. But they're serious about inflation, inflation expectations. It's important. Where did the inflation come from? Something, we can ask Chris a little bit later. Lots of reasons people are giving out there. There were supply chain issues. Maybe. There was expansive fiscal policies. In and of themselves don't do anything, but if the Fed ends up buying a lot of treasury debt, how does the Fed buy anything? Print money. It's the greatest job in the universe.
I swear this is an AI.
I mean,
I don't
they
know.
tell the Treasury,
it's not lagging.
Print me a $20 bill.
But
they pay them
been interesting.
6 cents.
It's been very interesting. So we're waiting because this is a speech with, he keeps saying Chris. That's Christopher Waller. He is a Fed voter. He spoke today. Honestly, that's where we hit new lows on Waller's statements. But we're waiting for the comment section or the Q&A. And then we have the Fed minutes in 1 hour now on the dot. So we're going to see. We are going to see. And then, I don't know, do you guys, what time? We have 10 o'clock. We're almost at 2,000. I have a very rare, today has a lot of stuff, man. I don't know. Are you guys having fun? Because I feel like the last couple of days, okay, see, look, there's your first red candle now, too. The last couple of days have been so dramatic, I feel like. So, I don't know. I'm glad you're here. Good morning. I hope you've been having fun, or at least I hope you've been involved and immersed, more or less. Because I have something else for you. I have a rare set of tin now. I know. I hate to hit you with so much tin today. Again, I mean, I guess maybe it's a sign of the times, but no, that's not sarcasm. No, that's not sarcasm at all. I'm telling you, it's been like a lot of fun, and it's been like frustrating fun too. It's been a lot of good and bad, but it's been like very active, and you're getting the market's moving like Donald Trump is in office, and you're getting tweet battles, you're getting headlines and big movements. So it's pretty exciting. If you've been here throughout the history of the channel too, you know what I'm saying, because like you're getting activity now, and now we're pushing it to the wire. So we'll see. But I don't know if you got 100 likes on you, or is that, I don't know. They're talking about inflation again. We're waiting for
the number
for Waller,
90%.
AI guy over. This guy sounds like an AI mixed with Earl Nightingale talking about the economy in a very passive aggressive tone, calling us idiots for doubting the Fed. We're talking about the wiggly. What the fuck's a wiggly, dog? I've heard a lot of weird things, but the wiggly. Never heard of the wiggly. He said, no, it's serious, though, too. The wiggle, like, that. If anybody sounded serious, that dude sounded serious. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was serious about the wiggles, bro. He was serious about the wiggle. That's it. I wish there's no video, so we can't even see it. But he was showing something, man, and he was passionate about it. Kind of. All right, 20 likes. That's it. Y'all, definitely, the consumer is running dry on likes. So just give me 20, dog. I'm just looking for a Franklin right now, or a Jackson. You got 20 on the likes, bro? Just hit the like. I need 20 more likes out there. 20 people, 20 beautiful souls. If you hear this, you'll maybe I'll tell you what it is. It's tinfoil from my girlfriend. I should have told you the subject. So maybe now I could charge the price. That's why I said it's rare. I've never had girlfriend tinfoil. Actually, her last tinfoil was a short, what's it called? Chegg, because of ChatGPT. That was her back in the day. We never acted on it. She was telling you Credit Suisse back in the day. So I don't know. That got 100. I got 300 likes right there. 200 likes. Oh my gosh. Stop it. Yo, give me another 100 likes. I'll get you a thumbnail. All right. I'll tell you. So she texts me. She's telling me today, and I kind of buy it. I kind of buy it. Are you ready? It's what we already talked about on the watch list. Girlfriend says, short the F out of Netflix. Girlfriend answers, says the password sharing. She's very adamant because she says she wants to cancel Netflix. She's already up in arms. She is saying full-blown, everyone's going to freak out. She said, easy short. That's girlfriend's tinge. And then the only reason why I believe it, the only reason why I could feel it a little bit is simply just the political climate of cancellation right now. Again, the Bud Light, the Target. I feel like mother effers are motivated. It don't matter. You guys, I know you like to view the political sides, but I just think the pendulum goes back and forth. But I think mother effers are motivated. That's it. They like, what did you just do? They like, I'm ready. We're ready to cancel. We are ready to cancel. That's it. They're coming off the W, you know, the cancel culture. So we'll see. We'll see. But that's girlfriend 10, not a recommendation. And there you go. That's it. I'm providing you the info. Next, we cancel taxes. This is what happens. You see, welcome to politics. Y'all get confused by how people behave. Look at what happened. That's it. The Bud Light thing, you ride in the momentum, and now you're like, let's cancel taxes. Yeah. Like, that's a fat escalation, dog. Hold on. Like, okay, just calm down. Like, I'm just saying. But realistically, though, it does seem like, the cancellation pendulum is going back and forth. Don't listen to her. Like, are you talking about her feelings or? Oh, the Netflix. Okay. Got you. I hope she likes that joke. Otherwise, she'll get mad. I said a joke yesterday or 2 days ago, and she got mad at me. She didn't like one of my jokes. I was like, damn. I'll make it funnier. I'm sorry. I forgot what it was. I already forgot the joke. I said I'll never repeat it ever again. Politics will ruin everything. We need to love each other for real. Too much division. Dude, amen. I feel you, bro. Amen. I'm hugging the mic. I feel, bro. I feel. I don't know why. I guess the world is a crazy place, though. It's easy to get caught up in it, too, though. So, I could understand. You know, it's not everybody lives their own life. And nowadays, everybody talk to you like they know your life when they don't. So it's, that's it. I mean, I could take you back to Epictetus, the stoic approach to life when you have the herd in a giant herd in other competing directions. It's quite fascinating. Again, like I said, there's a lot of good, bad, and the ugly, but it is a blessing we are alive during right now. I mean, you are witnessing. You are living through the wealthiest generation ever. You are in modern times. You are the modern until you're not. And then you get a reverse mortgage. You know what I'm saying? You're like, what? So, yeah, amen. Amen. Peace and love to all. Peace and love to all. You don't know me, son. Amen, bro. Amen. I feel. Always got to remind yourself that. If only they really knew, says Epictetus. Wait until the biggest wealth transfer for boomers to millennials is complete. From boomers to millennials. We will see. You're getting a red chicle. Upstart's on the low, too. NASDAQ's about to hit 1%, and SPY's only 0.1% behind that. And then oil, man, that one, if oil hits a new low, watch out for that. We'll probably be hitting a new low on oil if the market hits a new low. Maybe. Am I bearish on, I forgot, dude, I can't even believe the minutes aren't even out yet. Like, low-key, it keeps slipping my mind, even though it's the title of the video and everything, and I just told you 8 minutes ago, but for some reason, I don't know. I don't think the minutes will be big, but also I genuinely just, I'm not thinking about it. I'm just looking at everything else right now because everything is pretty fascinating without it. And then, I mean, you're back to the hellish range. This price point is so good and bad. It's kind of like real estate. It's not the highest, but it's a little higher, but then it's not like it's slower. FSR kind of pop in. Fisker only down 0.5. The shape of bonds and stocks are matched. So they're like bonds are going down today, stocks are going down today, but they're still pulled apart in terms of like the size. So even though they've moved intraday the same way, there's still a gap because stocks again, we're getting 1% now on the NASDAQ, but then bonds have only moved a quarter. But then that's where gold is interesting because gold is down 0.5% though. So gold is even giving up weaker than bonds. And then even the yen is sold off. So bonds should be down a lot more. And the bonds are pretty strong right now considering everything factoring into it. But that's what we're seeing. But again, it's flip-flopping. And we were just talking about that this morning, the inverse, the back and forth. And again, just like even right before your eyes, you're watching that change. So we got a lot. There's a lot there. And like I said yesterday, even the beginning of this week, there's a lot of other things going on that are feeding into the bonds. So that's what the minutes will bring about. And I guess I got to keep reminding myself that so I don't forget about it. We could talk about, I mean, the minutes are just supposed to be, how they came to how they came up with what they decided on the last Fed meeting. So last meeting, they changed the language and, an explanation of that will probably be the key, but just don't forget what the whole point of last meeting was. The last meeting that you heard from Powell, that was a potential holiday. That was supposedly, again, the consensus is that it is. I still disagree. I am still very skeptical myself personally, but, I'm fine being late to the party. I'm cool like that. But it's the consensus was that was the pause meeting. That was the end to the biggest rate hiking cycle that we've seen at least in 30, 40, 50 years or whatever. So that was supposed to be the holiday. That was supposed to be the good news. So how they came up to that decision and what they say about that and how they, if really it solidifies and cements that it was the pause or does it open up room for more policy again? We even thought at the last Fed meeting that Austin Goolsbee would dissent, and there still wasn't even a dissenter on any of them. Again, it's been like that for the last 12 months, I think. So it was a big meeting, and the last meeting was very important, and the minutes are just going to explain or show us how they came to that decision. So in a weird way, like I'm saying, we could get something, we could be surprised with something very big today, but chances are I think that event was already so big and we already reacted, and most people pretty much made up their mind unless there's a good chance we don't get anything else that's really new, because even like we're hearing from Waller, I think what he said really encompassed a lot of it, and Waller was even just saying, we still have a lot of data sets, and I don't think they're going to put themselves in a box leading up to that. And then speaking of which, where's our boy? Is Waller up yet?
Well, we kind of know if we're in a recession.
Oh.
But there's a group of individuals,
this is Waller,
economists at the National Bureau of Economic Research in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Who is this? I'm so confused.
It's a true story.
No. Damn it, he confused me.
They sit around a table every once in a while, and it's like,
fuck, it's him.
Hey, Mary, what do you think?
Dude.
Economy looking good? Nah, not looking so good.
They told him to write a story
Tim, what
about
do you
the
think?
economy.
Yeah, I think it's bad.
It's an AI.
You guys think we were in a recession 6 months ago? I think so. Okay, let's tell everybody we had a recession starting 6 months ago. They don't tell us we're in a recession until 6 months after we're in a recession. And this is a really prominent big group. That's how recessions are formed. And if you ask them, which I have, how do you figure all this out? They're like, well, we look at a bunch of things. We don't just look at GDP. We look at employment. We look at unemployment. We look at prices. We look at see different sectors of the economy. And we get a good sense of what's happening in the economy. Now,
he sucked me in. I wasn't I didn't want to listen. Then he started talking.
That's every recession. The gray bars are recessions. Every recession since
AI,
1850.
Bro. He's so aggressive, but he's not.
You guys remember this 1870 recession? Bad one. Bad.
1870?
It was deep. It was long. What's striking about this graph? What's striking?
We can't see it.
That's another audience participation. There aren't so many now, and they're not as long. It's not that we're not going to have more. It's not that they're going to go away. They're not. But we seem to have done a much better job at understanding what's going on. Or maybe the NBER people don't know what's going on, you know? So, but very few, relatively speaking, compared to this period here, where there were gigantic many years long recessions, 4 or 5 years. This is a Great Depression. There was roughly 25% unemployment for a decade. This is a horrible time. Okay? We haven't seen anything like that. This was the Great Recession. It pales in comparison. Okay? Was it bad? Sure, it was bad.
Okay,
but in the whole scheme of things.
All right, we're going to the low. I'm still waiting for Waller. That's, again, he's talking about the 1890s recession and then the Mayflower and all that, but we're going to find out. Just Waller. Very interesting, though. That guy sounds, I wonder who that is. He sounds like a professor. And then you're right at the lows now. Again, bonds have kind of stabilized. Gold even started bouncing a little bit, but again, gold's still washed comparatively. Did not sell McRib again. MPW is getting washed right now too. I kind of want to listen to him, but I don't. It's really conflicting, honestly. But hopefully we get a headline from Waller, but nothing's came in. And then don't forget Nvidia earnings. So it's 10:15. 4:15, ain't see no wires. And then I heard ball from the amplifier. Gator buzz with the rate hike power suits. No, he has a purple tie. He'll cut the raise. Can't pay my rent because the debt ceiling's not met. But that's okay because I got extraordinary measures. That's a good one. We could try it. I think he's from Duke. We got tools, yep. We haven't heard actually in a while. I ain't heard no McCarthy headlines. Again, they were beefing earlier. All around here. This is McCarthy statements. We're about to have a statement, then the live, then this was Waller, and then this was nothing else. Again, Yellen was right here. Wild day. Again, little various segments. What's up, pal? It's our turn, baby. They're still, that speech is still going. I don't think their discussions, I don't know. They might, remember, 11:45 they came up, but that's it. What the hell? What? Oh, dude, this is crazy. The June 1st bill, the yield topped 7%. Up more than 1 percentage points on debt cap concerns. What the hell? Dude, that's crazy. Again, yesterday, that's it. Again, and if you're not aware why, eventually you will, I don't care how much you like Nvidia, eventually bonds are just going to be dude, the value, that's so high. So again, if pretty much you could yield a shit ton on bonds relative to any equity. Right now the equities are very expensive comparative now. The higher bond yields go up. So you have to compare that. But that, again, this is part of, even though there's two parts to this. It's one, stocks and equities relative attractiveness, but then the other side of the coin is also that the bonds are doing that because of the kink in the bond curve, because of the debt ceiling. Remember, we've talked about this several times on the watch list on stream, but like we told you, people will start moving and hedging and positioning So that move there, it's moved up an additional 1% as people are, again, they are worried about that debt or that date on the payout. So you got to think about it because it's paying 7% because if you run out of money on June 1st, ta-da, or if that bond is scheduled to pay out on June 1st, then there you go. But essentially the June 1st bill is yielding 7%, and it went up over 1% today. But if anything, like that, just you could even use that as a indicator that people are getting more worried, if anything, because that's all that's saying is that now even the yield is going up to 7%. That's all my money spent, but that's okay, cause they'll hike rates. Why is the yield up? It's on that date because people don't want to buy that bond. So they're selling the June 1st bond and they're buying everything else because they don't want, if you are worried that we have a problem on a June 1st payout, you don't want a delay in your payment or potentially not get it. So that's why. So nobody wants to hold the June 1st bond. So again, just like I'm telling you on Bill, I don't want to hold Bill on that date. What are you going to do? You're going to sell it. If you're really worried, you're going to avoid. If you could reasonably avoid or hedge that scenario with minimal effort or loss, why wouldn't you? So that's what people are starting to do. But again, the date of the X date or on the bonds, those are the ones showing way, way higher yields than not. CDs, I mean, see how the CD derives stuff, because sometimes it could be linked to things. Again, money markets are even linked to like short-term 1-month bonds. SPY's running right now. Again, latest update was the yield going up, but you kind of just picked up out of nowhere. I don't see him, unless Waller said something, but I don't see any headlines. Oh, I think they ended the Waller thing, or my live feed got cut out. Avid exploring sale. Avid. Dude, SPY is jumping. Avid Technology up 10% on that one candle. That's a good one if it keeps going. 10% though. Most up in 6 months. Volume triples. Did wiggle SPY. Avid Technology. SPY again. You just had that little, you were really about to go into the lows and then just had that baby pop. The debt limit deal is going to affect overnight. We'll see tonight. It'd be good if they came with a deal tonight. I mean, you would be very excited tomorrow in equities, I think, for a little bit up until all the other stuff hits. Like I'm saying, I still think short-term positive, but the longer this takes to figure out, like I was telling you even yesterday and the day before, this is all shot clock. That's all that matters. Just time is of the essence now. So that was a quarter-point bounce there on the NASDAQ. So you're back up to VWAP just like that, just a couple of minutes. Dude, that's 10 points even on the SPY. So let's see, 41.24. Yeah, and then Nvidia after the bell. Again, SPY to VWAP, a lot of things moving. Apple, Nvidia, APRN. Apron up 9%. MPW big sell candle. Oh, is this lower than yesterday? Nice. For now, it was up a little bit, but I'm down. I think even on my, I'm only down 150 on the flip shares. So I'm going to ride that still for a little bit. And then REITs are down, or real estate's actually the worst on the day. Real estate's down 1.8. McCarthy. No Costco. Does Costco report today? Again, Avid exploring possible sale. That's hitting again. Still up 10%. 3M down. Yeah, the Walgreens and 3M, a lot of every dividend play. Except Altria, and unless Altria flipped. So today you saw it all across the board. Growth, safety, safe havens, right off the bell. Things got pretty ugly there. IEP. And then IEP, damn, that's down 14% now? Bro, what is that? That's actually crazy. Yeah, 25% default odds by JP Morgan. That's wild. That came out around here too. It's a trap. It's a trap. Abercrombie, yeah, Abercrombie's been public for a minute. Again, Abercrombie, Urban Outfitters, and Kohl's. Off of their earnings, everyone got hyped. But then people are saying that's not good for inflation. Again, a lot of many good and bad news. Welcome to the stock market. And then 30 minutes, 26 minutes till debt ceiling, till Fed minutes. FSR, I don't know if they have news. I did not buy IEP. I'm very tempted to gamble on it, but other than that, I still think the smartest thing to do is just stay away from it on either the short or the upside. And then you could get popcorn if you want to watch it ensue. But, I mean, that's quite compelling. If big name, 30% yield, stock is down a ton, it reminds me of a failing bank stock. That's it. Just when I look at that, that's all it is. Big like. Forgot to. Oh, yeah, man. Come on. You got to. Yeah, a lot of tin today. AMD can't drop. Amazon, they got a nice upgrade. Again, a lot of tech got upgrades today, and they didn't even react. Back to 4109. Still not bad. Remember, 4110 or like 4109 to 4106, 4103. That's like the stubborn zone. But even here, I mean, we only went past 4120 once ever since breaking. Oh, yeah, price raises, not upgrade. I think one of them was an upgrade. Avid exploring sale. Tomorrow's Thursday. It's already Monday. Bill yield spike higher on sign of nerves. The June 1st bill yield passed 7% today in what looks like a fairly dramatic loss of confidence in debt ceiling negotiations. It's not pricing in a default on that bill or anything like that. Indeed, as Felice Moran's pointed out, the Treasury still has plenty it could do to postpone default, but the chart tells its own story. Let me see. Yeah, that's crazy. And this is all today. So this is literally all happening today. The purple is the bond payment that pays out on June 1st. The blue is the 1 month yield, which is above 5.5. And then the white one is the 3 month yield. These are different wiggly lines. RPD on the high. Rapid. We've seen this thing move a couple times. I feel like this guy headlines a couple weeks ago. Back in the day. RPD popping. Betaville note. Positive one. Yeah, IEP. I don't know. IEP, again, I'd look at it like a failing regional bank. So it reminds me of a FRC. You're just going to play it if you want to gamble on it. Maybe you could ask Michael Burry about that. I don't know. But that's it. Otherwise, popcorn. Popcorn. Get your popcorn. Yeah, something about big U.S. company participating in an auction for RPD. That's the Betaville note. They're up 2.7. That's the one in the bottom right now. They're hitting a high. And then SPY's still like at 4109, 410 on the SPY. I'm buying AMD puts. I don't know. I wonder where's Netflix? That's it. If Target gets canceled, I'm shorting Netflix. That's it. If the Target thing turns into anything of cancellation, that's it. I'll be like, Netflix, I'm sorry, man. I love you. But that's it. If the cancelers are going out, that's all. I'm still going to watch my shows on Netflix. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's on you, but that's it. If they take Target out, I'm going for Netflix. Mm-hmm. Yeah, chill, not Netflix, just for a little bit. Mm-hmm. $30 minutes. It's 10:30. Still got a lot of time, bro. Still got a lot of time. Why Netflix? Because the cancellate, they just they got rid of the they just enforced the password sharing thing. So I don't know. I feel like if people are sensitive, you never know even what a debt default will do to people. I feel like just the climate right now, people are really jumpy to cancel shit. So let's see how if that comes into question. Have the questions slowed down yet to put up the P&L? Yes, they have, actually. I'm very much considering it, but that's now my worry, is that the questions will immediately return. But yeah, honestly, it's been very good. You don't have the same repeats of, hey, you got this? Have you did this one? What's about this play? Tell me about this one. This one. It's right in front of me. Tell me it. Let me see. What? So yeah, but we're getting close. We're getting very, very close. But that's it. I'm just worried now it'll return. Did Bud really make all of their money on Bud Light? I find that hard to believe. No, they made money in like other stuff, but it's just like that was it was a big segment, even if it was like 30% of their revenue. I mean, I don't know per se exactly how much it was, but I could check. But the thing about it is that they lost market share. Like that just doesn't happen. To lose, to have 28% of the entire drink industry or that type of beverage, and to lose it that just does not really happen overnight. But let me see if I can find it. Segments, beer. No, beer is 89% of their revenue. So on $51 billion in revenue in 2022, 89% of that was beer. And then on the last quarter, it says 100% of it was beer. No way, let me see. Yeah, beer. Yeah, it's beer. That's all they sell, just beer. Yeah, I guess. Because they have other brands. You would think they'd, I don't know, they don't sell like yeah, I guess what else would they sell? Y'all don't sell cigarettes. What y'all got? Y'all only got some beers, man? You ain't got cigarettes too? You ain't got nothing in there? You ain't got a different type of drink? You ain't got like a Trulia? Give me a Trulia, Sam. You got Trulia? No. Why are the bigots so touchy? I mean, why are they drinking Bud Light? Again, I'm not even. I wish I drank enough beer and I could make fun of what people drink, but I mean, shit, bro. I like apple cider, so don't even question me. But then again, there is one part of the situation I've thought about. How come the other side has not rallied behind Budweiser and just started buying more Budweiser? I was like, where's the defense? You know what I'm saying? But that's the other side. I mean, where's the support? I feel like you didn't ain't nobody was like, oh, we love Bud Light. Thank you, Bud Light. Nobody. They're like, fuck you, Bud Light. We don't want nothing to do with Bud Light. Yeah, I don't think anybody drank Bud Light, but they did. Again, 21 billion or 51 billion in beer revenue. Shit. Tastes great, less filling. It was always one of my least favorite beers. I don't know, man. When we were young, we were like, fuck it, man. Can we get a Natty Light? So I don't know. I've never really understood how beers taste. IPAs taste bad in my opinion. And in the early days, I've grown on to them, but I feel like all beer just tastes like piss. If it's I don't know, and I would know. I'm just saying, if you know any of my other stories, I'm just saying. But I don't know, man. I don't know. That's crazy. I'm just saying, I don't know, but to each their own, yeah. To each their own. That sounds awful, but if you know, you know, I guess. Yeah, I know. Big pause, but it's okay. It's okay. That's a teeth whitening joke. It's a European bloodline thing. I can't believe the UK's core CPI has to exclude tobacco. I think that's the funniest, saddest thing ever. They were for real excluding tobacco for the volatility of tobacco prices in daily uses are impacting our daily economic consumer insights. For tobacco is that important. Tesla's coming up. Netflix still somehow in the green. It's right at 360. Can you explain the difference in the stocks in the Russell 2000 and the SPY? Yeah, the SPY is maybe this is too remedial of an example, but the SPY is the major leagues. And the Russell 2000 is the minor leagues. I don't know. But just different scope of companies. The S&P 500 is supposedly supposed to reflect the economy. So they make changes. It's supposed to be the top 500 companies that give you the best look and idea of how the economy is right now. Every segment of it. And then everything else is the smaller names, or just, again, the Russell 2000 is the smaller index of 2,000 names that I think are supposed to give you a better idea of the smaller landscape. Well, it's 10:30, man. It's early. More like the SPY 5, am I right? Yes, pretty much. When can I buy the dip on IEP? Habibi, that one. How have you punched yourself in have you done this? I tell you, Habibi, the IEP, the Karel, Karel? How do you say Karel? Karel Khan? Karel I can. This is a play, Habibi. If you feel very how you say, very tough guy, you feel like you want to do like a risk, you like the risk, man. You risky man. If you risky man, you take this one. This one, you have the dividend maybe. I don't know, 50-50, Habibi, but you go. If that's the case, if you have you want to eat a risk, you have the appetition of risk. Otherwise, Habibi, I say you go home, Habibi, back away. Yalla, go back home, relax, go, hug your family, say, I will not gamble, and I will, live a very peaceful life. Very peaceful life. Right? Good. You took 30%. Yalla, Habibi, that's good. Insurance. If nothing get killed, insurance. Google circulations, as the company mentioned, now we're talking. Google loves to pay a lot. RPD. So again, we had the first buyout news earlier. It went up 4%, I think, or 2% on it. Now it keeps going. Apparently, it could be Google. The Fed is in a Fed minutes in 20 minutes, so we're right around the corner. But how long are they going to keep it? 30? Well, the dividend's staying the same. The yield just goes up when the price goes down. So it's not like Carl Icahn has to technically pay any more than they've already committed to. Because, again, that's people choosing to sell it out. So if he gets rid of the dividend, though, then that's the only issue. Then that backdoor insurance or the safety net on the dividend at 30% goes out the window. Options, say you play Nvidia for earnings, but earnings skyrocket at the opening. What determines the new price of the option? The underlying price. So if the stock gaps up and it's $10 further out the money, that will determine, how likely it is to get there, and then the price of that option. Bro, we're above VWAP. This is like the second high of the day, or like the second highest point, third highest after the sell-off. Very interest, Habibi. But I'll tell you this, man, if Target should have taught you something. The options still hit because Target went down, but dude, F all the BS. Make sure don't even play an option. Go on the shares. I'm telling you, Target, you would have killed it. Even Tesla, we went back down on Tesla, but actually I'm break even right now. But dude, the Tesla earnings play, we went down on it. Shares got a big gain. Netflix took some time, and then the Target one was just, I'm telling you, I think shares, if you're going to go about that, it'll go a long way. No, we made a Target option. It even went up a lot. I mean, we hit 1,000% this week. We closed out of Upstart. So we hit a couple of options here and there, but I'm just saying for the earnings plays, shares have been just, it's giving you a lot more flexibility to walk away with money on this stupid moves the market's been making. I'm waiting on the Tesla shares. I liked how they were looking. Worst case, I wouldn't keep them long, but I could hold them for a while. I've done a stint of child support with Tesla, so I'm not too shy of it, but it's still, I'm definitely not long at these prices. It's not like I'm committed to it. Again, the long term is like a commitment. You know what I'm saying? I really have a bond with the long term. But anything that's traded, it's you could give me my green, Habibi. I will, I'm very unloyal for trading. I'm gone, Habibi. I'm gone. Banks, they could react. That tightening credit. Again, that's what that's what all of them been saying. The potential credit tightening from the banking collapse. How they measure that or not. Now, given that was a month ago, I doubt it'll have anything new, but there could be an outsized reaction, but maybe that could feed off of bonds. We'll look for it, though. how much time? 17 minutes till the minutes. It's not a Fed. You're not going to get any live Fed speakers. You're going to get the minutes. There'll be a little move. Right now, I think it's priced in about 0.3%. And we've already moved pretty big today. I mean, the pre-move on the minutes is wild. So, but it shouldn't move us too much. It just depends on the scope. I'll give a little breakdown here in a little bit, but we talked about it earlier. Just don't forget the last Fed meeting, the minutes which this meeting represents, these minutes. That last Fed meeting was borderline historic. It was borderline the most important Fed meeting. If you have, again, some people, consensus would say that was the Fed meeting that defined the pause of the biggest tightening cycle in decades. So how they came to that decision, any specific writing and notations will be key. Yeah, SEP on the next one will be big. And I think we're at the halfway point, right? It's like, I think we're 3 weeks away now, maybe 2. It's getting closer. Mondelez. Didn't they run up the other day? Waller's speaking now. Yeah. They cut off the video, though. It says, hope Fed never gets back into business of buying MBS. Waller's answers questions after giving speech. So that's what we were waiting for, but we didn't get it. Yeah, Tesla's been popping there for the last, 10 minutes. Tesla. Zim was once at 30. Now. Yeah, Zim. But Zim, I mean, do you know the owner of Zim? Do you know this Israeli dude? Tell me anybody who works for Zim, and I'll give you $1. That's it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody knows. See, you could Google it. I know you could Google, but that's what it's Carl Icahn. Carl, I'm assuming he have credit. But then again, I'm not touching it, so yeah. My brother works for Zim Canada. Man, I don't believe you. Actually, I do believe you. Nope, I believe you. He does work for Zim Canada. No, he might. My dad works for Nintendo. Yo, have you seen that show or that movie on Apple about the Atari? That show that movie goes hard. That's all I know about Nintendo. Besides the N64. And RPD again, MVLA and TENB on the high. MVLA is up 18%. MVLA? Movella? What was this? Avis still gassing. We're chilling. We got 13. I need to go pee before the minutes. That'd be a good idea. I will go to the bathroom. That's what we need. We got to be fully prepared. Why do they keep talking Nvidia? Or we'll do an earnings preview too after the minutes. I will get you the Fed earnings preview. Okay, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Oh, yeah, Tetris, not Atari. Yeah, that's the movie.
and adding about $400 billion in the process of market cap. Matt, a lot of that is based on artificial intelligence hype. Those expectations are going to be in focus in just a couple of hours as we get ready for the company's quarterly results.
Yeah, actually, I was just looking to see the price-earnings ratio, right? We compare Facebook and Meta because they're both up 105% year-to-date. They're the top two performers on the S&P. But Facebook's PE is 22.4. Nvidia's PE is 130. So a lot more hype, it seems. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Ian King in San Francisco. Ian, it's not just the last few weeks or the last few months. Year to date, they're doing very well. Is this all about AI?
It really is. I mean, if you actually look at the fundamentals of their business, they're going to be reporting today revenue is down significantly from where it was a year ago. So the answer is, well, why are we valuing them so highly? And what investors are looking at is like somebody has to supply the plumbing behind artificial intelligence. And right now, the only real answer to that is NVIDIA's products.
And just to give a little bit more color in, because all of your stories give some great descriptions. Am I right that the data center business, the growth there is almost as if they've grown a business on top of the business they had as of 2020, just because of that demand for the plumbing behind AI?
Yeah, I mean, 5 years ago, the data center business was a rounding error, basically, for them. Now it's their largest source of revenue. Remember, this is a company that was built on the back of computer gaming, of graphics cards for that industry. And for years, you know, it's dominated that industry, done very well and got very well paid. And yet within almost overnight, that business has been eclipsed by data centers. We need these powerful machines to make sense of this flood of data. And the best way to do that right now is apparently NVIDIA's graphics chips.
Look, right now, you can use ChatGPT. I've played around with it. Everybody has. AI-powered Bing is interesting. It's, I think, a better way to search, it seems, than Google. But there isn't really a killer app yet for AI that's raking in cash, right? Ian, what do you think it's going to be?
That's what the CEO of NVIDIA said this time 3 months ago. He's like, look, this is a great market. We're right at the beginning. We're right at the excitement level. But what we need is the technology to allow an industrial company, a warehouse operator, a pharmaceutical company, you name it, to use this technology to take advantage of it and to add value to their business. And so what NVIDIA has really been concentrating on is obviously, yes, the hardware. It's a hardware company, but it's been making a lot of software that will hopefully act as this kind of interface between real business problems, real human problems, and the potential of this technology.
The technology. So NVIDIA hype. So all of their AI, they still need a client. But wait for the earnings today. But Chattadonia, I hope you are all having a wonderful day now. And I hope your day is good. Thank you if you have liked the video and shown some love. I hope you're ready. And I hope we see you at any future events too. Okay, keep that in mind because we have non-farms next week and a lot of other things. But the minutes are coming out in 10. And now we could go over a couple of things. So finally, before I start reading this, Fed Waller, inflation attacks on Americans, got to get it down. So let's see. Okay, for the minutes, the biggest thing we're going to be watching out for is the shape of the discussion and consensus around a need for pause in June. The May meeting marked an important pivot for the Fed. It laid out both the post-meeting statement and in Powell's press conference, policymakers are now taking a meeting-by-meeting approach to policy, assessing the impact of their tightening on the economy. Hold on, I got to put out a stream alert, so I don't want anyone to miss this recap. Lurker checking in, baby. Oh. Happy middle of the week with no debt ceiling agreement. What? That's crazy. Okay, we got to give him like 30 seconds. You know what I'm saying? You got to give him a little bit of time. Take note of where we're at, too. And then bonds are actually starting to move. Interestingly enough, the shape is the same. Wasn't like that early in the morning. So again, we went over the biggest thing. So this is what Bloomberg expects. They say many participants are likely supported the decision to signal an impending pause because of concerns over tightening credit, even though some were probably disappointed by slow progress of disinflation. Uncertainty about the outlook convinced them to agree to wait and see on the approach. Powell said at the press conference that wage growth and inflation are both high, but no wage price spiral has taken root. We estimate that many FOMC participants share that view. So several officials, including Jerome Powell, have indicated that it will likely be appropriate for the Fed not to raise rates at the next meeting in June. Powell said last week that the central bank could not afford to stop and look around, given that the Fed has raised rates by 5 percentage points over the past 14 months, and the lags which monetary policy usually work. A pause may give policymakers more time to see how the economy is reacting. Critically, some officials are concerned about stress in the banking sector following the collapse of 4 lenders this spring. That turmoil has exacerbated the tightening of credit conditions that began last year, which is compounding the Fed's own work in cooling financial conditions. It will be interesting to see how this was talked about among Fed officials and whether we'll get any insight into how it could play into the June decision. It was striking during last week's panel discussion between Powell and his predecessor, Ben Bernanke, how little discussion there was on the banking shock and their causes. The minutes may offer more insight into how concerned or not Fed officials are in terms of a credit crunch and how it will impact small businesses and households. And then at the May 3rd press conference, Powell gave pretty strong guidance that he favored a pause at the June meeting. Among other comments, he twice highlighted that policy is tight now, but how widespread was that sentiment? The minutes may be interesting. Since May 3rd, banking sector worries have subsided. Some in the KBW Bank Index is up a modest 3.3%, and we've heard some Fed officials say they are not convinced about a pause. So any hint from the minutes that is a sizable number of policymakers were not wild about a pause as of May 3rd could certainly be a hawkish sign. Interesting. So the more written dissent, that's actually a pretty good point. I could get behind that. So we'll see. So if a lot of the Fed speakers in the minutes were talking about, if they were talking about how things are and it's not looking too hot, or they weren't down with the pause, then that would be pretty hawkish, or it would fight the pause narrative. Again, that's pretty much, if you haven't picked up on it right now, you're looking to feed the pause narrative or to maybe change the narrative from pause to Powell will do whatever the next CPI says, which I believe. One angle I'll be watching here is the commentary from Fed officials on how they are viewing global growth, especially China, and what that might mean for the U.S. economy. China's post-COVID zero economic recovery already seems to be losing steam, denting what is meant to be one of the world's upside surprises this year. Anna Wong and Stuart Paul, they say, quote, the minutes will likely reveal that concern over credit conditions convinced Fed officials to signal an impending rate pause. Even so, some might have been more reluctant than others, worried that inflation is coming down too slowly. The diverse reads on the economy suggest that the consensus for a wait-and-see approach could be fragile. So since the meeting of the beginning of this month, several officials have came out either in support of or continued interest rate increases in favor of more tightening later this year after a June pause. We will be on the lookout for any conversation about this May meeting and whether we get a sense of how much support there is for an ultimately higher terminal rate. In June, we will get an update on the famed dot plot of each FOMC participant estimate for the Fed's fund rate. You could see here that even though the median estimate for the high point in the cycle was 5.1, where we are now, it wouldn't take that much to shift it upward, with 7 officials now already above that level. All right, 4 minutes. Actually, 3 minutes. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. So, while some policymakers have said higher rates may be needed to bring down sticky inflation, like Dallas Fed President Lori Logan and Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari, both voters this year, we haven't heard from everyone, so the minutes could shed some light on how big of the faction really is. And we're right at VWAP, pretty much at the release. So 2.5 minutes. Get ready. What's happening? The Fed minutes are coming out. So very big meeting. We're going over some of the recap now. And we are going to find out how they made the decision to pause, not pause. Are they really going to pause? Who agrees with the pause? Who doesn't agree with the pause? Are they worried about financial conditions? All that good stuff. So we're also going to be interested in any detail that we might get on serious policymakers discussing the federal debt limit. Did they go through the possible ways the Fed could limit financial instability in case the Treasury runs out of cash, or reprising discussions from 2011 and 2013 during previous partisan debt limit showdowns? But we might not find that out until the transcript of the May policy meeting is released in about 5 years. While we wait for the minutes, it's clear markets are getting jittery over the debt ceiling debate. S&P was down 0.9 early Wednesday. In the Treasury market, investors are demanding even higher premiums on bills that mature when the government is seen most at risk of default. Ira Jersey says there may be little new coming from the minutes on the May FOMC, and the market may even look beyond any nuance concerning the future of monetary policy. We'll be interested in comments concerning the reaction from the Fed. Basically, we'll take it to cut rates. They want to be very explicit, but if they were, they could go far to retighten financial conditions, which have eased as cuts have been priced. 1 minute remaining, Chattadonia. So get ready. SPY again, we are down 0.7 on the NASDAQ, 0.69 on the S&P, and 0.61 on the Dow Jones. Again, bonds are point down 0.13 right now, and gold is down 0.49. So there's your check. Check oil too, just in case. But get ready. So we'll get you these updates. You're going to get a lot of headlines. You're going to get moves on the headlines. I think the moves will last for like 30 minutes. Keywords is, honestly, I'm kind of go towards the dissenters. Keywords are going to be pause, and then financial conditions, and then as it relates in that context. So, but again, it should be simple. I'm glad Ira Jersey feels the same way, but he's not going to talk at 2:30. No Fed speakers today, except for the ones you already heard. You may get somebody else, but there's no Powell. There's no press conference. 1-0, and we're off. Fed minute shows officials split on support for more hikes. Fed officials stress data-dependent approach, cuts unlikely. Officials saw timely debt limit increase as essential. So those are your first initial reads. Again, the split on the support. That's how I'm gonna go to the statement and see right now. I want to see pretty much just look for how many people dissented. Because again, that's even coming by as a headline. It's not on the website yet. So again, you go to Fed's website, they don't have it on there. There it is. So officials viewed a debt limit hike as essential. Dissenting. No. Opposition. No, we're going to see Renam. We're going to have to scan through it. But honestly, the reaction SPY so far, the headlines out the gate are showing that there was a split on whether to hike more or not. That's all you need the specifics on. Financial situation by the staff continued to assume that the effects of the expected further tightening amid already tight conditions would lead to mild recession starting later this year, followed by more moderately price recovery, GDP. The staff's core inflation forecast was revised up a little relative to previous projections. Again, that's, I think, what Powell was saying the other day. I'm looking for anything on been effective. They said the banking was effective. Anything they did, they noted conditions in banking had broadly improved since early March. Straight away, the headline that Fed officials saw a timely debt limit increase is a clear warning of the risks surrounding the current talks. They kept mild recession forecast. I read that one to you just a second ago. They agreed inflation was unacceptably high. Come on. All right, here it is. So this is it. This is it right here. Page 10, I think, is what you want. So right here, in discussing the policy outlook, participants generally agreed That's again. So this is what we're trying to see, the split. Generally agreed that in light of lagged effects of cumulative tightening and potential effects on the economy of further tightening in credit conditions, the extent to which additional increases in the target range become less certain. So again, this was the change. This is exactly what we wanted. So participants agreed that it would be more important to closely monitor incoming info and assess the implication for policy measures in determining the extent of additional policy firming. Over time, various participants noted specific factors that should bear on future decisions of policy actions. One such factor was the degree and timing in which cumulative policy restrained economic activity, and they saw evidence of that in the past years. Another factor was the degree to which tighter credit conditions for household and business resulted from events. Additional factors include the progress towards, again, this is exactly what, what's his name said, Waller. The literal three things that he said. Again, and sadly, the words that have the most weighting are like generally and some. People are trying to infer how many people agreed with more hikes or how many people agreed with a pause. Because again, they're saying this is how we got to this change in language, but some of us agreed, several of us, various. I hope you guys are following along. So this is where all the action is at. But again, the outline of what they're saying, various people are pretty much right where Waller is at on if you're more worried about credit, if you're more worried about the inflation coming down or not coming down, or if you've actually achieved the goal, that's what's dictating future policy on rates. So they discussed several risk management considerations that could bear on future policy. A few assessed there was upside risk to economic growth. However, almost all commented the downside risk to growth and upside risk to unemployment had increased because of the possibility that banking sector could lead to further. So they all agree. They're all worried about bank tightening. So they're all saying that a few had upside risk to the economic growth, but almost all of them were worried about the credit tightening of the banks. So that's kind of informational if you want to see where they weigh. However, almost all participants stated with inflation still well above the committee's target, though, and the labor market remaining tight, upside risk to inflation remained a key factor to shaping policy outlook. So they're saying they all can agree that the bank pressure is tightening credit, and that could be a risk, but they're also, almost all of them are agreeing that inflation is still sticky up here. A few participants noted that they also saw some downside risk to inflation. So taking into account these various considerations, participants discussed their views on the extent to which further policy firming after the current meeting may be appropriate. Participants generally expressed uncertainty about how much more policy tightening may be appropriate. So they generally they were all uncertain. That one's not as specific. Many participants focused on the need to retain optionality after this meeting. Some participants commented that based on their expectations that progress in returning inflation to 2% would continue to be unacceptably slow, and additional policy firming would likely be warranted at future meetings. So again, that one is So they said although they were uncertain, they were all uncertain on what to do. Many participants said they wanted to have optionality. That's what we were, again, that they're saying they didn't want the market to back them into a corner. Very interesting on that one. So, and then they're saying that you could even have more additional hikes. So I don't know. I mean, that already so far, I don't think the pause, I never believed it. Just to give you insight, I never believed this was the pause. I said that from day one, from a couple weeks ago. So, I mean, this doesn't sound like it. It seems like they were trying to get optionality. Yeah, they are definitely straddling it, 100%. But that's why it seems like the optionality, even the language I've communicated to you, is showing directly in the minutes. Policy firming, let's see, would likely be warranted at future meetings. Several noted that if the economy evolved along the lines of their current outlooks, then further policy firming may not be necessary. So again, So several people said a pause, but that's only if the economy evolved along their current outlook. Their current outlook is recession later this year and then recovery into early next year. Fun fact. So, again, all of them, most of them wanted optionality. Several of them said that if the economy did slow down, if you did have a quicker recession, they would be down to pause. So again, this is data dependent, but I think that's what's being communicated. That if you're closer to recession, closer to pause. But if the data does not show that, then I don't think they're as close as the market is saying. But I've thought that from day one. In light of the prominent risks with the committee's objectives with respect to both maximum employment and price stability, participants generally noted that the importance of closely monitoring incoming info and implications of the economic outlook. Data dependent. Ha ha. I feel like they laugh every time they say that. Participants discussed the importance in various aspects of clearly explaining monetary policy and strategy. All participants reaffirmed their strong commitment to returning inflation above 2. A few commented that recent monetary policy actions and communications helped keep inflation expectations well anchored, which they saw as important for the attainment of the committee's goal. Participants emphasized the importance of communicating to the public the data-dependent approach of policymakers, and the vast majority commented that the adjusted language in the post-meeting was helpful. So that's them saying, listen, we could talk our way in and out of anything, and that's really important. This is what they all agreed on. So, yeah, they're split. I mean, honestly, I think it's hawkish. I mean, again, I think it's very relatively new, but I would say it kind of has a hawkish tilt based on the spread. I mean, I think honestly, it's not even them talking about rate hikes that's hawkish. I think several participants wanting to retain optionality. So where was that? Yeah, many participants focused on the need to retain optionality. That's my bearishness. That's my hawkishness. Is that many of them, they wanted optionality. So I don't think their mind is made up to pause. Which I think the market has made that their mind up for the last couple of months now, to be honest. But the reaction, again, other than that, though, it's not too new. Let me read you some more here. Again, this is the part I wanted. This was the actual minutes. If you didn't pick up on it, I was reading the actual minutes there. So let's see what happens. But here's some updates. Application specialist Owen Min notes that the only mention of pause came in the staff review of the Economic Central Bank, referring to foreign central banks. So not one mention of pause even showed up there. Policymakers always seem to have a menu of options to guide their decisions, and sure enough, the Fed is the same now. They said, again, that's the quote I gave you, many participants focused on the need to retain optionality. So indeed, it may be the case that the discussion was somewhat detailed when it came to the debt limit. Again, we only know for sure if participants reveal it to us when the Fed releases the transcript in 5 years. We know from 2011 and 2013, the emergency FOMC calls on the debt limit, that the central bank came up with an extensive menu of options for intervening. So again, this is interesting, dude. So the analysts are quoting literally. I'm reading analyst comments now. They're giving to you what I just read to you. So several participants noted tighter credit conditions may not put downward pressure, in part because lower availability can restrain aggregate supply. Compare and contrast the lines from the minutes. Several participants noted if the economy evolved along the lines of their current outlooks, the further policy firming may not be necessary. Compare that to some participants commented based on their expectation that progress in returning inflation to 2% could continue to be unacceptably slow. Additional policy firming would likely be warranted at future meetings. So those just totally contradict. Again, I mean, I think we had a chuckle there. So a number of participants emphasized that the Fed should maintain readiness to use liquidity tools. So as more on this split, as mentioned earlier, the June dot plot will provide clear insight. The March forecast, the last update, showed 7 of the 18 participants estimating higher rates than we are now. So policymakers saw rate cuts as unlikely, which we heard from time and time, but the market disagreed. Yeah, so far, stocks are just barely down. We're like down like 0.1%. The bonds barely moved too. But I mean, again, it seems like the same. I think this is the market believing one thing, and the Fed just keeping optionality so that they could just take the data right before and pivot into the data. That's it. So again, I don't know. I think you may not get too much reaction, but depending on the future data, that could make the future data more responsive. I don't think the market anticipated this. No, I don't think anything was new. But like I'm saying, I think this sets you up for your future data now. I think your PCE just got more volatile. I think your non-farms next week got more volatile. And I'm speaking in terms of bonds too, because I believe now if non-farms, PCE, if all of those come in hot, I think the market will abandon the rate, the pause. I really think they will abandon it. And then if CPI before Powell, if that comes in hot, I think the market, again, right now, Fed futures already went from 99% to where we all staying in there. Yeah, pause was already priced in. Exactly. Now I'm just, the evidence that that wasn't the pause meeting is showing up. But again, you need the real data. Yeah, now we're 60-30. So again, we shorted the Fed futures at 99%. Now it's almost 50-50. And that's it. I think the minutes just confirm the minutes did not confirm your pause. That's all I'm saying. That's if you wanted any, that's what I'm saying. They want optionality. That's in writing. And again, they contradict themselves. They say some participants don't want rates higher and some say it could go higher depending on inflation. I think it's data dependent now, but the point is you did not get confirmation of a pause. You didn't, honestly, hello. If you were comparing this to 2006, we should be going and looking at the 2006 minutes. Because that's the real question now, because did they do the same thing? But we'll see. But again, I'm biased on this. I mean, I've thought this from day one of Powell, so I do have my element of bias in there. But then again, I mean, Fed futures are 60-40. So, I mean, take that how you please. I don't think we got it. Well, it doesn't sound like that. I mean, at least from that, this was the whole page we wanted. How they, again, we wanted to see how they were split. Some, many, generally, various, and it seems like some want to pause, some don't. Some are worried about banks. Some are worried about inflation. Some are worried about just the general economy and then whether or not things play out as they expect. Bear trap. I think volatility. Again, I'm not even. Again, I think it was a little bit hawkish, but like I'm saying, I think this boils down to now. Not only is your debt ceiling, but these data this Friday, next Friday, and then I think CPI would be right after that. All those events are going to be insane now. Just because you're again bond futures 50-50 almost. And now no clear pause signal. I mean, that's it. It just all that. If you get good jobs or the jobs come down and inflation comes down, I could get behind a pause. But if not, I think Powell is they're going to pivot, dude. They don't give a shit. They're buying. That's firmly what I believe. Powell will do whatever the last minute says. And that's it. Coming into the day before the meeting, they'll skip, they'll pause. I'm open to anything, but I just think they are literally, they said it. Quote, several members, what did they say? What is it? Future meetings. Or is it goes too deep in there? Many participants focused on the need to retain optionality. That right there. So many is not several. And several is not many. And many is not a few. And then again, same thing could be said about, again, many participants. The same amount of participants, the same many also thought that we wouldn't be right, or that we could pause it too. So I don't think there's confirmation. I think the last Fed meeting and the minutes were very obscure, and I think the market reaction was very confident. And I think Powell and the bunch, they're gonna just pivot into whatever the CPI is the day before, and then also how the jobs and other things lead us into that. Yeah, many is not most. I agree. But then again, I think most wanted, what's it called? I think most wanted, most were concerned about, where was it? Here. Almost all were worried about inflation, and almost all were worried about banks. So that factors into it. So there you had more certainty on the worry about inflation and banks than you did on whether to raise or not. Today it's causing, I think right now we still have the debt ceiling, but I just be on the lookout for the other data sets though. I think volatility could get a nice little pickup here. Not like it doesn't matter really what we do today, but again, now the follow-up sets of data, the backdrop, I think just again the confidence is dwindling in the pause. That's it, whether you believe it or not. Again, don't argue with me. Just argue with the June rate hike odds, because that's, like I'm saying, they're all coming back now, and then that is not giving you anything decidingly to say no. You have evidence. Honestly, I want to go look back at the 2006 Fed minutes. To be honest with you. When did they pause? June 2006? Let me see. Or no, it was August. No, June. So June 2006 minutes. We need June 2006 minutes. I want to see that. Because, again, people were comparing the last announcement to 2006, which was a pause for the next 2 years leading into the final pop before the great financial crisis. So here's the June 2006 minutes. It looks so much shittier. It actually looks a lot simpler. Now that wait a minute. Why does this look way easier to read though? How come it's not even like 50 pages? It's just like, it's actually super simple. So let's see how they had a unanimous vote that the growth of economic activity slowed substantially from the rapid first quarter. Softening, housing cooled. In contrast, underlying rate of business slowed. Demand for labor appeared to moderate as hiring stepped down. Sharp prices. Core consumer price remained elevated, reflecting sharp. That sounds familiar, right? Okay. They honestly don't guide as much back then. As May meeting, they decided to raise the target. Has been strong. The committee saw growth as likely to moderate in more substantial pace, partly reflecting gradual cooling of housing and lagged effects of interest rates and energy prices. Still possible increase in resources have delayed the elevated prices of energy. It seems this is a completely different set of minutes, though. Again, just the structure. I'm trying to see, again, how their debate was back then. They mentioned the value of the dollar. They were talking about a lot of different stuff back then. So the staff forecast prepared after significant deceleration of GDP. Growth would proceed to end 2007 at a pace below. The outlook for modest GDP reflected a slowdown in housing. I'm trying to see when they say what they're going to do. Major sectors, participants interpret incoming data on orders and shipments. All meeting participants expressed concern about recent elevated readings on inflation. So same thing as now. All of them, mostly all, were worried about inflation. Key issue was the extent to which this increase in inflation reflected transitory showed up in 2006. Oh man, damn. So whether the spring increase in inflation reflected transitory or persistent influences, many noted that a number of factors were temporarily boosting inflation. Rising rents could be boosting costs to shelter. It's the same thing as the several sustaining pressure. No, come on. Some participants noted that business were expressing difficulty in hiring types. Some business indicated greater ability to pass through to customers. Higher levels of inflation, should they persist, could become embedded in inflation expectations. In that vein, several participants noted the inflation expectations had been sensitive to incoming data and the communications regarding monetary policy over the intermeeting. So all committee members agreed to raise. They said such an action would help preserve the decline of inflation expectations that occurred over the intermeeting period, which appeared to be conditioned on an outlook for policy firming. So this is the equivalent. They talk about how they worded it. So they talked about their policy, but they didn't. They even in 2006 though, it doesn't even seem like their minutes gave a signal though that they were going to pause. So it's not as if. So even in 2000. So again, it goes back to what I said the first time. You could believe the pause when they actually pause. So even then, compared to 2006, though, it's not like 2006 minutes in that meeting was the pause was not as explicit. So, which is again very similar to this time around. Twilio's up even more. I forgot about that. We're up on our Amazon contract. I forgot that one expires Friday. And then Nvidia. But Chad, how you feeling? So we got an earnings preview now. Yeah, we're going to be here for the earnings on Nvidia after the bell. I have the earnings preview to go over with you, but we're coming a little lower again. Minutes, they were what, 25 minutes ago? We went over the minutes. We went over 2006. Again, it seems like there was a split and just no clear evidence of pause or not, which would have been nice if you were hoping for that. And then, again, still leaves the bonds 50-50. Okay, but I'm going to get you the earnings preview, but I need to go to the bathroom first. So in the meantime, I hope you like the video. I hope you follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. You know, you could do that too. And that's about it. I'll see you in a little bit. And you are starting to go down a little. Watch if we break low. I'll be our beat.
That go into, let's say, something like chatbot or so forth, or chat GDP, and they don't give us an exact number when the results come out. But that's kind of what the estimates are. We know that they have the H100, which is a very popular chip that's used, the Hopper 100, in AI. And we know that Nvidia was one of the first chip companies that really embraced AI before it became hot. And because of that, they kind of have the lead pole position right now compared to some of the other semiconductor producers when we get into these discussions about where to place money to play the AI, the bet right now.
And Dan, of course, we know that Nvidia, to your point, has been trying to diversify for a while. AI, EV, there's a bunch of tailwinds out there. Where does the CapEx cuts that you're seeing in the broader industry factor into Nvidia's bottom line?
Well, we've seen CapEx cuts ever since the semiconductor sector pulled back in terms of, you know, let's say we started to see that inflection point back in the second quarter of 2022. You know, Nvidia is a company that continues to move forward in terms of what they've been doing, regardless of the overall climate. But there's no doubt that, you know, the last couple quarters have been very difficult for the whole sector as a whole. So we're hoping for an inflection point in the second quarter to third quarter of 23.
I am curious here, Dan, when we talk about, I guess, some of the, now maybe we call it a legacy business. I know data center was kind of nothing more than a twinkle in their eye just a few years ago, but it has grown to be a big part of their business. I know Synovus with the $20 billion under management, you're a holder of Nvidia here. How much does that business provide a ballast as we wait to find out what AI ends up becoming?
Well, you're right, Romain, because, if we really think of Nvidia, the history of the company is that they have been a GPU producer, right? They produce the chips that go into gaming, and that was always about 60 to 70% of their business. And then they really started getting into data center, competing against the likes of Intel and AMD. Coming in this quarter, Romain, data center will probably do about 3.8, 3.9 billion compared to maybe 1.9 billion for gaming. So now, all of a sudden, data center has become a bigger portion of their overall revenue base. And, as Keely was mentioning before, in terms of these other areas that they're involved in, automotive, Omniverse, and so forth, to try to offset this. But, data center has become a big proponent, even though they are founded upon gaming in the past.
When you look out across the rest of the kind of the chip space, if you will, and I use that term in kind of the broadest umbrella here, where do you see the growth coming from?
He said chat GDP. I like that better. I like chat GDP. That's dope. That one is dope. And then somebody emailed me, Trevor. He said, look at the August minutes. He said they talk more about pause. So that's the point. They paused by August, though. So that's, if you actually go watch my video day after the Fed, because I was shocked. Again, like I said, the market was eating it up like it was a pause. And I still stand by it today. I was just like, I don't think it's a pause. And I just said the only way you'll know they will pause is when they actually pause. Is that once we hit the next meeting and that rate doesn't go up, then I'll believe it. Again, and that's why the Fed futures went from 100%. Now they're right now borderline 50-50, 68-30 or 68-40. So that's where I was like, August would make sense that they started talking about the pause and being specific, because they paused in June was the meeting, and then they waited, and then by August they paused, and then every meeting after that the rates never moved again. So again, it's like an object in motion, equal and opposite forces. So it's like they did a lot of raising. So once you stop, you have to really make sure you're going to stop. Again, it's just like stopping the economy to that degree, because they have a lot of momentum in their favor. So that's why it's like once they pause, the momentum that's a big action. It will really pause, and then we'll go from there. Bonds are catching a bid though. So let's see, because again, if they're like, we disagree again, the Powell minutes, everything says no cuts and all that, lower rates, but the bond market, remember, the lower rates go, that's fighting Powell. So U.S. stocks extend losses on debt ceiling. You think we'll get down to 2% if Fed continues without pausing until 2025? Or something will break? Something will definitely break, but it will come back down. That's the thing. It's not, you will come down. If they keep raising and they just keep doing what they're doing, and you eventually, it'll come down naturally, or it'll come down violently with an economic scar or pain and destruction. Again, remember when Powell used to say it's going to be painful. So that would be the only thing realistically. But it's like it will come down, but breaking is coming down. And then Chattadonia, where is it? I need to get it. Okay. Can I interest you in the Nvidia? Would you like? I have Nvidia earnings preview for you. If you like this one. So you guys do very good on liking video today. So shukran, Habibi. Ishkorak. I give. And then the Santos, the Satan, he's filed the FEC paperwork. Who is the FEC? For president? Who is the FEC? I thought it was the SEC. I thought the bald man. Who is the FEC? Where is he? Where did he file president? Maybe he make a spelling mistake, typo. Oh, the Federal Election Commission. Wow, they give you commission? Wow. Good deal, good deal. Okay, yalla. All right, Nvidia. Nvidia report to show extent of spending on AI boom. Nvidia will report first quarter results and second quarter projections on Wednesday, giving investors a fresh look at how they are benefiting from the artificial intelligence boom. The performance of the chipmaker's data center unit should show whether cloud computing companies are splurging on infrastructure that supports AI services such as ChatGPT. That kind of spending is expected to be a bright spot during a period of generally lower tech expenditures, and Nvidia's strength in chips that handle AI tasks has helped it make it the world's most valuable semiconductor company. First quarter results are expected to come in at $6.52 billion. Data center revenue estimate is $3.91 billion. Gaming $1.98. Professional visualization $246 million. Automotive and embedded $309. Adjusted gross margin estimate 66.6%. Oh no. R&D expenses estimate $1.91 billion, adjusted operating expenses $1.78 billion, adjusted operating income $2.57, and adjusted EPS estimate of 92 cents on free cash flow of $2.94 billion. Second quarter guidance is expected to come in revenue 7.18, adjusted gross margin of 66.9, and adjusted operating expenses at 1.82. And then BMO Capital Markets outperform price target 350. They say the data center business is on track to continue to accelerate growth throughout the year, according to a note by analyst Ambrish Srivatsa. While trends from the supply chain indicate downward revisions to overall data center build forecast, expectations are the reverse for AI-based servers, specifically as we go into the second half of the year. 2024 estimate is yearly estimate $30.2 billion. They have 44 buy targets, 13 holds, and 0 sells. Average price target is $297.07, 4% downside from the current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 4%. That's a lie. It's at 7 or 9 right now. And then adjusted EPS is like 11 of the last 12 quarters. And then shares are up 83% in the past year, while the SPX is up 5.2. And then let's run the numbers one more time for Nvidia. It says what, 2146? Yeah, 7%. That's weird. So I think when that might be a little bit lagged, but it's pricing in 7%, not 4%. Tina Turner dies at 83. Oh, no way. Yeah. And then DeSantis enters 2024 race, challenging Trump for nomination. John Pierre says preventing default is not a concession. Oh, yeah, White House. See what we got.
Clear message to their constituents. Let's take a look. Will Marjorie Taylor Greene, who had $183,000 of her own business loans forgiven, vote to deny debt relief to the 92,000 student borrowers she represents? Will Representative Vern Buchanan, who had over $2.3 million of business loans forgiven, vote to deny student debt relief for 95,000 of his own constituents? To the more than 40 million eligible student borrowers who are eagerly waiting to learn about the fate of their debt relief, I urge you to tune in today's vote, to watch which Republican lawmakers shamelessly vote against debt relief for you after having their own loans forgiven. And know this, President Biden won't stand for it. He will not stand for it, and he will veto this bill. Because let's be clear, this is not about cutting wasteful spending for Republicans, and it never has been. The same Republican lawmakers objecting to student debt relief are refusing to cut billions of dollars in handouts to big oil. They even had their own loans forgiven, as I just laid out, and you just saw on the chart to my left here. Meanwhile, President Biden has reduced the deficit $1.7 trillion and put forward a plan to cut wasteful spending and the deficit by another $3 trillion over the next decade. And finally, I want to say a few words about a somber occasion that we are marking today here at the White House. 1 year ago, the president was in his office on Air Force One, returning from an official trip to Asia, when he saw breaking news of a school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Like millions of Americans, he was horrified and heartbroken. Yet again, our nation had lost innocent young children and teachers in a deadly act of gun violence at school. When the president landed back at the White House that evening, he was briefed in the Oval Office and addressed the nation from the Roosevelt Room. He grieved for the families in Uvalde and called on Congress to act. The following Sunday, the President and the First Lady traveled to Uvalde to visit a memorial outside Robb Elementary, attend a mass with grieving members of the community, and spend time with the families who lost loved ones in the attack. The shooting in Uvalde had also come 10 days after the devastating mass shooting in Buffalo. And together, these attacks became a catalyst Partisan Safer Communities Act in Congress. Since then, in addition to signing the most significant gun legislation in 30 years, the president has continued
I totally
to
thought this was a
implement
question on the debt
dozen
ceiling. What just happened?
Executive actions to help reduce gun violence.
I don't know. I just got
keep
pump
weapons
faked.
of war out of
That's
dangerous.
But she's
he has
talking
continued
guns.
to
This has
say
nothing to do with the debt ceiling.
that it's not enough. It is not enough. And he's continued to call on Congress to take action.
On what?
This afternoon, President Biden and Dr. Biden, the First Lady, will mark 1 year since that tragic day in Uvalde, which stole the lives of 19 children.
Wow, that was a
and
year
2
ago?
teachers and injured 17 others.
That felt like yesterday.
The president
That's crazy,
will remember
actually.
those lost.
Yeah, so this is on guns.
With prayer, he will pray for the survivors, the children, the first responders, and community members who will bear the trauma and scars from that day for the rest of their lives. And he will reiterate this call for Republicans in Congress to help stop the epidemic of gun violence that has become the #1 killer of our kids in America. From universal background checks to requiring safe storage of guns to ending for gun manufacturers to ban capacity magazines, we need Congress to
I'm going to keep it on. I'm going to see if the next question, it has to be a debt ceiling question next.
Support.
So we'll see, though.
Tragic reminder to pass gun safety.
My thing's lagging. I feel like
Reminder
YouTube's going to lag, too.
Of the urgency to pass gun safety. With that, Darlene, please take it away.
Thank you. A couple of questions on the debt limit.
Oh my God.
Venue today for the talks, the negotiators are here. Can you tell us if the president perhaps might have dropped in, and why are the negotiators meeting here versus Capitol Hill, where they've been meeting since the beginning?
So as you know, as you just stated, Darlene, they've been meeting since the beginning on Capitol Hill. We truly appreciate the Speaker's hospitality for those important budget negotiations, and we just felt it was time for a change. I wouldn't read too much into the change of venue, but we are glad to be hosting the negotiators here. Just to add a little bit more color, it's happening in the OMB offices at EOB, which is just on the other side of West Exec, and it started around noon today, and it's still continuing.
Can you say whether any contingencies are in place or are being made for the president's travel in the event of the default? The White House had previously announced that he's traveling to Colorado on June 1st, which could be default day, to speak at the commencement for the U.S. Air Force Academy.
As you just stated, the plan is for the president on June 1st to go speak to the graduates at U.S. Air Force, which happens to be in Colorado. And so the president, as commander-in-chief, is looking forward to certainly giving that commencement. Look, our job and our focus and what we're going to try to do, and that's what the negotiators have been doing for these past several meetings.
They're like, what's Biden's schedule if we only have a week?
Continue to work on this budget negotiations and to avoid default. The president has been very clear. Congress needs to act. We need to avoid default, and so we are going to work very hard to make sure that that we don't get to that X date.
Just a quick one. Has there been any, has the president reached out to the governor of Guam with the typhoon approaching or inching over the island there?
So don't have any calls to read out, just a couple of things. The president has been briefed on the typhoon and is continuing. We're going to continue to look at the impact that the typhoon will certainly have in Guam. On Monday night, the president approved an emergency declaration for Guam and ordered federal assistance to supplement territory and local response. Federal agencies, including FEMA, Coast Guard, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and the National Guard, have been deployed and are coordinating response effort. The White House is in close contact with the government of Guam and has offered as much support as needed to respond to this tragic major storm.
Thank you, Karine. Can you help Americans understand what will practically happen on X day? There will still be money left. What is the rate of the cash flow?
Bro, this is good. 3 debt ceiling questions in a row. You haven't had that the last couple times.
Checks, Social Security checks. What happens on that day?
So as I've said, look, that's not the as you speak to prioritization. That is not the plan. It is a recipe for economic catastrophe. It would throw the economy into chaos. So just want to be really clear about this. The Secretary of Treasury said and has said this as well, that prioritization is effectively a default. Stephen Munchkin said, and I quote, "That doesn't make sense. The government should honor all of its obligations and the debt limit should be raised." Jack Lew, I think prioritization is just default by another name. Timothy Geithner, prioritization is unworkable, harmful, and the world would recognize it as a first ever failure by the United States to meet its commitment. The only way to avoid this kind of economic disaster is for Congress to do its job. It's for Congress to act.
If she said Munchkin how I say it, then you know she in the cult.
And
then
I hear that, but
that's
I think
crazy.
A lot of Americans don't understand.
I thought I'm the only one who calls him
it
Munchkin.
Practically, can you help us understand that?
So look, here's the thing. This is why we have said this would be catastrophic to our economy if there is a default. We've been very clear. We've laid out what could potentially happen. Remember, this would be our first ever default. If it were to happen, we're going to do everything that we can to avoid this. That's why we've been asking for Congress to act. But a couple of things that this would lead to: it would wipe out millions of jobs. Up to 8 million jobs.
Yeah, bro, what if she was in Chad this whole time and y'all keep clowning on her?
It would devastate retirement accounts.
Oh, you didn't think about that, huh?
Costs. It would damage our international reputation.
Yeah.
This is what could potentially happen if we default. Again, we are not a deadbeat nation. That's what the president has said. We have been able to pay our debts since 1960. We did it 78 times.
That comes number 2
and
to
just
sounding
one part of
resilient.
what could happen.
We're not
The
a
other part
deadbeat
that
nation.
would
That's
happen,
beautiful,
too, is
bro.
we could see the
That's fucking
gains
art.
that we have made these last 2 years under this president. When you think about 12.7 million jobs, that could be gone. When you think about unemployment rate at the lowest, at one of the lowest that we have seen, 3.4%, that could hurt that. The manufacturing boom, the 80,000 new jobs that we were able to create, manufacturing jobs, that could be gone. The $1.7 trillion of deficit that the president was able to do the first 2 years, a record, that could be all gone. So that is what's at stake, and we believe the American people understand that. And so we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that that doesn't happen.
And just one more on the negotiations. McCarthy has made very clear what Republicans are asking for. The White House has made clear where President Biden is willing to meet them halfway. But what concessions are the White House trying to get in this deal? In other words, what are you going to get out of this deal other than raising the debt ceiling?
So look, a couple of things, and I've said this, I think I said this yesterday, the president said this on Sunday, certainly not going to negotiate from here, but I'll lay out a couple of things that the president has been very clear. We put forward a proposal that cuts spending by more than $1 trillion. That's on top of what the president put in his budget on March 9th, which is a $3 trillion cut in deficit over 10 years. And the president has made clear that he and congressional Democrats cannot support devastating cuts that would slash law enforcement, education, and food assistance. So we've been very clear on those pieces. We've said this over and over again, just not going to get into specifics from here beyond what the president laid out on Sunday.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karine. Republican negotiators have been talking a lot on the Hill. One of the concerns that they've raised is that the White House negotiators have not been empowered by the White House. They say Young and Ricchetti are talented and that they work hard, but felt that they were being hamstrung by the White House. Can you speak to that and whether the White House negotiators are being empowered by the White House?
They're absolutely empowered. This is a team that the president selected himself. These are long-term advisors, long time.
Yeah, you. Hey, what's your name?
The president. If you think about Steve
the kid with the white jacket. Get him on board.
Around him since he's been
senator.
Yeah,
I've seen you a while. Get him out here. Tell him we're not moving anything.
Young, the OMB
just sit in there. Tell him we're not fucking around.
History working on the
see you
Hill
next
and
month.
also here working for the president. These are talented, extremely talented and experienced individuals who are now part of this negotiation team for the president on the budget, and the president trusts them and really believes that they can get the work done. And so, look, negotiations, the way that we see them, remain productive. As you know, they are meeting right now at OMB with the House negotiators. There are always going to be disagreements, right? And I said this yesterday. I kind of went into how negotiations work. It is a democracy in action, right? No one is going to get everything that they want. That's something that when you negotiate, you have to understand. And so, look, the big and important thing is that we are talking. That's part of negotiation, is talking, and the talks continue. And we believe that there is still an opportunity here to get to a bipartisan, reasonable bipartisan agreement that Republicans and Democrats in the House and the Senate can move forward with.
Can I also ask you about the significant market reaction to these talks? There are analysts out there who feel that a market reaction could actually serve as kind of a forcing mechanism to move the sides closer together. My question is, has the lack of a market activity maybe hurt your efforts, maybe hurt the White House's bargaining position, negotiating position?
So I'll say this, I got to be very careful as we're talking about the markets here. I'm not going to speak about the markets reacting or moving. That is not something I'm going to do from here. What I know and what we believe is that the American
hammering the debt ceiling question.
They understand what's going on. They understand what's at stake. And so what we are going to do is focus on them. That is the most important thing here, making sure that
she's
American
like, the market
families,
understands. They know. We're just all like,
right, to make the ends meet as they think
it's not
about
going to happen, right?
As they think about what is it that there is needed
it's
in
like
their
a 3%
right?
chance we're like not doing
those
anything.
Really important conversations
like,
that many American families have almost every month.
We're waiting for Powell.
Some of them even more. And so that is our focus. We know. I just read out what could potentially happen. What could potentially happen if we default? Millions of jobs. Trigger a recession. We can't allow that to happen. This is why we're continuing to have these conversations. This is why the president has been very firm on how Congress needs to do their job and deal with the debt limit.
But isn't the lack of a reaction representative that Americans aren't as concerned as to the things that you're laying out? Should that?
You don't want to say. Don't answer that question.
I'm just not going to speak to the market. That is not something I'm going to do from here, from this podium.
Because once you admit it, the markets go crazy. That's what happened with France.
Would be catastrophic.
I've given you that example many times.
To
Good
American
answer.
Families, and that's why the president has been very, very clear on
That's what I was been telling. I said, wait till that happens.
Couple of months, which is
that's good.
Congress
She didn't talk about it.
They need to deal with the debt limit, just like they have done 78 times since 1960.
Great. Thanks, Karine. Francisco was just talking about what Republicans have said about your negotiators. Can you characterize how you guys feel about Congressman McHenry and Graves and how they've been negotiating up to this point?
Look, what I can say is that the negotiations have been productive, which is what matters. The conversations continue, which is what matters, and the focus is on what the leaders said themselves, what Speaker McCarthy and what the president said as well, which is default is off the table. We're going to continue to negotiate in good faith, and if that is what
Abercrombie,
occurs, then
another
we can
high
get to
30%.
a bipartisan, reasonable negotiation or deal on a budget deal, and that's what's important. And so that's going to be our focus here.
Given where Republican offers currently stand, are there any regrets about entering the negotiations since they haven't seemed to have moved all that much from where they were originally?
So we believe they've been productive. That's what we believe. We believe the conversations, these negotiations remain productive, and that's the path that we're going to continue on. We believe that there's a path here to move forward. Of course, there's going to be areas of disagreement. That's what negotiations are all about, right? That's why that's why we're negotiating here. But look, we believe that we can get to a solution here. We can get to a bipartisan, reasonable agreement. That, again, let's not forget, this agreement has to get the support of Democrats as well as Republicans in the House and in the Senate.
You just said repeatedly that you thought that talks had been productive, but you also opened the briefing by putting some House Republicans on blast that you put up on the screen. So how have talks been productive?
So look,
little cheek lay.
I just laid out the facts. That's all. I've actually, what I did was
how is it productive if you're talking shit?
Talking about.
I'm just giving facts.
And highlighting for the past several months.
Got a little cheek lay.
And I think it's always important to do that. I think it's always important when I'm in front of you all and when I'm talking to the American people for them to know exactly what's happening. And that's what I did. Now, are the talks productive? Yes. We believe that the negotiations, the budget negotiations that have been happening continue to be productive. But at the same time, I think it's important to lay out the facts for the American people as they are wondering and curious about what is happening right here in Washington, D.C.
Well, what is the progress, the specific progress that's been made?
I'm not going to get into specifics about what's being discussed in these negotiations. We're going to give the negotiators some space, as we've been saying, to negotiate, to have the discussion. Very clear, yes. Are there areas of disagreement? Absolutely, which is what negotiations are all about. We're moving in good faith, having those conversations in good faith, and we believe it's a path forward to get to, again, that bipartisan, reasonable budget agreement, because that is what is needed for it to actually move out of the House and move out of the Senate into the desk of the president.
And then lastly, on that point, June 1st, just around the corner, does the White House believe that it will have the money to keep paying the United States' bills beyond June 1st? Would it be a day, 2 days, how long?
So look, any specifics on the X date and what that's going to look like?
Dude, every question has been debt
ceiling.
ceiling.
The Treasury Department
this is great.
Is going to answer, or that's something
and
that
then
they're
every
going to look
answer
at.
sounds like me answering my girlfriend.
What I can tell you
explaining
is
why she should let me play 2K.
Our focus is to avoid that. Our focus is to give the negotiators some space.
There's some things we disagree on, of course.
Continue to come to an agreement.
That's what a negotiation is.
Get out of the House, get out of the Senate, and get to the president's desk so he can sign it. And that's going to be our focus right now. Go ahead, Terry.
Over the past day or so, it seems like there's been some really tough talk from officials about Speaker McCarthy basically saying he's talking out of both sides of his mouth, accusing him of, in public, claiming he's willing to negotiate, and in private, rejecting any compromise. Does the president believe he's dealing with someone who is negotiating in good faith?
The president believes that negotiations are actually remaining productive, and that's what's important. The conversations that are happening with his team, right? This is a team when it comes to who we're dealing with on the other side of Pennsylvania, right? The group of House negotiators. That is Speaker McCarthy's team, and so they remain to be productive. We believe that if they continue to work in good faith,
all that matters is the president
and recognize that neither side is going to get.
We're not doing a deal no matter what.
We can get this done.
Yeah,
negotiating in good faith.
That's been our experience as we're dealing with their negotiators, and that's what we're saying. If it keeps
You're
going,
going
in
to test
good
the low
faith,
again for the
then
fourth
we can
time
get to an
today.
agreement here that is bipartisan and that will get out of the House and get out of the Senate.
If necessary, is the president willing to sign a temporary extension of the debt limit in order to get this deal done?
Look, just not going to get into any short-term or temporary pieces of legislation. What we're trying to get to is something that has been done 78 times since 1960, is raise the debt limit. That's something that Congress has done, we're talking about, when you're talking about what's happening with this manufactured crisis, this would be the first time that we could potentially default. And we should not be doing that. This is not something that this nation is known for. You heard the president say over and over again, we are not a deadbeat nation. Look, we're going to let the negotiators do their job, continue to have the conversation, and we believe that there's a path forward.
So it's not taking a temporary extension off the table.
I'm just saying that that's not the conversation that we're focused on. The conversation that we're focused on is dealing with a budget negotiation.
No. He asked a great question. No suspension on the table?
That's what's important right now, and continuing to call on Congress.
Come on, someone ask that again.
Or to do their job.
Ask it again.
What
do you mean?
On the debt ceiling, is there a drop dead? I mean, is there a drop dead date where, after which it becomes impossible to enact the legislation that's necessary? So do you have to have a deal tonight, tomorrow? Is Friday enough time to get to that potential X date?
No, I get this. I get the question. Look, our country has never defaulted on its debt, and it will never. It never will, and that's kind of our focus, right? We've never done this, and we will never do. This will never happen, right? That's the way we see this, and that's going to be our focus. That's the answer that I have for you on that piece.
Can you say a word about contingency planning in terms of, special measures? The Treasury is taking extraordinary measures. There are additional novel approaches that have been described by various think tanks or economists or experts. Would the president prefer some, extra or additional extraordinary measures to having to invoke the 14th Amendment?
So, as it relates to the 14th Amendment, the president has been very clear. That is just not the answer here. The answer here is for Congress to do its job, like they did 78 times since 1960. That's the answer. As it relates to the X date itself, that's something that the Treasury Department will do. That's clearly on their watch. That is something that they will focus on. And so I'm just going to leave it to the Secretary. I believe she did an interview earlier this morning. And so I would refer you to the Treasury Department on this particular question.
Quickly on Amanda Gorman's program being banned in Florida elementary school. Do you have a comment on that move?
Sure. So look, the president was proud to have Miss Gorman, the youngest inaugural poet, speak at his inauguration, as you all know, just a little over 2 years ago. As Miss Gorman said herself, the poem, "The Hill We Climb," was written so that all young people would see themselves in a historical moment. And the president and his administration certainly stand with her, as he was, again, very proud to have her at his inauguration. Banning books is censorship, period. That's what that is. When you ban a book, you are censoring. It limits American freedom, Americans' freedom, and we should all stand against that type of act when it comes to banning of books. Okay.
What about YouTube
Yesterday,
channels?
you said that everyone is working in good faith, and you said on today's briefing
Debt ceiling
that
question
Speaker is
number
working in
9.
good faith. We spoke to the hostage taking and saying the quiet part out loud now. Do you think that other congressional Republicans are working good faith? And what do you say to congressional Democrats who feel cut out of the process and feel like Republicans have taken control of the narrative?
So look, I can't speak to other Republicans. They can speak for themselves. You can see their quotes and what they have said, and you've all been certainly reporting that. So I'll leave their words. Let their words speak for themselves. I'll leave that there. Look, as it relates to other Democrats, look, the president is fighting to protect clean energy manufacturing. He's fighting to protect student debt relief and to lower costs for prescription drugs and to save the government money. That is what he is fighting for. He's fighting against proposals that take away people's health care and push people into poverty. And so the president has been very clear on that. He'll continue to do that, but it is important to have these types of budget negotiations. It is important in those budget negotiations to, again, make sure that we have a bipartisan, reasonable budget agreement that both Democrats and Republicans can support in the House and in the Senate. And so that's going to be the president's focus.
And on the U-Haul truck, you said yesterday that the president had been briefed on that. Has the president been briefed since, or has the White House learned any more about the suspect's alleged interest in Nazis and Hitler?
So look, I don't have anything more to share. The president certainly has been kept up to date. As I said yesterday morning, he was briefed. He was given a briefing from Secret Service and also the Park Police of what they know so far. He was relieved to hear that no one was hurt that night, and he was very complimentary and grateful to the agents and law enforcement officers who quickly responded. And so anything else, any details or information about the particular individual, I would have to refer you to the U.S. Secret Service. I just don't have anything in more details to share. Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks. Speaker McCarthy continues to criticize the president for not meeting with him for 97 days to talk about these issues. Given how close we are to this June 1st deadline with no deal at this point, does the president have any regret for not engaging with McCarthy over that time?
This is
We've
weird.
been very clear, Karen. I appreciate the question, and I know what the speaker has been saying.
Bro, another
but
debt
we've
ceiling
also
question.
been
I'll talk
very
about this
clear for
after,
the
but
past
this is
several
wild
months
so far.
of where we are and what's
Maybe
at
the
stake
gates
and how
are
important
opening.
it is for Congress to do their job, their constitutional duty. We've been very clear for months and months. And look, the president put his budget out on March 9th. He laid out in a very clear way on how he sees his values, right? We talked about values here in the president's quote about that, and how he sees the economy moving forward to help the American people. We put that out on March 9th for not just Americans to see, but for certainly for House Republicans in Congress to see. And so they put out their budget or passed their budget on April 26th, and a few days after that, the president started the budget negotiations, and that's what he laid out. That's what he said he was going to do: put out his budget, ask the House Republicans to put their budget. They didn't pass it until April 26th. After that, we started the budget negotiations, and so again, been very clear about this, and at the same time holding the line and saying how important it is for Congress to do their jobs, to do their constitutional duty.
Will the president commit to staying in D.C. until they reach an agreement, or will he travel over the holiday weekend?
So look, the president will be
Hey man, I'm taking my holiday. Shut up.
To secure reasonable bipartisan deal to prevent the economic
you know how old I am. Fuck you.
That Republicans are threatening.
You know, take it. It's fucking Memorial Day.
This manufactured crisis.
What's wrong with you? I'm
and
leaving.
So
One day.
that is what he's going to
give me a
do.
break.
He'll do that wherever
Seriously.
he needs to be. I'll note a couple of things on his schedule so you all are aware. I think you all are tracking this. He will be participating in a wreath-laying ceremony and delivering the Memorial Day address at Arlington National Cemetery. That's what he'll be doing on Monday, on Memorial Day. As always, he will receive regular updates from his staff and keep in touch with members of Congress. And he is president wherever he needs to be, and that's what you're going to see from this president.
Do you have any comment on the Federal Trade Commission investigating whether baby formula makers colluded on bids for state contracts? Is there any concern about the stability of the formula market?
So I don't have any comment to make at this time, so I'll just leave that there. Okay, Peter.
A couple quick questions. I'll leave some of the other questions related to the potential for default to others. But there is a new COVID wave in China right now that's getting a lot of attention. How closely is the U.S. tracking this new wave? And is there any conversation right now about potential travel restrictions, or would that not be necessary given the U.S. has already experienced this variant, it seems?
So look, I'll do your last question first. There's no changes of travel that I will be announcing from here. Don't have any conversations to speak of at this time. Of course, we're always monitoring. That's something that we do when things like this occur, but just don't have any update for you at this time.
Does the U.S. feel like it's getting accurate information as it relates to this COVID wave from China?
So look, it's not a conversation that I've had with our teams here, so I can't give an official comment on that. But certainly this is something that we continue to monitor. I just don't have anything to preview or to announce at this time.
And within the last hour, we learned that Tina Turner passed away. She was 83. Clearly a surprise to you. I didn't know if the White House had any heads up or if the president had any comment, but I'll give you time to form that.
Look, that is the first time I'm hearing that. That is incredibly sad news. Tina Turner was an icon, a music icon who had many stages and many amazing moments in her career. Very sad to hear the news. I was a huge fan of Tina Turner. As you can see from my reaction, that is the first that I'm hearing of it. And it is a massive loss to the communities that loved her, and certainly to the music industry. And her music will continue to live on. Very sad news. Our hearts go out to her family and her friends on their loss. Okay, I'll go to the back. Go ahead, Ed.
Thanks, Corinne. So on the debt ceiling, you used words like catastrophic and devastating today. But the president, again, is going to Camp David this weekend and then going to Delaware. If the situation is so dire, then why is the president?
Well, I already answered that question.
Yeah, you're
so
a
you have
prick.
another one?
Shut up.
I literally just answered that question.
He came
I'm
back
happy.
from Japan.
Little prick. Come on. What are you doing? Exactly.
Any other questions?
No, that's it.
Okay, great.
You're going to be watching
When's the
Netflix.
last time that
Shut up.
Has the president and the speaker spoken since Monday? And if not, when are they expected to maybe speak and engage one-on-one again?
So I don't have any conversation to preview at this time. Look, the president and the speaker will speak when the time is right, when the time is necessary to do that. We are giving, I've said this moments ago, we're going to give the negotiators some time to have a conversation, to continue to negotiate. We believe the talks are moving in a productive way, and so I'll leave it there.
What is that time look? I mean, is there sort of a specific sort of
There's
narrowing that has to happen before the two?
There's no timeline to throw at you or to lay out to you. I'm just saying that it's been productive. They're here meeting right now. They started around noon today. We are hosting, as you know, the negotiations today at the EOB, at the office of, at the OMB offices, and so we'll leave it there. Continue to give them the space. Go ahead, Owen, way in the back.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. Two separate
She
questions.
just made up
for you.
like
One
4
on Senator
agencies.
Tuberville.
It's okay.
He continues to prevent or hold up
I do it all the time. It's
promotions.
okay.
He says the DOD's
I don't like
new
the
abortion
acronyms
policy
either.
is
She's
illegal.
a Chad, bro. She's a
And
Chad.
he says taxpayer dollars should not be funding abortions. And he's got a lot of support. There's a petition going around right now supporting his stance. What does the White House say to Americans who agree with Senator Tuberville?
I'll say this. I'll speak to this. Senator Tuberville he's threatening, right, our national security with his political gamesmanship. That's what we're seeing from the senator. And risking our military readiness by depriving armed forces of leadership and harming military families. That is what's currently happening. That is what the senator is threatening here. So we urge him to drop his holds on that he has currently on DOD nominees immediately, and that's what you'll hear from us.
And a separate story here, and this is one that's really caught the eye of a lot of Catholics and Christians, and frankly, they're hurt by this. The LA Dodgers are honoring a group called the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence during a Pride Night game next month. The Archdiocese of LA, Catholic leaders there, say the group mocks the Catholic faith and women religious who serve the poor and sick, and is asking all Catholics to stand against bigotry and hate in any form. The president is Catholic, we all know. What is his reaction to this story?
Look, I appreciate the question, Owen. I'm just not going to get into the middle of
today's
who
wild,
a sports team is going to honor or should not honor. That's just not something that I'm going to get in the middle.
And then she's like, every day I did not want to talk about the debt ceiling, and now you ask me not about the debt ceiling.
In the past, saying
No. Keep it to the debt
people
ceiling.
of all religions should be treated with equal dignity and respect. I know you know what you said. You just said there. You kind of want to stay out of it, but isn't this a prime example of something like that?
I'm just not going to get in the middle of who a sports team decides to honor or not honor. That is not going to get in the middle of that. But
Meta is,
Go
yeah.
ahead, Jackie.
We just saw it hitting the high, but Meta is that's your first stock breaking out in a
What do
while.
you make of Hillary Clinton defending Dianne Feinstein over questions about her age, but not defending President Biden for the same questions about his
So I have
age?
not heard these comments, so I can't speak to it.
Okay. Moving on. CNN poll shows 60% of Americans are looking for
These
or
questions!
support cuts to spending.
What the fuck
along
happened
with,
today?
Raising the debt limit. Have you seen that polling, and what do you make of that?
So look, this is what I believe Americans understand. They understand that they want to make sure that the government, that we are working for them, right? We're working on making sure that millions of jobs don't get lost, that we protect their retirement accounts, that we make sure that we don't lose the gains that we've made in the last 2 years as far as manufacturing jobs, as far as seeing unemployment at its lowest rate, 3.4%, creating 12.7 million jobs. Those are the gains that we've made, and we understand that the Americans understand that wholeheartedly. Look, this is a president who has not taken a back seat when it comes to deficit reduction. $1.7 trillion that he's been able to cut the deficit by in the first 2 years. That is a historic record. You put that on top of the $3 trillion over the last 10 years in that budget that he put out on March 9th. This is a president who understands how important it is to cut spending. That's why he also talked about wasteful spending, right? That we're seeing, those subsidies that we are seeing that big oil and big pharma get, and making sure that we get rid of those subsidies. And so he understands what the American people are looking for. They made that very clear. They've made that very clear in the last election. And so that's what the president's going to continue to focus on.
Treasury started reaching out to federal agencies to see if they can slide any payments in early June, which would effectively allow Treasury Secretary to push back the X date by more time. Has the White House at all been coordinating with Treasury on that? Is that something the White House want to see, that date moved?
We're not coordinating with the Treasury Department. That is there for their decision to make.
And then last one. Kevin McCarthy's had dozens of gaggles, press conferences about this. Is that at all instructive to the president, who has been somewhat media shy, in terms of controlling the narrative here around this?
I feel strongly by saying
wildest
this.
press
The president
conference
is certainly
in a long
not
time.
media shy. He would disagree with that characterization of him. He has been talking about. He spoke to this on Monday.
He said the other
spoke to
guy's
this on
talking a
Sunday
lot of
when
shit, and we ain't seen Biden in like 16 months.
When he was in Japan. And
How do you
the
feel
president
about
has been very
that?
clear where he stands on what Congress should be doing.
She said it a
which
lot
is dealing
nicer,
with the debt limit,
clearly.
something that is their constitutional duty. He's been very clear by speaking through his budget that he put out on March 9th on what he sees the value of this country, how he sees moving forward with the economy, an economy that he helped put back on its feet.
Yeah, chip makers
by
and
the
Meta are
successes
moving
that
up
we have
right
seen
now.
as far as
Couple of things. Even the market bounced back to VWAP.
7 million jobs, low unemployment rate at 3.4%, manufacturing boom, and that's all happened under this president because of the economic policy that he's had. Folks, I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Okay. And then the abrupt ending. Love it. Bro, that was the most exciting press conference you've had in a while. And again, I don't know if you caught on to why I was freaking out about it, but do you guys realize every other press conference they would have like one question about the debt ceiling, and then they said, oh, look at that. Yeah, you. Yeah, I can see you. What's up, huh? You wondering if I banned you? You're unbanned, all right? So just chill the out and don't get back in trouble, all right? I don't want any problems. I got to negotiate this debt ceiling. McCarthy's being a little. Yeah, so you, McCarthy, huh? Well, yeah, well, you are when my back's against the wall. Well, so what if I'm a little media shy? You, huh? That's what I think about your media shy. You could stick it up your. So stop it, okay? I got nothing to say. We're not going to default. Stop f***ing around. That's it. I f***ing mean it. Stop it. Go. Okay. I'm sorry. Seriously. Back. Go, Josh. Now stop it. Tell me about the stock market. I'm sorry. Okay, anyways. Spotty's back to VWAP. You got a couple of those names again. We were saying Meta and AMD, but before I found out of that new ability, I was telling you something serious, okay? I'm stuttering now. I can't stop it. Damn it. No, but if you didn't, I think it was at yesterday's press conference. Even when she was brought up with the debt ceiling question, she shut it down immediately, and they were just saying they're negotiating. So this whole time, even that was like the longest stint of talking about the debt ceiling, like with officials live where you've heard it than anything, if you really think about it. Bro, that was like 30 minutes of the market getting to listen to straight debt ceiling questions. So, and then, I guess we are kind of coming up here as it's coming to an end, but that was like, I don't know. Some of you guys are like, here's my tinfoil, because you guys are like, the reporters are finally fed up. My opinion, I'm just like, wait a minute. I think the reporters are finally allowed to talk about it today. That's my take on it, because I think they're slowly. This is the pressure winding up. I think that's what I meant by the gates are opening, where I think both sides are starting to kind of play a little bit more hardball and start, we want to talk about it more so that we get everybody starting to, react pretty much. That's why it was good she didn't answer that question about the market reacting. That guy was trying to get her to talk about it. I'm not going to speak on the markets, because she was saying the market knows what it's doing, but he's like, but the market thinks that you know what you're doing. So that's why. But the minute I brought up that example, again, dude, we're rocketing once that speech ended it too, if you think about it. No other headlines right now, but you are back up to the high level from the minutes. So this was the highest you went from the minutes. Keep that in mind. Remember, we just had the Fed minutes as well, and we were just digesting that. So I'm not seeing any other headline. Just literally your tech name started waking up. Hold on, the market's waking up too. It's a little bit beyond tech. Is energy's only thing in the green, but you're back to that first high now in the morning. This is the highest point since the minutes. I'm still down on that MES from the morning, but it's a lot smaller. Again, Meta's in the green, almost 1%. Your chip maker's moving too. This happens every day. Give or take, yeah. And then it breaks out the range on nothing. You're like, what the hell just happened? It's like, I'm just kidding, man. I'm coming back to the range. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry for that. And then bonds came down too. Now, again, bonds weird all day now, because then if we even end up higher, the bonds will just be lower than the market. Then that whole shape you saw today is just going to leave you scratching your head. Is this because the minutes? I think this is because you're not talking about the debt ceiling. I'm telling you, that was almost an hour of talking about the debt ceiling in between the minutes too. And then the minute there's no news. She just stopped talking. You didn't have to hear 12 algos didn't get 12 headlines in a row potentially about whatever she's saying. So we're back up to the opening levels on nothing. Again, all of the tech names are ripping, but a couple of other things are playing along. Discretionaries are about to go green. That's why I said Cutter Mike. Honestly, I think that was it. And now you're going opposite of bonds, which is, again, the whole day they were kind of following along, but now it's starting to make some sense, but we'll see if it holds. I don't think this move makes any sense. It's not based on anything. Check for like McCarthy tweets or something. I'm putting it on what's her name stopping the talk. Yeah, that's it. 1 hour ago, McCarthy. No other headlines, no other updates, at least on my end. Again, Nvidia for earnings. They're hitting the high. AMD now. A lot of it started with like Meta and all that. But, dude, there's a lot of stuff picking up right here out of nowhere. Out of damn nowhere. It could be Nvidia, but even AMD and again Illumina or Illumin, Ulta, discretionary names are running like Overstock, Riot, Crypto. A lot of random names are picking up with it, but then you have a couple of big dogs. She said defaults off the table. I just think she's not talking anymore. That's it. Again, you had Fed minutes, then talking, and I just don't think that was good. It was just, again, you had a very candid press conference that you usually don't see. But we'll find out. Again, we have till we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Thanks for the call out on the meta breakout. Let's go, baby. It was nice. Again, a lot of other ones like Nvidia and AMD. Note is even on the high. Where's Google? The pop came literally, it was started to formulate as she was ending the speech, but then right when she was done, that's it. I mean, I'm waiting. I'll see if we could backdate this to anything or maybe something comes out, but for the most, it's not like bonds. Like bonds were already moving, like stocks weren't even moving with the bonds during all of that. So, and then just stocks just woke up out of nowhere, just right when she stopped talking. The Amazon calls are back to 100%. No shit. These guys is crazy. Well, you could ghetto spread it. That's wild. They're right below 100 right now, but it's still crazy. Closed MES break even. Oh shit, I'm green on my MES. I can't make this up. $6. Oh, no, never mind. I'm back to break even. Nope. Oh, no, break even. So this is where I made that first trade in the morning. I think it was like right around here. That was a full 1% move. It was a 0.5%. NASDAQ was down like 1%, a little bit above it. And then now we're down 0.48. And then SPY was like only 0.9. I don't even think the S&P hit 0.5%. And then we were pretty high into the minutes. Don't forget, we sold off after the minutes and during that press conference. But we recovered a little bit during the minutes. Amazon and O'Reilly. Discretionaries briefly went green. Now they just went negative, but that was part of your Meta and chip makers. If Nvidia beats and debt issue is resolved, positive, yeah, I think for a little bit. The debt ceiling, I think, has like a short-term pop to it, but then it won't last depending on what the Treasury does. That's kind of the way I'm looking at it. So, but any resolution could be, will have some level of positiveness. Other than that, though, I'm not really, I'm looking for the next step, which would be the Treasury. It was Jen Psaki, right when she was done speaking, it popped, but now it's moving like something happened, but it's been relatively dry. I think gold is getting murdered in the process. I mean, bonds came back, but they're kind of the same. But again, bonds are down less than anything. DFJ probes First Republic employees amid collapse. Justice Department is looking for signs of insider trading. SEC is reviewing First Republic trading, Bloomberg has reported. I feel like it's because Michael Burry's on there. Mm. 3M, I mean, ex-dividend, it ran up, but I think even a lot of value plays, people have taken some off the table. I think today, again, everything was down. Even anything with safety. I mean, even Coca-Cola sold off. Abivai's been selling off. I mean, your value plays, especially with the growth names, they've been kind of doing their own thing. Netflix is running now, too, 366. 3M had bad European news. After Dutch minister holds company liable for PFAS damage. Yeah, there was bad news there. For Forever Chemicals. Dude, they could just keep getting sued. Mm-hmm. Finish where we started. Well, remember, we had a big gap down there, so we're right at open. I'm up on the baby future, but it's like we're right where we opened. We just gapped down 0.5% on the morning. UVXY for the long term? No. I mean, you could use it to hedge at various moments, but that's not really, long term. It's not really designed like that. In a weird way, UVXY is like an option. IEP 33% dividend. Oh my gosh. MPW or DLR. I think digital realty may be a little safer. And then, I think they've been going through their own thing. I don't know their yield. MPW is risky, but with that risk comes a super fat dividend yield, as does as does the opportunity for a lot larger growth. That's the kicker there. Yeah, you could average down on futures. Why not? Yeah, you could buy multiple. You're not limited to just one, but it's expensive. There's no news on this pop. A lot of today was the debt ceiling stuff. You had the Fed minutes. It kind of showed the Fed was split still on this whole pause scenario. And then we were going down after the minutes. And then even during the White House press briefing, was a lot more questions than usual about the debt ceiling. And that kind of caused a little bit of volatility. But right when that ended, we just started moving and there wasn't any headline. QILD. I haven't looked into any of those, but I've heard people talk about them and even negatively, but I haven't heard good things, but then again, I haven't really looked into it myself. So I think, but I like certain ETFs, and then, there's also those like Vanguard ETFs you could put your money into. May 24th. I still have the Amazon contracts. Yeah, they're just up. They're under 100% right now, surprisingly. The pop here, I'm saying end of press conference or end of White House news briefing, which is weird because we usually don't get a reaction on the news briefings. But I think today it was that was a long amount of time hearing about the debt ceiling. It seemed to be a little bit more heated discussion. Any side bets? Yeah, if you've watched the video, I think you'll know. We have one lotto ticket. Nvidia, I'm going to wait till their earnings. We made money. We would have made a lot more even today if we held that short, but, I got to take the world's dangerous short, and it worked out. We still would be up on it, even a couple more bucks, but I'm just going to wait till the earnings now. We only have to wait an hour. Yeah, we only got to wait 30 minutes. That's it. Wait 30 minutes, and then the video is going to be a lot of fun. I'm sure everybody, actually, I hate to tell you this. You're not banned again. We love you. You're safe. You're safe. Are you ready for this? If I say it, you should know at this point what I'm about to say. Because if I say it, though, that's it, man. I don't want to put that into the universe. I don't want to put that into the universe. Tesla's popping. Is Tesla about to go? No, Tesla's still down like 1%. I don't know. I could tell you if you want. But once I say it, that's it. You won't know. Or like you'll know, but it's just we can't put that into the universe. So ready? Nvidia, super crazy earnings. Wow, SPY's really popping out of nowhere now. Okay, that's a new high on the day. It's still no other headlines right now. 41, you're into the opening candle, 41.33 to like 41.26. And then again, if you get above 41.31 or like 41.33, that top candle, you'll have a chance at filling the gap. But that's straight vertical at the end of this. You have your pre-earnings kind of running there with Nvidia, but something just got ready to go. McCarthy sent the group chat. So here it is. Wow. I checked, there wasn't anything on McCarthy's Twitter or anything like that. I don't know if there's any more. But just wait for Nvidia. The worst case scenario, the report comes out and it does nothing. The ultimate cuck. If the earnings don't move you down or they don't move you up, and then it just holds this crazy range. Yeah, I'm sorry. Bro, that's a crazy pop, though. A couple of other random names on the high, too. What else is moving? Healthcare is picking up. Energy. Energy's not even at the highs. Discretionaries are up a quarter now. Even Target's bouncing. I think a lot of discretionaries bounce, too. And then staples. And then even utilities. Just real estate, financials, materials, and industrials now. They're the ones doing bad. Tech came up a lot. Tech's only down a quarter. Tech has recovered 1% as an industry, but NASDAQ's still down 0.3. And come in right back. You're down 6 points real quick. Again, after hitting this high, you're getting extremely jumpy. I mean, it's a weird level of volatility you're dealing with because it's like the bonds and other stuff aren't moving like that. This is just equities. Where is it? Apple. Watch banks too, though. That's an interesting one. They're still primarily weaker on the day. Netflix is flying 366. Yeah, I mean, up 3%. Biden live. How dare you call me camera shy? Oh, yeah, he is live. What the hell? What is this? Wait, why is Biden live? Oh, he's talking about the Uvalde shooting. So I don't know. That started at 15:20. So 14 minutes ago. So actually Biden was scheduled to speak after we were kind of starting to break out past the FOMC.
We can't end this epidemic until Congress pass some common sense gun safety laws and keep weapons of war off our streets and out of the hands of dangerous people.
Yeah, so he's talking that now again. And then Fed Waller says his current view on Fed rates are unaffected by debt ceiling. I'm assuming it cut off at debt or debt cap. Yeah. Abivai, new low, Illumina. Again, this is Carl. Nvidia's coming down. All right, that was a little pop, and then you're down like 6 to 10 points pretty quick. Wow, what a day. Again, this is all or nothing. You can correlate Biden starting his speech on guns Maybe people thought, maybe the algo said no talks of debt ceiling. Maybe it's good. Users report OpenAI is having problems. Again, you just had Fed Waller too, saying debt ceiling does not view the hawkish stance he took towards rates earlier today. Carl. And Nvidia back down. Yeah, 41.32 to 41.24 in the last 3 minutes. So after just running up 41.25 to 41.32. And then this is near the earlier high and where you broke down from the morning. NASDAQ 0.4 negative, 0.55 on the Dow, 0.5 on the S&P. Toast is on the high. That's been running too. Data tomorrow, nah. PCE is going to be big though. That's what I got. You know, the minutes have me thinking there's going to be a little bit more volatility. Tomorrow you have Chicago Fed Nat Activity Index, initial jobless claims. That could be a little bit important depending on how it plays out. GDP quarter over quarter, and then the core PCE quarter over quarter, and then pending home sales, and then Kansas City Fed. But then Friday, that's the big data with the PCE. KNSA, Kinixa Pharmaceuticals, up 3%. And then Illumina, again, this is the one Carl Icahn is dealing with too. Going a little lower. All right, it's kind of picking up again. The moves last 10 minutes been, 5-6 points every 3 minutes. You're at 62 million in volume with 22 minutes remaining. It'll probably be similar volume to yesterday, maybe a little less. And then Nvidia after the bell. Bonds near the low of the day. I think gold is too. Raul. 1238. Core PCE. Yeah, well, remember, they'll get tomorrow, you get quarter over quarter PCE, but then the month over month is on Friday. Come on, Raul. Raul, good guy. Friday's closed. I think Monday's closed. I think Friday's open, and then Monday is Memorial Day. The PCE is Friday morning, 1 hour before the bell. And then again, you have jobless claims tomorrow, and then real estate, and then Kansas City Fed. So there'll be some data tomorrow. And then you'll also get some minutes digestion and all that good stuff, but we will see. Okay, so still dancing pretty much near where we open now. So you just sold off that high, 41.32 to 41.20, 12 points in like 5 minutes. Now you're back up to 41.25, and we have like 20 minutes left on the dot. Nvidia reports after the bell. So we will be here. We will have that earnings. Hopefully it comes out soon. I feel like Nvidia is going to make us wait, though. I think it'll be loading. Covered calls on MPW. Not until we get like really positive on the stock. I think that's been the best strategy is, once you get a little bit of gain on the stock and then selling far out the money with time, if you could get a real good bag off of it, those worked out nice. Like I like the Redfins, the Airbnb ones, the Uber ones. I liked all of those. Uber we weren't even up on, but the premiums just got jacked up and we had that opportunity to sell at a premium to where we bought it at. It comes out at 420. Yeah. I don't know about that, man. 420. I gotta go get food. I got some work. We got a couple of listing things. I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about 420. Now I have to deal with all the potheads. They're gonna be like, yeah, 420. Yeah, just where you got Nvidia, yeah, AI, yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know. But I will be here. We'll see. I mean, I think you guys could distract me. Maybe I could give you a philo after the bell. We'll see. We'll see how it could play out. Best Buy in the morning. I mean, that'll just feed to the consumer narrative that we've been getting with a lot of the consumer stocks. It's kind of been mixed, again, from the Walmarts and HDs and Targets, and then now like Urban Outfitters and Abercrombie good, and then we'll see what Best Buy's at. I mean, I think their last earnings were awful. We did not do Snow earnings preview. Snow is like Palo Alto, right? I mean, I think the earnings play for tonight. FTNT on the low. They're kind of dumping. FTNT. Something's brewing there. Check FTNT. I'm not seeing anything. FTNT. Microsoft warns that Chinese hackers attack. That was old, though. I saw that one. Microsoft warned about Guam, but they might be mentioning FTNT now. See, is Palo Alto moving? It's breaking on CNBC. Yeah, but it's old news. It's not. Again, I could probably find it for you. I had that headline a while ago. Yeah, that came out at oh wait, what? That one it was retracted earlier, then just came out again, or that was at 15? No, that was at 3 o'clock on the dot. That came out 45 minutes ago. Well, yeah, it's 15. So that came out right on the hour. That came out 43 minutes ago. So see, but people are reacting to that now. Should we buy the dip instead of top tick? We bottom ticket. But yeah, they are up a lot. I'm not trying to deal with that. I'll chill. Nvidia could cause snap response to the rest of the market. Maybe, but they would have to warn heavily. I don't think they will. It doesn't make sense. I mean, they're not in a position of weakness, but if they warn and they're like, yeah, we're really not seeing people buy our infrastructure products for AI, and they like kill the hype, then yeah, I think it would mess with everybody. But it doesn't. Right now the story is still very early with Nvidia. So remember, at the last earnings, all they were saying is that we really think people are going to sign up for our cloud because of AI. That's it. So now we're going to get a little bit of progress on it and see what's up with it. So if they, they're going to pretty much let us know whether or not that's working. So that's the story now. So even if it does bad, chances are they'll probably try to build around that. But it could have a big negative effect on everybody if kind of you see a crack in the AI story, if there wasn't a lot of adoption or numbers, or even if their guidance looks weak in terms of those numbers going up in the future. It's a little bit bigger of a red. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, bro, we're tweaking out right now. Again, straight up for no reason. Even this little blow off top, that was a 10 points right here every couple of minutes. Now you're right back down, and we have 15 minutes left. So even then, 10-minute rigged is going to be interesting. Yeah, and then Ford and I took another. It's 2% now. Oh, business, baby. Every day, bro. Some of y'all, it's every day. That's what it feels like, man. I'm very humbled. Very humbled. Thank you, my friend. God bless you. Way to hook up the Chad. Happy birthday. It's not your birthday, I know. But still, It's exciting. 14 minutes remaining. No peach today? Oh my gosh. The peach came at like 6:05 a.m. It came in really early. It was an honor. I was humbled. You have no idea. So yeah, it was an early peach. You know, the early worm gets the bird, is what they say in Coltlandia and Chattadonia. Amazon. Spies Jack in the butterfly. What time? I'm watching. I want to see. We have not much time. Time has been of the essence. And technically, we have not heard from that White House meeting that both Corinne was talking about, as well as the one they entered into at 11:45. We haven't heard anything on that. Oh, I told you, it's very humbling. And he does it again. He does it again, Father Edgar. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Orna, let's go. Oh, so many gifts. And it's Father Edgar. That's, dude, he's been a leader here on the YouTube, man. That's insane. Father Edgar, Father Charlie. Some of you may know. They've sunned many chads before them. God bless you, my friends. Thank you. That's what I said, man. Very humbling. Some of y'all very consistent. You know, business has been let it known. Edgar, of course. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, so listen, if it hurts your ears, I love you. And I don't mean to hurt your ears. So when, like, you know, when I yell horn, it's like you remember when you were a kid and you were playing outside and somebody said, car. Did you ever do that? Did you ever car? You know what happens when someone says car, right? You're supposed to get to the side. You're supposed to clear out. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of the same logic there with the horn. So hopefully when you see that, you proceed to immediately run out of the way. You know what I'm saying? I got you. Here we go. Horn. Stop playing basketball on the street. Oh, I thought you were like yelling at me like you're in the HOA. I'm like, damn, bro. I can't even escape the HOA and YouTube. This is fucking crazy. That's where those fees went. You fascist. What? I'm sorry. I watched one episode with Ted Cruz, and now I've used the term fascist more than I have in the last couple of months. It's weird. Horn is cool, yeah. Hopefully, though. Usually, some of you have enough time to get out the way. So we try our best to give you the warning. 900 million to the sell side, and then 30 seconds till 10-minute rigged. For long-term equity, is getting a new custom build worth it? Like a house, or a house, a computer, a car, a bong? What are you talking about? And then 4120. Again, 10-minute rigged, 5 seconds. Nvidia can move the market. Again, I mean, they have a lot of waiting. 10-minute rigged. Oh, we got a hype train too? So I said just for you. See, Twitch doesn't get a horn warning. They just get hype. They get hype trains. Okay, you're down 4 points on that. About to be 5. Okay, 10-minute rigged is not disappointing. 6 points off of that in 1 minute now. And now that little random pop, you're right back down, bro. I love it. I love it because it's so good. It's just so wild. Because, again, we couldn't explain the Y up. I can't explain the Y down. So there you go. You're right back below VWAP. That's a pretty big reaction in 10 minutes. Again, final 5 should be big, but now you're, again, back below 41.16, 41.17. This is a level. Again, that's where you even rocketed up from. Hot dog. 2.5 billion to the sell side. Well, so I hope somebody comes to buy it. GCT, wasn't they? They were a winner in the morning. GigaCloud, yeah, they had some deal. They dropped Fortnite still at the lows off that news, that Microsoft stuff. Back to NASDAQ didn't drop that much though. Again, Like I was saying, even on the minutes, like we weren't down as much. Nasdaq 0.6. Remember at the bottom, we were down we were down over 1% on the Nasdaq, and the SPY was about to go negative 1%. And then what time is it? Oh, damn, 10. All right, I could do it for. I need to go pee. We have earnings. All right, I'll just wait till earnings. Because if we have 20 minutes, but I got to go pee. I don't know. This is confusing. We got to do it. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. The market's coming down here. Wait for the final 5. I will be right back. God bless you. I love you. Coin and Bitcoin news, says the Chad. Take a look.
It's just came out today, and markets are now pricing in about a 1/3 chance of a rate hike in June. There's a lot of information we're going to get before that, including CPI and PPI. I think where inflation is close to the next Fed meeting will be very important. I don't think we'll be anywhere near 2% at that point. Also, the debt ceiling, that resolution will be important for the Fed, and any more issues around the banking crisis. So all of that has to come together before I think we figure out whether there's going to be a rate hike in June. I think other things just going on this week, beyond the debt ceiling, the issues around the consumer, higher oil prices, and also manufacturing data looking weak, but then of course consumer spending looking strong. So all of that I think together is telling us whether or not the economy is going to slow. Our view is that the economy is going to continue to slow going forward.
Let's talk a little bit more about that. We may not know what the Fed's going to do next, but I think we can all say with some degree of confidence that 5% rates, at least for the next few months in the foreseeable future, are here to stay. We've already seen somewhat of a fallout from that with the regional banking crisis and, well, a slight uptick in bankruptcy filings among some of those weak balance sheet companies. Do you anticipate that we could see, I guess, further pressure for some of those sectors?
I think we're just starting to see the lagged impact of monetary tightening. We saw that with the banking system. What's next? We are concerned about commercial real estate and also the consumer. With what went on with the banking system, we expect credit for the consumer to tighten going forward. But if you looked at PMI this week, it's like a disconnect between manufacturing data that looks weak and, of course, services data that looks strong. So what's the consumer going to do from here? We saw luxury goods stocks start to roll over this week. I think the consumer is going to show signs of weakening, but we will not see the consumer roll over until the employment market does, because consumers tend to feel comfortable continuing to spend as long as they feel that like their job is secure.
How do you position right now in this market, Sarah? Do you stay defensive, or is there opportunity in, for lack of a better word, growth?
Well, if you look at the markets this year, and with Nvidia reporting just momentarily, the market's been led by these AI stocks. Between Nvidia, Microsoft, and Alphabet, that's basically been all of the positive year-to-date returns for the U.S. market. So first of all, I think it's been a very narrow market, but going forward, I think AI stocks remain strong, even if Nvidia puts up a quarter and there's some weakness. I think people will just buy on the weakness. Other than that, we're positioning ourselves fairly defensively. You were just talking about dividend stocks. We like companies that have strong fundamentals that grow
very
their dividends.
defensive,
I think as
but
we
the Nvidia
roll
go
over
down, we buy in it,
those stocks will start
even if
to
it's
outperform
weak.
again.
Son, let's go. Let's go. So, Chatadonia, I came right in time. 30 seconds remaining. You're right at VWAP. A lot of weird moves here and it was a power hour indeed. Indeed, it was a power hour, my friend. And now we are right at VWAP. And you have 20 seconds or 10 seconds till final 5. Brian, Mr. UVXY himself. Thank you for all the hard work and great info. God bless you, Josh, in that chat. Thank you, my friend. Again, if you weren't here, nobody would be here to appreciate it. So, end of the day, it's a win-win for both, baby. I love you. God bless you. That means run. Run as fast as you... Oh. I told you to get out the way, bro. I told you. Amen, baby. Amen. So, final 5. It's already here. Wow, we got level. Let's go, Twitch. Even the Twitch, man. Heavy showing love. That's it. They holding it down too, baby. Big tenors today. Let's go. Let's get it. Again, the video will be here after. I think I'll wait. I think I could last 20 minutes. We'll see what happens. Again, final 5 now. We're going a little lower. I don't know. It's a toss-up. Either 4,100 or 4,117, maybe 4,120. I don't know now, but we're going to see. And then the video will probably be what pushes us at the margin after the bell. Are you ready for another Micron? I mean, that's what that lady just said. She literally just said, even if Nvidia shows weakness, people will probably buy the weakness. So that's just to give you an idea of how people are feeling. I think Nvidia would have to try to bring their stock down to a degree. So we'll see what they include on this one. It'll be wild. But Chad, we are approaching. Didn't they do an offering last time, actually, now that I think about it? Or they did a mixed shelf, I think. Where am I from? I was born in West Philadelphia. That's where I was born and raised. I played a lot of basketball. So I did most of my time. And then I was just chilling one day out in there, and then I was just cooling, relaxing, playing basketball. You know, I was outside of school, and then I got in a little trouble. There was a couple of guys. We got into a problem. They were up to no. Wait, actually, hold on, sir. Softies, earmuffs, please. We need to bring this down. Let's go. Mute your mic. Mute your speakers, please. Thank you. Yeah, right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 65 degrees and extremely cloudy, but fortunately that sounds exactly like all of the debt ceiling negotiations. So fortunately, we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cult Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. I hope your speakers are still muted because it's time. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a very active day. You've probably talked even more about the debt ceiling than any other day. You had more bad European data. You had interesting mortgage data. You had the Fed minutes. The Fed futures are borderline 50-50. You're going to have to work that out. You have Nvidia after the bell, and you have 10 seconds remaining. Speak now or forever hold your peace, Chatadonia. But this is the time to finalize it. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh, are you kidding me? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we did it, we made it. I need that GG, let's go. Good game, baby. GG's in the chat. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. You at least made it to the bell. You at least involved. Another historical moment. Good game, Chad. Let's go. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. Let's go. I need that GG. It don't matter who you are. You made it to the bell. Exactly. All the lovers, all the laggers, all the lurkers. Why are you being so shy? You have Nvidia earnings. Why are you being so shy? You better talk your Nvidia crap right now. You better say, you better speak now, forever hold your peace, GG. Yeah, good game, baby. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. Everybody. It don't matter where you at. All the members, all the bits, all the donos. Everybody holding it down. Let's go. You got Brian, you got Edgar, you got Business. You got a lot of other chats, baby. Good game. Let's go. GG.
Everyone got like opinions and thoughts, but they don't mean a lot. My money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom I pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Wow, chat. We did it. We did it. Wow. Took a lot to get here. I told the daddies, take care. Okay. Hold on. Chattadonia. Oh, MRTX. Mirati did not meet primary endpoint, biotech. So again, we're waiting on Nvidia right now. I believe that comes out in 20 minutes now. So we will have to wait. I got after hours turned on. They are in the bottom right. But Chattadonia, that is the day. Again, there was a lot to digest, and I'm sure we have a lot more. And tomorrow is Thursday. You get a little bit more data. But then Friday, we get a big one. So let's see. Again, you had the minutes. I think things are going to get a little bit more volatile here. And, even the end of the day was crazy. DM, is that desktop metal or whatever? Yeah, well, why are they at 41? Stratasys in talks to buy desktop metal. Damn, how much? Combined companies could be valued at $1.8 billion. It's a merger. Damn. So there's still 100% upside even at that price. I don't know. 50, 20. They were already up. So they want to do a merger. A merger with Stratasystem, SSYS. Where is Stratasystem? See, but they're going down. So even if it's a merger, if Stratasys drops off of it, that kind of lowers the total value here. They're going back up here, though, still. That first candle was crazy. MRTX halted. Again, Stratasystem in desktop metal to be in a deal announced this week. A combination worth $1.8 billion. Currently, desktop metal is worth $1 billion right now, $900 million. I don't know about their debt value. And Nvidia is going to be at 20. So DM is up more than 50%. So that's interesting. I'm going to switch Nvidia to the top right here. But like I was saying, we're waiting for the earnings. But before anything, because I don't know how the timing is going to go, I hope you guys had a great day today. Thank you for being here. Oh, wow. Thank you for 2.6 thousand likes. Oh, and that's amazing. So for real, man. God bless you. Nah, man, seriously. We do this every day. The community is showing so much love. It's an honor to be here. So for real, if you just even came here and clicked on the video and gave me an opportunity to do my thing and you showed some love to the chat and were able to even contribute, it means a lot. And just thank you and thank you for your time. I hope the level of work and the quality is able to show how much it means to us here. And even then, if you took it upon yourself to like the video, share it, and even go above and beyond, that means the world. And even if you didn't, that's cool, baby, because we did it for the love of it, man. And that's the thing. And I think there's a lot of love in the chat, and it's just always a blessing and humbling to see it day in and day out. So thank you all regardless. I hope you got something for it. And if I didn't get anything, I hope one day I could earn it. And I hope good work and hard work and consistency will always prevail. You know what I'm saying? Amen. But thank you all, okay? We're waiting for the Nvidia earnings. So what I'm going to do is just tell you how much I appreciate you. Tell you to check out the description, the first link. Everything's free, but you got some more free stuff in the first link. You got some premium in the second, or the first link as well. Second link, free watch list. Colt merch in the chat is telling you you even got merch. If you have not encountered a recession, that merch is waiting for you if it is in your size. I think we only have smalls available. I don't know, but check out every other channel. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I am the private account, so you will not get to see my my account unless you request to follow me, and that's because there's a lot of imposters, so don't fall for it, okay? Snowflake guides down. Second quarter, 620 to 625. Estimate was 646. So Snowflake, they're down. I haven't got the other ones, but they're guiding lower just off of revenue. Snowflake down 9. I don't know if you're allowed to short stocks because usually they bounce on bad guidance as of the last 4 weeks. So we'll see. But again, their operating margin 2%. I don't know what their estimate was. And then first quarter revenue beat, and so did product revenue. But then they guided lower by 20 million. Nvidia is not out yet. Nvidia comes out in 15 minutes, unfortunately. But yeah, check out all the links. Follow me on Instagram, Cole Real Estate tonight, baby. So seriously, if you want some real good real estate assistance, especially if you're trying to get involved as an agent or you're doing the licensing, or even if you're already an agent and ain't nobody show you love, you got to come here tonight at 6 p.m., okay? If you ask me tomorrow, I'm going to make fun of you, okay? That's all I'm saying, because today's the day, 6 p.m. Pacific time. You got some Chads who, it's crazy that I put them onto it because they are so knowledgeable, and I say they are more helpful than even I am. So this is your chance. You either run it or not. Tomorrow I'm making fun of you if you ask, okay? I'm just saying. Today is the day. Today is the day, baby. This is the day. This is the day that the Lord has made. I'm hoping to get stuck in your head so that this is, I will rejoice. Colt Real Estate at 6 p.m. At 6 p.m. You see what I'm... Stop it. Okay, I'll see you there, baby. God bless you. And then check everything else. We got the tutorials. You got the Instagram, how option pricing works. It's a great tutorial. You got how to set up the long term as well. Again, shout out to the long term. And then finally, the prayer request wall. McCarthy says, I think things are going a little better. Again, Snowflake guides lower on the year. Ooh, they guided lower on the quarter and lower on the year. And they guided margins down lower than 1%. On Snowflake. McCarthy saying things are a little better. And then Josh, as he is wrapping up the day waiting for Nvidia, Josh says to check out the prayer request wall, because if it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. Don't be so stuck up about it, and just know you got Chads rooting for other Chads out there, and keep showing love to all of your Chads. And if you ever want to do anything for Josh, headline says Josh says pray for him. Okay, so there you go. That's all that. There it is, baby. Amen. McCarthy says only stumbling block is spending. He's like, things are really good except for the only thing we couldn't agree on. Besides that, it's good. You know what I'm saying? Besides my bank account, being overdrawn, everything else is looking good. You know what I'm saying? That's what, besides that, that's the only thing we're having an issue with. Oh, word. That's crazy. Oh, that's wild. NXP Semi named Julie Southern to serve as chair. McCarthy, I will not put a bill on the floor that spends more money than last year. And there is the backup to that. I will rejoice. At 6 p.m. See, Colt Real Estate, 6 p.m. You already know. Debt negotiators have ended their afternoon meeting. All right. Ooh, Elon, spaces with Ron DeSantis. What a day. Elf. Oh, Elf just guided up. That's it. Remember, they're already up. Elf just guided. Yeah, they're up 12%. Elf had earnings. Oh, they just raised adjusted EBITDA and sales. And then Red Robin, I don't know. Do you guys eat at Red Robin? I ain't been to Red Robin. I think I've been to Red Robin once. Red Robin. All right, we have still 20 minutes till Nvidia, or 10 minutes. So I'm going to go get me a drink. I'm going to go take a piss, and we're going to get ready. And I'm going to give you some uncle to meditate on in the meantime. How does that sound? That sounds good, right? I think that sounds good. So I'll be right back.
I owe you something.
Check me, man. It's a cop. 2020, baby. Straight up, man. I just hope you in the game. Yeah. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seeing like this a little different. No meaning to the word on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seeing like this a little different. No meaning to the word on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. Yeah, this one different. You should listen. Take a minute, cause in seconds, people tripping. Fed decisions, reminiscing of the time we saw this last. Not in a crash, but in collapse. Not contained across the map. First the strain and then the grab. Damn, this is the system deflating. But this coming off as inflation. That's why the dollar's still strengthened. The money ain't moving the dial. But you made your mind up real quick. Cause when the 3 month on the fall, that's when you don't buy the debt. Ay, so what I'm on though? Break it in two. Feasting the famine, the cycle ain't no. But that's just a view. It could be your way, yeah, it could be your two. It could be a plot and it could be a coup. Either way, I know I'm gonna get through. I got some armor and I got the tools. I'm playing patience, then I make a move. I ain't been a bear in a minute. I ain't been a bull in a while. I ain't feel them in a minute. All of these bitches got bias. Your attitude or your prices. Chill when you what, but I feel when you negative. Millions of dollars won't make you a better man. Should be a way to the way that I'm breaking. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seem like this a little different. No minutes to work on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seem like this a little different. No minutes to the work on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. Yo, screw your chorus and your hook. I feel like Jordan with the books. I'm more like Soros with the puts. I open doors, I use my foot. I thank the Lord we doing good. I use the sword like it's my words. A 9 to 5 ain't what I'm worth. I go define my life in verbs. Yeah, I let the action show the work. You know I know them contracts worth. I know you know I do research. I'm about to blow, some might get hurt, but I was told that it's my turn. Come watch the growth and how I learned. I hope you do the same in turn. Yeah, stack it up, 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 bitch. Low with the interest, I pound it up, pound it up, pound it up. Don't wanna spin. Talking about friends, only got one. His name is Ben. Love politics, legit presidents, need places to live. I got some for rent. Hey, talk shit, little bitch, consume me. Start shit, play the game like 2-3. Options, man, trades off newsfeed. Do less, complain more, doing. Some people hate the movement. They mad cause they can't do it. Too cool for plans and schooling. Always found that amusing. Got some tools, but they won't use them. Moving, I got shit to do. Then tune in, substitute your former schooling. Disrupting the institution. They keep asking what I'm doing. Going, Gandhi, I'm not human. Love my people more than fuming. Hate the evil, that's confusing. Yeah, screw the technicals you trade. I feel like Curry on the chain. Or more like Burry in a way. Not in a hurry, I'ma wait. I turn my time into a bank. You turned your time into a waste. Yeah, I use my mind to create great. I redefined a different way. I read them filings to make plays. They vilified, I hide my face, but undermine the things I gave. And that's all fine and that's okay, because I know my God is great. Besides, you should see just what I make. He showed himself in different ways. Got different whips in many lanes. On every list but never came. I'm really busy with them trades. I beat the markets 50 shades. I guess I smiled opportunity. Yeah, buy it up, 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 buy it up the deal. Facebook and Amazon, Netflix and Google, then buying up all my blue chips. Buy it up, 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 buy it up the deal. Facebook and Amazon, Netflix and Google, then buying up all my blue chips. Call, baby.
Oh, it's a call. Tell him, bro. This is a hype.
Treat this like my first.
Okay.
Treat this like my last.
Okay.
Anything could work. It happens slow or fast. Smoking on that hope. I'ma need an ounce of that. Our back was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing back.
Treat
this like my first. Treat this like my last. Anything could work.
Oh, come on, you gotta get hyped up for Ernie.
Smoking on that hope. I'ma need an ounce of that. Our back was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing back. Treat this like my first, treat this like my last. Anything could work, it happens slow or fast. Smoking on that hope, I'ma need an ounce of that. Our back was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing.
Okay, that's it. All right, man. All right, so Chad, you got a couple of McCarthy headlines. He said the market should not worry about default. He said, I always thought we would get to a deal. He said there should not be fear in the markets. That's so literally he commented towards it. So he said what Corinne wouldn't say, and that means a lot coming from McCarthy. But he said the market should have no fear on this. He's addressing the market. So, I mean, I think that's what it sounds like. But other than that, he said the president is realizing that he has to spend less. And then we are about 5 minutes out from Nvidia earnings. Stock's already moving a little bit. You got a little after hours pop. There was a couple of other earnings too. McCarthy says he last spoke to GOP negotiators 30 minutes ago. Is he live? I think he's live. Is this him or what is this? Minority Leader Jeffries is speaking too.
A solution to the U.S. debt ceiling impasse. Kayleigh Lyons is down in Washington, D.C. right now from our studios there. She's been monitoring this situation all day long. And Kayleigh.
It's weird. You also have the Minority Leader Jeffries. That's what they're reporting right now. Again, he got a little pop. McCarthy borderline just said some of the most positive things he said beyond we're not going to default. I think we're going to get a deal done. But he said markets, literally, quote, markets should not have fear, or there should not be any fear in the markets. And then he also says what? Guess raises quarterly dividend, 22 cents to 30. Again, UiPath is down 12% after result and forecast. But yeah, still on the spending. But he said that, and then what else did he just add? He said again that Biden is realizing that he has to spend less. That's how you should have just said that from the beginning. What? All righty, 3 minutes. 3 minutes till Elf killed it. Again, they guided up, and they already had the hype, leading them into all of that. Oh, I got a good fee. Actually, it's funny. The PHILO is Proverbs 21. It's about the debt ceiling. I'm not kidding. Go read it. Just all Proverbs 21. Tell me if you find the specific one. You'll see what I'm saying. Again, 2 minutes, 2:20. But it's right around the corner now. So get ready. Let's see. Oh, wow. It's already popping leading into it. Yeah, it's doing the earnings tweak out. So get ready, Chad. Get ready. This is going to be exciting. Nvidia.com. The DM, I don't have a buyout price. I think it's a combination between them and Strata. And it looks to be worth, the combined company says it'd be worth $1.8 billion. I believe if they're up 50% or whatever, 224 right now, their market cap's $720 million. Did they come down? Yeah, they came down a decent amount. So, and I don't know if I don't know how much debt or if that debt or that deal is including debt. This is it. You got 1 minute, 10 seconds, but by the time you hear it, maybe 1 minute. I don't know. I don't know what your latency's on. Activision Blizzard, I don't know. 45 seconds. 45 seconds. Good luck, chat. Speak now, forever hold your peace. This is it. And then we'll see if it has a market reaction too. Even the market, again, and we're coming off of the McCarthy headlines. I think we're even getting a couple more. 30 seconds. American Eagle. No, again, no McCarthy headlines for a couple minutes. Okay, 10 seconds. Nvidia right where it closed. Again, I think guidance is like 7.2 billion or something, so keep that number in mind for next quarter. And we should be off. I don't have anything. Wait for it. Where is it? Scammers. Don't have it yet. No movement. Hold on. They're going to delay it. Hold on. There it is. Hold on. Here it is. First quarter gaming revenue beat by 600 million. Adjusted EPS beat on this quarter. Margins beat by 0.8%, which is pretty big. Data centers beat by 300 million. So 4.28 estimate was 3.9. They maintained quarterly dividend at 4 cents. That's it. Markets go, oh my gosh, 322. Bro, straight vertical. They see 11 billion plus or minus 2%. Second, oh, what? Oh, dude, they just guided to 11 billion in revenue. Estimate was 7.1. Oh my Habibi, that's very big. I don't know, Habibi. How do you get this one? Oh my gosh. They're back at 330. Is this the high? Bro, that's crazy. Significantly increasing supply for data centers. That's insane. Yeah, dude, this is at all-time highs. Wow. All-time highs on Nvidia right now. So this is higher than any point in 2022. This is the high. You're literally up 8%, so it's pricing in 7. There it is. It's breaking out right now. Oh, my goodness. Where's 50 PX? Oh, dude, they just guided up by 50%. None of that's priced in. Bro, that means AI is real. That means for some reason, dude, they just guided up. Again, estimate was 7 billion. The revenue estimate is now $11 billion. And again, they beat by 600 million, 10% on this quarter, but that guidance is very strong. So, I mean, actually, it sucks. You'd want to play this, but Nvidia is up a ton. I don't know. Dude, look at what it just did to the market after hours. That's a very good outlook. They're up 12% after second quarter revenue outlook beat. That's very expensive, but I mean, the funny part is that you have this high, but you have the good news supporting it. But now maybe if it does want to come down, you might be able to justify some of that move up, or again, that's feeding some of the bulls there. That's a really good guidance. Again, that's wild. They said plus or minus 2%, 11 billion revenue. Let's wait for the full year revenue. That could also say a lot too. AMD is already up. Everything. Yeah, bro, the whole SPY, dude, even after hours, you had a crazy move. Well, Nvidia wasn't strong at first, but that is very inspiring, especially if you believe in AI. That's it. Again, because they were saying, we're going to get a lot of clients, then they got 500 million more, and now they're like, yeah, next quarter, we're going to do 5 billion more. That's absolutely, so that gives you some evidence towards the, like, real AI boom. Man, I feel like a schmuck. Because that's great. I think as long as if your debt ceiling isn't good, or if you think debt ceiling is going to be good, them damn chips are your play. Instead of calling it the metaverse, yeah. Bro, Nvidia is it's above all-time highs. This is it. Yeah, bro, you're $10 above almost, or more than that. That's it. Nvidia is all-time highs right now. This is it. That was, again, you had the run-up. This earnings justifies a lot. Even sound, dude, AI names, even SoundHound is up. What? Oh my God. Yeah, they wouldn't limit. I grabbed 100 shares of AMD at 115.19. I'm top ticking AMD. Again, I'm not playing Nvidia is just too much. That's it. If there's any momentum, I'm going AMD. I top tick the shit out of that. It's still up another $1, but that's, again, I'd even watch some of the other AI plays. That's very strong news for AI. Again, if they follow through with it, but that's it. Anything AI related, that is your first sign of evidence. I don't know where Google's at. I'd watch, but Google's earnings was not that. No other company was that confident. So either Nvidia has a true lead, or they were really ahead of all of it. But no other company is that confident. So we'll see. But see how some of the AI plays go. Again, I just saw AI on the high. Again, I top ticked AMD. I'm still up on it a little bit, but AMD is usually a slower mover. Your risk is almost $10 a share on that, though. What was it? AI. There's a lot of, we have an AI video with all the AI plays. So like CP3's up 7%. Even SoundHound went up. Oh, what's the other one? GFAI. All of them went up. Unity. I don't know if that counts. Dude, Nvidia just hit 350. Micron and TSM went crazy. So again, every other chip maker there. TSM really crazy. 4% on that. Where's Adobe? I think Adobe's a Clyde. Nvidia 352. Yo, that's insane. Oh, I don't know. I think they expire. We don't have any Nvidias in the random, huh? Was 140. I know we were about to buy it. I know some chads did get it. So hopefully you did. That's beautiful if you did. Some progress. Yeah, you are coming off of the good McCarthy comments before, but I think the chips are going to do their own thing maybe for a little bit. But that's it. That was a good report. I don't think there's any question. I'm very surprised. I'm shocked. Not even about where the price is at. I'm shocked. What's it called? I'm shocked that you even had I can't believe AI that quickly. Bro, that's a $5 billion increase in guidance. So that means everybody is spending and they're like, yo, we need something on your cloud for AI. That's wild. But then again, the real question should be, why was nobody else that confident? Because again, Google's earnings, nobody else was there. But then again, I mean, Google could provide some of the cloud. I don't think that candle's real. Don't trip out on that. $100 billion market cap change. I mean, yeah, hopefully they do good next quarter. I mean, if they don't, that would be a 15-point disappointment minimum. Nvidia is now 14%. Run it. That's it. You ride. Welcome to the long term. It's beautiful. Upstart. I think Up something had earnings. Dude, Nvidia is 350. Crazy gap up tomorrow. I mean, if you don't have anything bad out of China and assuming jobless claims, we could get back to ignoring things again. But that, I mean, dude, that's going to lift a lot. Even Nvidia, even the chips as individually, that's it. McCarthy says we want to make sure we have the right agreement. McCarthy talks to reporters. Are they doing the little after hours thing? TSM keeps going up. No. McCarthy negotiations will continue this evening. He doesn't have a set time to meet with the president. All House Democrats signed petition to force debt vote. Petition needs some Republicans to succeed. Wait, what? Hold on. Is there something else separate coming out? And then Square is rocketing? What, is Square getting in on the AI? What just happened with Square? But hold on. I think something about House Democrats trying to get a forced vote. I don't know if that's related to McCarthy or not. And then Square's popping now. He's getting some of the, what's it called, news. I don't know if it's either AI or related to this. McCarthy says, still think we have time to get agreement and get it done. Micron, again, Square, even AMD, even up another $1 from the top tick, which is surprising. Contact signs 10-year renewable pact with Microsoft. Dude, even Nvidia is still hitting another high, 351.97. Dude, this is insane. Tesla about to have AI cars. Dude, I'm surprised Tesla, again, I've always mentioned them in their AI-ness, but they're kind of moving up after hours with everything. But, dude, the chip makers are going insane. Again, TSM, everything, even AMD. You got a lot of movers right now. McHenry has remained at the White House to continue working on the issue. SPX calls up. Yeah, man. Uber with Waymo. Again, Square just had a pop too. McCarthy says things are better than they were Tuesday. Again, very positive things out of McCarthy here after the bell. As well as Nvidia. Bro, 355. Yo, bro. Yo, this crazy, man. Yo, these guys, this dude, Nvidia. Bro, again, half of this is McCarthy. But I would actually say 90% of this is Nvidia. Bro, then Nvidia went boom to the upside. Again, they've guided up by over 50% for next quarter. It was just, again, the optimism. They said they're building out more supply for AI. They did good on this earnings by $500 million, and then they're thinking next quarter it'll be $5 billion. Not $500 billion, $5 billion. Again, robust forecast lifts AMD, Nvidia, and other chip makers. They're up, bro. This is up over like 17% on earnings at a very substantial market cap. 350 cheap now. I mean, who knows? That rate is crazy. So if in the first 3 months you made if you make 500 million, then 3 months later you make 5 billion, what are you going to do in 6 months? That's the thing, is like, is AI really actually producing profits? That's the craziest part about all this. So that's what we're looking for. But pretty impressive for now. And then again, but you're $30 almost above your high. That's actually insane. I don't know if you just heard what I said. You are $30 above the all-time high. Just under that. That's insane. Very historic moment. And then SPY after hours is tweaking out. Don't freak out. Yeah, they're going to negotiate till they come to an agreement. Dude, that was crazy. I was thinking of top ticking it there. I was like, I'll top tick AMD instead. It's cheaper. But wow. Still an AI bubble. Potentially, but that was like 1 point AI. That's a solid point on the board of evidence, at least from a leader in the space. And I mean, they are attributing it to AI. So, I mean, that's very surprising when you think about it. Like, they actually, for real, just guided up by 50% on what would have otherwise been again, before this AI stuff. The guidance was 50% lower. No, the IV was predicting a 7% move, and then a day before it was only predicting 4%. So it was only predicting 7%. You're almost triple. You're at least 2 times. This is at least a 2 standard deviation move. I could guarantee. Dude, you're at 360. Do you realize they're about to hit $1 trillion market cap? There it is. Again, T, the other sympathies ain't doing it. It's all Nvidia, though. Again, and now the AI plays are really moving. What's the other one? BBA. Again, anything AI related, unless they're a customer. That's the thing. It's an interesting part because, again, they're winning because they're providing the AI service. Nah, that's just, dude, Nvidia's killer. But again, all the other guys, now some of the other random AI plays are moving, but the other chip sympathies are chilling out. This is all Nvidia, second leg. Again, you're 10% higher than your all-time high. That's insane. That's higher than 2022. Fed agreed need for more rate hikes. Well, that's, I mean, right now, just don't remind people. This is Nvidia show for now. How we take this into the morning, but then this could even be good for China more or less. Buy the all-time high. I was going to, but I bought AMD instead. I feel you, but at least, I mean, there's like a couple million people who decided to, or maybe one computer, give or take. 36.9, damn, C5. A P ratio of 1,000 one more time. It's not low. It's not low. It's low. It's low. To the window. To AI. To AI. To the sweat drops down these What did you say? What? Ah, these AI stocks. Oh, AI. Oh, AI. Got there. Out there. Now let me see your AI. You scared. You said that. Yeah. What? I'm sorry. 370. I don't know. I mean, if you look beneath your seat, there should be a barf bag for some of you. I hope so. If our safety equipment's working, I don't know if I believe what I'm seeing. Right? Is this real? Am I even real? Is this like, dude? It's almost at $400, bro. Have I seen anything like this? Yes, and I've been a part of it. It reminds me of Amazon. This literally reminds me of Amazon back in the 2015 and like Netflix and shit, bro. This is again where the stocks would already be high. They had a little bit of volatility, and then the earnings just blow it out of the water, and everyone's like, "Oh fuck!" And then it just turns into this wild chase. Because that's nuts. That's again, you're almost 3 times the expected move right now. This is a 3 standard deviation move. The stock is higher than when rates were at 0. Yes. I mean, I guess that's what you have to ask yourself. Which one's a bigger driver of growth? Bitcoin and supply chain issues around the world, or now something called AI that is showing up as potentially raising your guidance? So that's it. I mean, that's the only difference besides the rates. Is that now this isn't about supply chains. This isn't about every car needing a chip and you know what I'm saying? It's not about that. This is now their new driver of growth is this new technology that is somehow showing some level of promise. Unless their guidance is a complete lie, then that's just funny. It's like if they come in next quarter and then they lose money, that'd be wild. But that'd be the only way this ends. But for the most part, I mean, this is pretty. This is a different driver of the story on Nvidia. That's it. You know, this thing people were hoping for might be real. Maybe we'll find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. Yeah, it's okay. Hey, listen. Yeah, just don't fight. I tell you, I'm gonna use AI for my. We're using AI to solve the debt ceiling. He said. Listen. Anyways. But Chad, that's it, man. I'm sorry. I gotta get going now. What? Come on, man. What? But Chad, I got way too into Biden before even telling you. Forgot to tell you. But Chad, that is the day. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you again. No, we closed our Nvidia shorts ahead of time. Not even today, but no, we're good on that. I just bought AMD on the top tick. I'm actually up still, but I just jinxed it by telling you. But I love you, and that is your day. So for real, I hope you enjoyed today. I hope you're ready for tomorrow. I mean, the market, you're going to see excitement everywhere. You're going to see excitement everywhere, but we love you, okay? And thank you for giving me your time today. I hope you enjoyed it, but that's it, man. So go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation. I already gave you all the links and everything else. I'm going to see you tomorrow morning and tonight on the watch list. Wait, you have till tomorrow, and then I'm going to need questions for you. So I think we're going to do another Hugh interview if you guys want to run it back with any questions. But I'll see you tomorrow. I think we could talk tomorrow about it. But I love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. And don't ever forget why we're here and why we keep going, why we in the game, why we don't back down, and why we still got 6 more months left in the tank, baby, and why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. See you on Call Real Estate, baby. I'm going to make fun of you tomorrow for all your real estate needs. I better see you there, baby. That's it. And then get ready. Every day's been very exciting so far. So I hope you're locked in, Chad. For real. But, Chad, I love you. Thank you once again. I'll see you on the watch list tonight. And peace out. Yeah, what's up? Hey, come on, listen. I told you we're looking good. Maybe I realized I got to get a spending cut. Okay, we're gonna cut our spending back on AI. Sure, okay, Chad. But listen, we're gonna get a lot done. Okay, don't worry. You have nothing to worry about. Nothing on the ceiling. We're gonna raise the roof. All right, I mean it. I'm not kidding around. All right, sure, but I love you. All right, you have fun with Nvidia. You know, the Nvidia and the graphics, the card, the chip maker. I love Fritos. Okay, I love you. I got to get going. All right, hello. Hi, hello.